negation as his very essence, while Faust negated in the name of creation, retaining elements of the old that were needed for the new. As a subjective form of manifestation of the principle of negation, critique has that meaning that it contains orientation towards the identification and resolution of contradictions, towards the assertion of the truth and rejection of errors. Such critique must fully reveal all the delusions, rather than consign them to oblivion, to be able to overcome them. If this is not done, the load of oblivion will make the critique useless, while errors that were not overcome will have a negative effect on the entire subsequent development. The value of negation is thus determined by the measure of its productiveness, by its role in the creation of the new. Negation is at the same time assertion and retention. While destroying that which exists, it retains the positive in sublated form. This retention, the unity of negation and continuity in development, is an important feature of the dialectics of negation as a universal principle of all being. Hegel illustrated this idea with a graphic example: the bud disappears when the blossom breaks through, and we might say that the former is refuted by the latter. In the same way, when the fruit comes, the blossom may be explained to be a false form of the plant's existence, for the fruit appears as its true nature in place of the blossom. These stages are not merely differentiated, they supplant one another as being incompatible with one another. But the ceaseless activity of their own inherent nature makes them at the same time moments of an organic unity, where they not merely do not contradict one another, but where one is as necessary as the other, and this equal necessity of all moments constitutes alone and thereby the life of the whole one. Continuity and development. The emergent new cannot assert itself without negation on the one hand and without retention and continuity on the other. We have development where the new interrupts the existence of the old, absorbing from it everything positive and viable. This retention of the positive is precisely the continuity in the discrete, continuity in development. Development is marked by continuity, consistency, orientation, irreversibility, and retention of the results obtained. At each present moment, the world is both a fruit of the past and a seed of the future. The past cannot be regarded as disappearing without trace in the flow of time on the principle of what was has passed, and there is no return to it. It participates all the time in the creation of the present, forming a living link between epochs in the form of traditions. A tradition is a social form of the transmission of human experience. Each subsequent generation is drawn into life, into the world of objects and relations, signs, and symbols created by previous generations. In the philosophical sense, a tradition is a definite type of relation between consecutive stages of a developing object, including culture, in which the old passes into the new and productively works in it, promoting its progressive development. The viable traditions are those which contain life-giving forces of creation and promote creation, acting as a necessary link in the continuity. The achievements of each generation in practical and cultural activity are a precious heritage whose growth is the result of accumulation by all preceding generations. Past grandeur still shines with the living light of the present. Hence the demand for carefully preserving it, which is a measure of culture. Careful preservation does not mean a museum-type attitude. It assumes and demands innovations which mean a progressive development of the tradition. Irrationality in inheriting the traditions, combined with innovations, results in society's accelerated progressive development. Why is the link between tradition and innovation so important? The reason is that, if one does not know history, one cannot correctly understand and evaluate the present, and therefore foresee future developments, i.e. one cannot consciously act on the basis of cognized laws. The progressive spiral-like nature of development. Criteria of progress. The development of matter does not follow a single path but a countless multitude of directions. It is an error to present it as a straight line. In the words of Alexander Herzen, nature in its development darts from side to side and never marches forward at a steady pace. That is exactly what conditions the infinite diversity of the forms of the existence of material bodies and phenomena. Man's evolution is only one of the lines of progress of life on the planet. The history of society also provides evidence of the extraordinary diversity of unique human cultures. Already in remote antiquity the principle was noted by astute minds that development proceeds in circular movements, with returns to the past at new levels of being. For centuries, the idea of circulation in the universe dominated the minds. It was expressed, in a profound form, in the transformations of the first elements of being, elements from which everything arises and into which everything is transformed. Here the end links up with the beginning. Recognition of circulation is also recognition of one of the really existing facets of development. But this alone is not enough, for recognition of circulation only necessarily leads to the conclusion that the world is closed, and that everything endlessly repeats itself in it. There is nothing new under the sun. This concept of development is linked with a definite understanding of time, in which the future is a mere projection of the past. This view is a crystal clear reflection of the idea of absolute predestination. The entire process of development is oriented towards the past, so that, much like a roundabout, it returns the past to the present through the future. This conception leads to the assertion that what exists now existed at some time in the past and, with things coming full circle, will exist in the future. The essence of development is given a metaphysical interpretation here. But development is not a straight line, neither is it movement in a circle. It is a spiral with an infinite number of turns. In this form, forward movement is strangely combined with circular movement. Development leads to a return, as it were, to previous stages, when some features of already outlived forms replaced by others are repeated in the new forms. This, however, is not a simple return to the original form but a qualitatively new level of development. History is a series of turns of an expanding spiral moving outwards and upwards. No subsequent cycle of development repeats the previous one, it is a new and higher level. Such is the objective orientation in the infinite succession of phenomena and processes, in the incessant 206 struggle between the new and the old, the nascent and the withering away. Such is the dialectical path of the forward movement of being. Are there any objective criteria of development, and if there are, what are they? In the first place, a general criterion of progress is perfection, differentiation, and integration of the elements of a system, elementary particles, atoms, molecules, and macromolecules. Other objective criteria are a growing complexity of connections within a system and of relations between systems, a growing information content of the system in question, and an expanding range of the real possibilities of further development. All this leads to the system's growing stability and vital capacity. These criteria are common to any level of the organization of matter, and they are concretized at these levels in accordance with their specificity. Thus the criterion of progress of biological forms is the level of development of organization, above all the nervous system, its adaptation abilities expressed in the wealth of interrelationships between the organism and the environment, as well as the level of development of the psyche, reflection, and behavioral acts. For society, this criterion is the level of development of productive forces and labor productivity, as well as the character of social relations, all of which is concentrated in a single criterion. The level of society's development is determined by the extent to which man is raised to a higher level in this society. Yet another universal criterion of progressive development is its accelerated rate. Referring to social life, Engels compared the progressive development with a free hand-drawn spiral, the turns of which are not too precisely executed. History begins its course slowly from an invisible point, languidly making its turns around it, but its circles become ever larger, the flight becomes ever swifter and more lively, until at last history shoots like a flaming comet from star to star, often skimming its old paths, often intersecting them, and with every turn it approaches closer to infinity one. With transition from the lower forms of organization of matter to the higher ones, the rate of development grows. The methodological significance of the law of negation consists in the fact that it offers an understanding of the direction of the development of systems and objects both of the social and the natural world, permitting a correct evaluation of the scope, possibilities, and rate of that development. Knowledge and creativity. Chapter 7. On the essence and meaning of knowledge. 1. What does it mean to know? Epistemology and its subject matter. Mankind has always striven to acquire new knowledge. The process of mastering the secrets of the universe is an expression of the highest creative aspirations of human reason. Throughout the millennia of its development, mankind has traversed a long and thorny path of knowledge from a limited and primitive grasp of the essence of being to an ever deeper and more comprehensive one. On that path, countless properties and laws of nature and social life have been discovered, and pictures of the world succeeded one another. Development of knowledge went hand in hand with the development of production, and with the efflorescence of the arts and artistic creativity. The human mind does not inquire into the laws of the world out of mere curiosity, although curiosity is one of the ideal motive forces of human activity, but with the aim of practical transformation of nature and man to achieve the most harmonious order of life possible in the world. Human knowledge forms a highly complex system of social memory. Its wealth is transmitted from generation to generation, from people to people by means of social heredity, of culture. Knowledge is thus socially determined. We obtain our knowledge of reality only in terms of assimilated culture. Before we continue the cause of previous generations, we must assimilate knowledge already accumulated by mankind, constantly correlating our cognitive activity with it. Such is the categorical imperative of developing knowledge. Man began to ponder on what knowledge is, and what the ways for acquiring it are, already in remote antiquity, when he became aware of himself as something confronting nature. In the course of time, a conscious formulation of this question and attempts to solve it began to take coherent form, and that was when knowledge of 208. Knowledge itself evolved. Nearly all philosophers have analyzed epistemological problems in one way or another. Epistemology evolved along with the emergence of philosophy as one of its basic branches. It studies the nature of human knowledge, the forms and laws of the transition from a superficial knowledge of things known as opinion to cognizing their essence, or true knowledge, and in this connection it considers the paths of attaining the truth and the criteria of the truth. But man would not have been able to know the truth as such had he not made mistakes, and epistemology therefore also studies the way man falls into error and overcomes delusions. Finally, the most burning issue in epistemology is, and has always been, that of the vital meaning of true knowledge of the world, of man himself and of human society. All these numerous questions, as well as those that arise in other sciences and in social practice, contribute to the extensive problem range of epistemology. Knowledge of the essence of things permits man to use them in accordance with his needs and interests, modifying available things and creating new ones. Knowledge is the link between nature, human reason, and practical activity. Reflection of objective reality is the fundamental principle of knowledge. Before it became a fundamental principle of epistemology in dialectical materialism, the concept of reflection had gone through a rather turbulent history in philosophy, which is due to the fact that this concept lies at the core of the basic question of philosophy. Depending on the role this concept played in the substantiation of knowledge, it was variously interpreted, along materialist or idealist lines, and in its turn conditioned the subsequent unfolding of the systems of cognitive activity. The concept of reflection was posited by the thinkers of antiquity, and their interpretations of this concept clearly divided them into materialists and idealists. For example, Democritus regarded knowledge as reflection or perception of images or idola issued by the things, while Plato sublated, in fact, the idea of reflection by reducing knowledge to the soul's recollection of its former impressions when it existed in the kingdom of pure thought and beauty. The materialists of the modern times interpreted the concept of reflection mechanistically. The images of things in the mind were likened to wax imprints or mirror reflections, and reflection itself was seen as a passive contemplative process. But the shortcomings and limitations of mechanistic materialism in no way detract from these philosophers' merits. They recognized the existence of the objective world irrespective of man's consciousness, seeing it as the source of man's cognitive activity. Throughout history, the idealists have always avoided using the concept of reflection, interpreting cognition as a process of generation of a system of categories and ideas from the depth of the subject's mind, his spirit, as a process of self-generation of knowledge. In their interpretation, the objective world emerged therefore as a product of human reason. Depending on the interpretation of the concept of reflection, the world was regarded by some as knowable and by others as unknowable. It should be noted, however, that, despite the overall erroneous interpretation of the nature of human knowledge by idealism, its strong point has been emphasis on the creative activity of the knowing subject and of his reason. Generalizing all the positive elements obtained by philosophical thought in the domain of epistemology, Marxism raised epistemology to a fundamentally new theoretical level, linking it closely with socio-historical practice and dialectically interpreting cognitive activity as socially determined, practical transforming activity. Marx and Engels believe that all ideas come from experience, that they are reflections of reality, either true or distorted. Lenin creatively developed Marxism, and in his struggle against idealists and revisionists of all kinds he substantiated the dialectical materialist principle of reflection as the cornerstone of scientific epistemology. It is no accident that it is known as Lenin's theory of reflection. The unity and diversity of the kinds of knowledge. Cognition is the process of selective and active functioning, refutation, and continuity of progressive forms of accumulation of information historically succeeding one another. Knowledge is the result of the process of cognition of reality tested by socio-historical practice and verified by logic. This result is on the one hand an adequate reflection of reality in man's consciousness in the form of notions, concepts, judgments, and theories, i.e. in the form of subjective images, and on the other, it is a mastery of all these and a capacity for acting on their basis. Its reliability varies, reflecting the dialectics of relative and absolute truth. In its genesis and mode of functioning, knowledge is a social phenomenon recorded in natural and artificial languages. The relation of knowledge to reality has many levels and is mediated in a very complex manner. It develops both in the course of the history of human culture and in the process of the development of the personality. Animals, especially the higher animals, have elementary knowledge conditioned by biological laws, which is a 210 necessary factor in the realization of their behavioral acts. The knowledge of man, who is social by his very nature, is fundamentally different. Man's knowledge can have various forms: pre-scientific, everyday, artistic, and scientific, the latter functioning at different levels of assimilation of reality as empirical or theoretical knowledge. The importance of everyday knowledge, which forms the basis for all the other forms of it, cannot be underestimated. It is based on common sense and everyday consciousness, and it is an important reference frame for people's everyday behavior, for their relations with one another and with nature. This form of knowledge develops, and is enriched, in the course of the progress of scientific and artistic knowledge. The latter, however, absorbs also the rich experiences of everyday knowledge. Scientific knowledge proper is marked by conscious interpretation of facts in a system of concepts of a given science, and it is incorporated in theories that form the highest level of scientific knowledge. Being a generalization of reliable facts, scientific knowledge discovers the necessary and the law governed behind the accidental, and the general behind the individual and the particular. Artistic knowledge has certain specific features, e.g. the fact that a rich system of images functions here along with concepts, and plays an enormous and indispensable role in the overall cognitive process, providing as it does an integral reflection of man's world and of man in the world, sharpening his ability for creative imagination and fantasy and shaping the aesthetic aspects of all activity, including cognition itself. On the potential of knowledge, optimism, skepticism, and agnosticism. Is the world knowable in principle? That is a question which human thought has been concerned with for centuries, and it is not a scholastic one. Indeed, the universe is infinite, while man is finite, and the cognition of that which is infinite is impossible within the boundaries of his finite experience. Three principal positions have become clearly differentiated in the attempts to answer this question: optimism, skepticism, and agnosticism. The optimists assert that the world is in principle knowable. The agnostics, on the contrary, reject this possibility. As for skeptics, they do not reject outright the knowability of the world but question the validity of knowledge. However, we must not take a simplistic approach to these three positions. When agnostics negate the knowability of the world, that negation is not unfounded or meaningless. The main problem which agnosticism has posited is 14*211. This. In the process of cognition, an object is inevitably refracted through the prism of our sense organs and thought. We only have that information about the object which results from this refraction. We do not know, and neither can we know, what the objects are like in reality. The world stretches before us without beginning or end, and we approach it with our formulas, schemata, models, concepts, and categories, endeavoring to catch its eternity and infinity in the net of our notions. However cunningly we might tie the knots of concepts, categories, and theories, isn't it presumptuous on our part to hope to grasp the essence of the universe in such a way? We are locked within the circle of our modes of cognition and cannot say anything about the world with complete certainty. Such is the conclusion to which the logic of this kind of reasoning leads under certain epistemological assumptions. But the logic of agnosticism is refuted at every step by the development of science and knowledge in general. Thus the founder of positivism Auguste Comte once stated that mankind would never know the chemical composition of the sun. But spectral analysis revealed the composition of the sun even before the ink dried in which these skeptical words were written. Some Machists insisted that the atom is a chimera, a ghost emanating from a diseased imagination. We know now, though, that the atomic theory is the foundation of the entire modern natural science. In these days, too, some trends in Western philosophy are inclined towards agnosticism on the issue of the knowability of the essence of the world and especially of man and society. The range of philosophical doctrines that are prone to agnostic positions is fairly wide from neo-positivism to phenomenology, existentialism and pragmatism. This agnosticism derives not only from epistemological and social causes but also to some extent from the tradition that goes back to the philosophy of Hume and Kant. It is usually believed that the essence of Kant's agnosticism is this: there is a fundamental difference between what a thing is for us, the phenomenon, and what it is in itself, the noumenon. Our knowledge will always differ from things as they are. It is this division of the world into phenomena accessible to knowledge and things unknowable in themselves that precludes the possibility of their cognition. But Kant himself would have hardly regarded himself as an agnostic. He believed in infinite progress of knowledge. According to Kant, observation and analysis of phenomena go deep into the essence of nature, and we do not know just how far mankind will advance on this path. The framework of experience is being expanded all the time, and, however comprehensive our knowledge may become, its boundaries cannot nevertheless disappear, just as the horizon cannot disappear. We see that in actual fact Kant's position is much more complex than a generally accepted view of his agnosticism. So what is the difficulty here? A strange lot has fallen to human reason, wrote Kant. It is called upon to consider questions which it cannot decline, as they are presented by its own nature, but which it cannot answer, as they transcend every faculty of the mind. First, Kant raised the question here of the basic limitations of human experience, and second, he recognized that reality goes beyond the limits of any knowledge. Reality is more cunning than any theory, and it is much richer than any of them. Besides, he stated that the world is only cognized in the forms of its givenness to man. It was this last circumstance that permitted him to assert that a thing is cognized through phenomenon and not the way it exists in itself. But this assertion, regarded as an absolute, leads precisely to agnosticism, which digs an impassable abyss between consciousness and the world. Epistemologically, agnosticism errs in that it ignores the principle of the world's material unity, in particular the unity of being and thinking, dogmatically postulating the existence of the external world absolutely independent of man in defiance of the fact, recorded in agnosticism itself, of the existence of the subject-object, epistemological, relation. Agnosticism is an exaggerated form of skepticism. As we have said, skepticism recognizes the basic knowability of the world but doubts the reliability of knowledge. As a rule, skepticism flourishes at a time, or on the eve, of a breakdown of paradigms, replacement of one set of values by another, of one social system by another, when something previously believed to be true proves to be false and untenable in the light of new data of science and practice. The psychology of skepticism is such that it immediately begins to trample not only the things that have outlived their usefulness but also the newly born ones. Underlying this psychology is the habit of living in the lee of cozy principles taken on faith once and for all, and not the researcher's thirst for innovation or faith in the power of human reason. As a doctrine, skepticism undoubtedly does great harm, as it belittles man's practical and cognitive potential. Cheap skepticism is found in narrow-minded people as often as blind fanaticism. In reasonable doses, however, skepticism is useful and even necessary. As a cognitive device, skepticism appears in the form of doubt, which 213 signifies a step towards the truth. Doubt is a restless worm that eats away and destroys obsolete dogmas. It is a necessary element of developing science. There is no knowledge without a problem, and no problem without doubt. As Rabindranath Tagore puts it, reason is like a lamp, the brighter the light, the darker the shade of doubt. Only faith does not bear doubt, while scientific knowledge implies it. Doubt about generally accepted principles may be fruitful, leading to new views of the world. reasonable philosophical doubt. A healthy skepticism is not, in fact, an antithesis of the optimistic view of knowledge positing the basic knowability of the world. The foundation of the philosophy of optimism is the principle of the material unity of the world and the entire experience of the history of scientific knowledge of socio-historical practice. THIRD subject and object of cognition. The world exists for us only as it is given to the knowing subject. The concepts of subject and object are correlative. When we use the term subject, we ask the questions, the subject of what? Of cognition? Action? Judgment? When we use the term object, we also ask questions like, the object of what? Of cognition? Judgment? Action? The subject is a complex hierarchy, of which the foundation is the entire social whole. In the final analysis, the highest producer of knowledge and wisdom is the entire mankind. Its development has produced smaller communities, the separate peoples. Each people, creating norms, ideas, and values recorded in its culture, also figures as a special subject of cognitive activity. Historically, society forms groups of individuals whose special purpose and occupation is production of knowledge of special vital value. Of this type in particular is scientific knowledge, of which the subject is the community of scientists. Separate individuals stand out in this community whose abilities, talent, or genius produce particularly great intellectual achievements. History preserves the names of these people as outstanding landmarks in the evolution of scientific ideas. The true subject of cognition is never epistemological only. He is a living individual with his passions, interests, character traits, temperament, intellect, or stupidity, talent or lack thereof, strong will or lack of any will. If the subject of cognition is a scientific community, it has specific features of its own, interpersonal relations, dependencies, contradictions, and also common goals, unity of will and action. Most often, however, the subject of cognition is interpreted in 214. The sense of a certain impersonal logical concentrate of intellectual activity. The subject and his cognitive activity can only be adequately understood in their concrete historical aspect. Scientific knowledge assumes not only the subject's conscious attitude towards the object but also towards himself, towards his activity, i.e. a realization of the conditions, devices, norms, and methods of research. From the standpoint of cognitive activity, the subject does not exist without an object, and the object does not exist without a subject. Thus genes existed in the structure of life at all times, but they were not objects of scientific thought in antiquity and even in the times of Lamarck or Darwin. For a long time scientists have been unable to identify this extremely elusive biological reality as an object of their thought. This was done only fairly recently, when essential changes took place in the overall scientific picture of the world. Or, to take another example, only several decades ago did scientific thought, technological achievements, and social conditions enable us to make outer space the object of research. In present-day epistemology, the distinction is made between the object and the subject matter of cognition. The object is seen as the real fragments of being that are subjected to study. The subject matter of research are the concrete aspects at which the questing thought is targeted. For instance, man is the object of many sciences, biology, medicine, psychology, sociology, philosophy, etc. Each of them sees man from an angle of its own. Psychology studies man's psyche and behavior, medicine, his diseases, and methods of curing them, and so on. The subject matter thus includes, as it were, the researcher's actual orientation. It is molded in relation to the researcher's task. It is a well-known dictum that man as the creator and subject of history creates the necessary conditions and premises for his historical existence. It so appears that the object of socio-historical knowledge is not only cognized but also created by people. Before it becomes an object, it must be shaped by them. In social cognition, man deals with the results of his activity and thus with himself as a practically acting being. As a subject of cognition, man finds himself at the same time in the position of its object. Social cognition is in this sense man's social self-consciousness. He discovers for himself and studies his own historically created social essence. In view of this, the interaction between subject and object in social cognition is made particularly complex. Here the object is at the same time the subject of historical creativity. In social cognition. 215. Everything turns on the concept of the human. The object is people themselves and the results of their activity. The subject of cognition is also human beings. The process of cognition is impossible without the evidence of eyewitnesses, documents, polls, questionnaires, without the tools and cultural monuments created by people. Nothing is done in society without involving somebody's interests. All this imposes a certain imprint on social cognition, shaping its specificity. The scholar's civic stance, his moral qualities and loyalty to the ideal of the truth is therefore important in social cognition as in no other sphere. 2. Practice as the basis and purpose of cognition. The unity of theory and practice. The principal form of the manifestation of human life is activity sensuously objective, practical, and intellectual, theoretical. Man is an active being rather than a passive spectator at the pageant of life. He continually influences things around him, lending them forms and properties necessary to satisfy the historically evolved social and personal needs. It is in the transformation of the world that man lends definiteness to his way of life. And practice is the material sensuously objective and goal-directed activity of men intended to master and transform natural and social objects, and constituting the universal basis, the motive force of the development of human society and knowledge. Practice designates not only, and not so much, the sensuously objective activity of a separate individual as the total activity and experience of the entire mankind in its historical development. Practical activity is social both in its content and in the mode of its realization. Contemporary practice is a result of world history, a result that embodies infinitely varied relations between men and nature and among men in the process of material and non-material production. Being the principal mode of man's social existence and the decisive form of his self-assertion in the world, practice acts as a complex integral system incorporating such elements as need, goal, motive, separate actions, movements, acts, the object at which activity is directed, the instruments of achieving the goal, and finally the result of activity. In practice, somebody always does something to create something out of something with the help of something for some purpose. Social practice forms a dialectical unity with cognitive activity, with theory. It performs three functions in relation to the latter. First, it is the source and the basis of cognition, its motive force, it. 216. Provides the necessary factual material for it, subject to generalization and theoretical processing. It thus feeds cognition as soil feeds trees, and does not let it become divorced from real life. Second, practice is a mode of application of knowledge, and in this sense it is the goal of cognition. Scientific knowledge has a practical meaning only if it is implemented in life. Practice is the arena in which the power of knowledge is applied. The ultimate goal of cognition is not knowledge in itself but practical transformation of reality to satisfy society's material and non-material needs through harmonizing its relationship with nature. Third, practice is the criterion and measure of the truth of the results of cognition. Only that knowledge which has passed through the purifying fire of practice can lay claims to objectiveness, reliability, and truth. We can thus say that practice is the basis for the formation and development of cognition at all its stages, the source of knowledge and criterion of the truth of the results of the cognitive process. Man first cognizes the world to the extent to which he himself acts practically and is subject to the action of the external world. Practice forms part of the definition of the object in the sense that the object is separated off by the subject, with a definite purpose, from the infinite tangle of things, or else it is modified or created anew. The main kinds of practice are the material production activity and social transforming activity of the masses. The latter includes people's activity in the social, political, and cultural spheres of society's life. Natural scientific and social experiments are special kinds of scientific practice. Scientific theory and practice constitute a unity of opposites in which practice plays the decisive role. It is practice that determines the cardinal structural features of the process of cognition both at the empirical and at the logical level. But theory does not restrict its role to a mere generalization of practice. It creatively transforms the empirical material and thereby opens up new prospects for practice. Theory performs a programming function in relation to practice. In terms of the origin of cognition, practice precedes theory, while at the level of well-developed scientific thought the possibility and necessity greatly increase of intra-theoretical, meaningful operation with ideal models of things, their properties, and relations, without resorting directly to practice. This helps theoretical thought escape the power of immediate experience and creates the possibility for a super-range anticipation of practice. The history of knowledge indicates that the realization of some discovery in practical life is followed by an efflorescence of the 217 corresponding field of theory. The development of technology revolutionizes science. Practically applied, natural, and social disciplines create the mechanism of feedback between theory and practice, which becomes the determinant factor in the choice of many directions of research. The feedback mechanism permits the implementation of corrective influences of theoretical and practical activity on each other, which ensures the role of practice as the criterion of truth. In pre-Marxian and contemporary Western philosophical thought, the essence of practice and its role in cognition are often given inadequate interpretations. It is a well-known fact that the active element in cognition has been closely studied in idealism, of which the essential feature was the fact that creative activity was restricted to the sphere of the spirit. According to Hegel, practice is the volitional activity of the idea. Subjective idealists interpret practice as activity conditioned by will and intuition, or the subconscious. For example, William James included religious experience, i.e. a purely spiritual activity, under the heading of practice. Some representatives of revisionism also reduce practice to free, creative, self-conscious activities seen as the only form of reality. The principal drawback of idealist interpretations of practice consists in the metaphysical lifting of the idea or the spiritual element to an absolute. Inasmuch as practical activity is conscious, the mental, spiritual element is undoubtedly part and parcel of it. It is absurd to break up integral activity into two hypostases, and still more absurd to oppose them to each other, exaggerating the role of the one and belittling or ignoring the significance of the other. The position of isolating the material and practical activity from the intellectual and theoretical one is hostile to dialectical materialism. These kinds of activity form an indissoluble unity. To resort to the dry language of categories, a part is not the whole, and substituting the one for the other is fraught with theoretical, methodological, and worldview errors. T-Phi inner logic of the development of knowledge. Having emerged, and developing, under the influence of society's material needs, scientific creativity is at the same time relatively independent and has an inner logic of development of its own. After the logical basis, the categorical apparatus, of a theory has established itself, the theory acquires the capacity for self-development and the handling of properties and relations which are inaccessible to practice and to sensuous cognition, and which will only 218 appear in the future. The relative independence in the development of science is expressed in the systematization of knowledge necessitated by cognition, in the interaction of various branches of a given science and of different sciences, in the mutual influence of various forms of people's spiritual and intellectual activity, and in the free exchange of views. The inner logic of the development of knowledge is taken to mean the impulses emerging in the course of the process of cognition itself, when one discovery entails another or the development of one science contributes to a rapid growth in achievements in other areas. The inner logic of the movement of the total scientific thought of mankind makes it possible to anticipate the immediate needs of practice and to light up the path of practice. Science, unlike other architects, wrote Marx, builds not only castles in the air, but may construct separate habitable stories of the building before laying the foundation stone. 1. Society must know more about the world than it can use at a given moment. But there are no useless discoveries. Sooner or later, cognition is followed by practical implementation of all the achievements of theoretical thought. There are various practical tasks in scientific studies. Some of them are aimed at solving the closest and direct needs. These are the tactical tasks of today. Others are targeted on a more or less remote future. These are the strategic tasks connected with fundamental scientific research and intended to change drastically the existing practice. History teaches that the practical significance of ideas cannot be fully assessed at the beginning. Even the most abstract and abstruse theoretical constructs, say, those of mathematics, physics, and other domains of pure knowledge, may one fine day prove to be quite useful for resolving the most burning issues of practice. Neither can we ignore the great significance of fundamental scientific studies in the completing and deepening of the properly scientific picture of the world. Besides, mankind's right to satisfying the hunger of reason and the thirst for knowledge cannot be denied, either, after all, This is also practice of a kind that serves the interests of man's intellectual and emotional ascendancy. But it would also be a mistake to doubt that no science serves its true purpose unless it betters man's life materially or intellectually. 3. What is truth? Truth, error, and lie. Truth is usually understood as correspondence of knowledge to object. Truth is adequate information about an object obtained through its sensuous or intellectual perception or report about it and characterized in terms of its reliability. Truth thus exists as a subjective or spiritual reality in its information and axiological aspects rather than as an objective reality. The value of knowledge is determined by the measure of its truth. In other words, truth is a property of knowledge itself rather than of the object of cognition. Knowledge is reflection, and it exists as a sensuous or conceptual image of any degree of complexity, e.g., a theory is an integral system. We know that an image does not emerge only as a result of reflection of present being but also of the past embodied in some information-bearing traces. Now, as to the future, can it be an object of reflection? Can an idea in the form of a design, a constructive thought oriented towards the future, be evaluated in terms of truth? Apparently not. Of course, a design is constructed on the knowledge of the past and present. In this sense, it relies on something true. But can we say of the design itself that it is true? Isn't it more correct to use such concepts here as the purposive, the realizable, the useful, the socially useful, that which is useful for some class, social group, or a separate individual? A design is not evaluated in terms of truth or falsehood but in terms of expediency, backed by moral justification, and realizability. That is why truth must be defined as an adequate reflection of an object by the knowing subject, which reproduces reality such as it is by itself outside and independent of consciousness. It is the objective content of sensuous, empirical experience as well as of the concepts, judgments, theories, and finally of the entire integral picture of the world in the dynamics of its development. The fact that the truth is an adequate reflection of reality in the dynamics of its development lends it special value connected with the prognostic dimension. True knowledge enables people to organize their practical activities in a rational manner in the present, and to foresee the future. If cognition had not been from its very inception a more or less true reflection of reality, man would not have been able to transform the surrounding world or even adapt himself to it. The very fact of the existence of man, the history of science and practice confirm the justice of this proposition. 220. But mankind rarely grasps truths other than through extremes and errors. The progress of knowledge is not smooth. The history of science abounds in examples of errors being accepted as truths over hundreds of years. An error is an undesirable yet natural zigzag on the path towards truth. Error is the content of consciousness that does not correspond to reality but is taken for the truth. The whole course of mankind's cognitive activity shows that errors, too, reflect albeit in one-sided form objective reality. They have a real source, an earthly basis. There are no, and neither can there be any, errors that reflect nothing whatever, not even in the most mediated and extremely distorted form. For example, are the images of fairy tales true? The answer is, yes, they are true, but only remotely. They are taken from life and transformed by the power of their creator's imagination. There are strands of reality in any invention, forming quaint patterns woven by the power of the imagination. Taken as a whole, though, such images are not the truth. The view has currency that errors are annoying accidents. But they have persistently accompanied cognition throughout history as mankind's payment for bold attempts to learn more than the existing level of practice and theoretical thought permitted. Aspiring towards the truth, the human mind inevitably falls into all manner of errors determined both by its historical limitations and the claims surpassing its real possibilities. The errors are also conditioned by the relative freedom of choosing the paths of cognition, the complexity of the problems faced, and the desire to realize plans in a situation of incomplete information. In scientific cognition, errors appear as false theories whose untenability is revealed by further development of science. Such was the case, e.g., of Ptolemy's geocentric system or Newton's interpretation of space and time. Thus errors have their epistemological, psychological, and social foundations. But they should be distinguished from lies as a moral psychological phenomenon. Lies are a distortion of the actual state of affairs of which the goal is deceiving someone, A lie may be both an invention of something that did not exist or a deliberate concealment of something that did. Logically incorrect thinking can also be a source of lies. By its very essence, scientific cognition is impossible without conflict between various, sometimes opposing views, just as it is impossible without errors. In research, mistakes are often made in the course of observation, measurement, calculations, judgments, or 221. Evaluations. As long as man is fighting his way forward, he errs. But gradually truth forces its way to the light. What we have said here mostly applies to cognition in the natural sciences. The situation is different, and much more complicated, in social cognition. Characteristic in this respect is the science of history. Owing to the impossibility to reproduce the past, the subject matter of history, owing to the historian's dependence on the accessibility of sources, their completeness and reliability, and owing to extremely close ties with ideology and politics, history is more than any other science prone to distortion of the truth, to subjective mistakes and delusions. In social cognition, a particularly painstaking approach is required towards facts, as well as a critical analysis of these facts. The entire ensemble of facts pertaining to a given question rather than separate facts must be considered in the study of social phenomena, otherwise the suspicion, mostly justified, arises that the facts have been selected arbitrarily, and that some subjective concoction, probably to justify some underhand dealings, is being offered instead of the objective connections between and interdependence of historical phenomena. It is important to take analysis of facts to the point of revealing the truth and the objective causes which condition a given social event. Absolute and relative truth. Everyday consciousness operates with absolute truths as with newly minted coins which may, as Hegel put it, be readily used or put in one's pocket. But the system of scientific knowledge, and even everyday experience, is not a stockpile of exhaustive information about being. It is an endless process, a movement, as it were, up a staircase leading from the lower stages of the limited and approximate to a more comprehensive and deep grasp of the essence of things. It is impossible to imagine truth in the form of dead repose, in the form of a bare picture, image, without impulse, without motion. Point 1. Truth is historical. In this sense it is a child of the epoch. The concept of finite or immutable truth is no more than a ghost. Any object of knowledge is inexhaustible, it is constantly changing, it has a great variety of properties and is connected with countless threads of relationships with the surrounding world. It was, for example, believed that the chemical composition, properties, and states of water have been studied inside out. But then the so-called heavy water was discovered with heretofore unknown properties. Each stage of cognition is restricted to the level of development of science and practice, by the historical conditions of the life of society. Scientific knowledge, including the most accurate and reliable knowledge, is probabilistic. Truth is relative inasmuch as it reflects the object within certain limits and relations which constantly change and develop, rather than does it fully and exhaustively. Relative truth is limited true knowledge about something. Paradoxical though it may seem, each step forward in science is a discovery of new secrets and of new horizons of ignorance. It is a process that reaches into infinity. Mankind has ever striven to come close to a knowledge of absolute truth, endeavoring to narrow down to a minimum the sphere of the relative in the content of scientific knowledge. But even a constant expansion, deepening and clarification of our knowledge cannot in principle overcome its probabilistic and relative character. One must not, however, veer to the other extreme and regard each scientific proposition as a mere hypothesis. On the question of relativity of truth, let us stress that we refer to the sphere of scientific knowledge and not at all to absolutely authentic facts like the non-existence of the King of France today. It is the availability of absolutely reliable and therefore absolutely true facts that is extremely important in people's practical activity, especially in those areas that are connected with decisions affecting human fates. For instance, a court of law cannot pass a sentence on an accused unless it has complete confidence in the existence of the corpus delicti. Before operating on a patient or using a strong drug, a doctor must have absolutely reliable data on the disease. Absolute truths include ascertained facts, the dates of events, birth, death, etc. Stated with complete clarity and authenticity, absolute truths do not encounter any further counter-arguments. In other words, absolute truth is identity of concept and object in thought in the sense of complete coverage, of coincidence of essence and of all the forms of its manifestation. Of this nature are the propositions of science like, nothing in the universe is created out of nothing, and nothing disappears without a trace, the earth revolves round the sun, and so on. Absolute truth is a piece of knowledge that is not refuted by the subsequent development of science but enriched and constantly reaffirmed by life. Absolute truth in science is taken to mean exhaustive, extreme knowledge of an object, attainment, as it were, of the boundaries b. 223. Beyond which nothing can be cognized any more. The development of science can be presented as a series of consecutive approximations to absolute truth, each of which is more precise than the previous ones. The term absolute is also applied to any relative truth, inasmuch as it is objective, it contains something absolute as one of its elements. Any truth may therefore be said to be absolute relative. The share of absolute knowledge is constantly growing in the sum total of mankind's knowledge. The development of the truth is accumulation of the elements of the absolute. Each subsequent scientific theory is a more complete and deeper knowledge compared with the previous one. But new scientific truths by no means discard their predecessors, they rather complement the latter, make them more concrete and include them as elements of deeper and more profound truths. An earlier theory is interpreted as a particular case of the new one, as Newton's classical mechanics was interpreted in relation to Einstein's theory of relativity. T/E concreteness of truth. The concreteness of truth, as one of the basic principles of the dialectical approach to knowledge, assumes an accurate taking into account of all the conditions, in social knowledge, of the concrete historical conditions, in which the object of cognition exists. Concreteness is the property of truth based on a knowledge of real connections, on the interaction of all the aspects of the object, of the principal and essential features of it, of its tendencies of development. Thus the truth or falsity of given statements cannot be established unless we know the conditions of place, time, and so on, under which they are formulated. A statement correctly reflecting an object under given conditions becomes false in relation to the same object under different conditions. A correct reflection of some element of reality may become its opposite, an error, unless we take into account definite conditions of place, time, and role of what is reflected in the composition of the whole. For example, it is impossible to understand a separate organ outside a whole organism, a man outside society, and a historically concrete society at that, and outside the context of special, individual circumstances of his life. The statement that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius is only true on condition that we refer to ordinary water at normal pressure. This statement will no longer apply if we take the so-called heavy water or change the pressure. Along with features common with other objects, every object has individual peculiarities and a unique context of life. For this REA 224. Sun, a concrete approach to an object, along with a general one, is necessary. There is no abstract truth, truth is always concrete. Are the principles of, say, classical mechanics true? Of course they are when applied to macrobodies and to relatively low velocities. Beyond these limits, they cease to apply. The principle of the concreteness of truth demands that facts be approached with due regard for the specific situation and the real conditions rather than with ready-made general formulas and schemata. It is thus incompatible with dogmatism. The concrete historical approach becomes particularly important in the analysis of social development, since the latter proceeds at an uneven rate and is marked by the specifics of the particular countries. On the criteria of true knowledge. What guarantees the truth of human knowledge? What is the basis for distinguishing between truth, error, and delusion? Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz proposed clear and distinct apprehension as the criterion of truth. That which is open to the observing mind and is readily accepted as such without causing doubt is clear. An example of such a truth is a square has four sides. In the same way as light reveals both itself and the darkness around it, so is truth the measure of both itself and of error. This conception of the criterion of truth relies on the faith in the strength of the logic of our thought and in the correctness of the perception of reality by the mind. Our experience is largely founded on this. This is a strong position in the struggle against all kinds of wanderings in the darkness of the imagined. The obviousness of the sensed and the conceived plays a considerable role in ascertaining the truth, but it cannot be its only criterion. Time has debunked many truths that once appeared fully obvious and clear. Few things will appear clearer and more obvious than the immobility of the earth. For thousands of years mankind never doubted this immutable truth. Clarity and obviousness are subjective states of consciousness that must be respected for their enormous vital significance, but they obviously require support of something more solid. Undoubtedly, psychologically important are not only the clarity and obviousness of apprehension but also confidence in its correctness. But confidence cannot be the criterion of truth either. Confidence in the truth of a proposition can fatally lead into error. Another criterion that is sometimes posited is general validity. What accords with the opinion of the majority is true. Of course, there is some justification for this, too. If many are convinced of the correctness of certain principles, this in itself may serve as an important guarantee against delusion. However, a long time ago Democritus remarked that the question of truth is not resolved by a majority. The history of science shows that discoverers were mostly loners in defending the truth. Recall Copernicus. He alone was right while all the rest erred about the rotation of the earth round the sun. It would be ridiculous to put to the vote the truth or falsity of a given assertion in a scientific community. Some philosophical systems declare practical usefulness as the criterion of truth. For example, for the adherents of pragmatism, true ideas are only those that work. Relying on this conception of truth, pragmatists deduce even the existence of God. The criterion of truth cannot be found in thought itself, neither does it exist in reality considered regardless of the subject. The criterion of truth lies in practice. The question whether objective truth, writes Marx, can be attributed to human thought is not a question of theory but is a practical question. Man must prove the truth, i.e., the reality, and power, the this-worldliness of his thinking in practice. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking which is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question. One of the fundamental principles of scientific thought is that a statement is true if it can be proved that it is applicable to a given situation. This principle is expressed by the term realizability. Through the realization of an idea in practical action, knowledge is measured against its object, revealing the true measure of its objectivity or the truth of its content. That part of knowledge that is directly or indirectly confirmed by practice, i.e. effectively realized in practice, is true. As a criterion of truth, practice works not only in its sensuous nakedness, as an object-related physical activity, in particular an experiment. It also appears in mediated form as logic tempered in the crucible of experience. Logic may be said to be mediated practice. The degree of perfection of human thought is determined by the measure of the correspondence of its content to the content of objective reality. Our reason is disciplined by the logic of things reproduced in the logic of practical actions and the entire system of spiritual culture. Given the authenticity of the initial propositions, the logic of thought is to a certain extent a guarantee not only of its correctness but also of its truth. Therein lies the great cognitive strength of logical thought. The ultimate foundation of the reliability of our knowledge is the possibility of practical creative work on its basis. Of course, we must bear in mind that practice cannot fully confirm or refute any notion or knowledge. The atom is indivisible. Is this truth or error? Over many centuries, this was believed to be true, and was borne out by practice. From the standpoint of, say, the practice of antiquity, and even up to the late 19th century, the atom was indeed indivisible, just as at present it is seen as divisible, while elementary particles still remain indivisible. Such is the level of practice these days. Practice is a cunning creature. It not only confirms truth and denounces error, it also keeps silent on what is beyond the limits of its historically restricted possibilities. However, practice itself is constantly perfected, developed, and deepened primarily on the basis of scientific cognition. Practice is many-sided, ranging from empirical everyday experiences to the most rigorous scientific experiments. The practice of primitive man obtaining fire by means of friction is one thing, and quite another, the practice of medieval alchemists seeking for ways of transforming various metals into gold. Contemporary physical experiments involving equipment of tremendous resolving power, and computer calculations, these are also practice. In the course of the development of true knowledge, and of increasing its volume, science and practice form an ever closer unity. 15*. Chapter 8: The Philosophy of Thought. 1. Intellectual sensuous contemplation. Sensations, perceptions, representations. The subject's direct links with objective reality are established through sensations, the initial sensuous images or elementary facts of consciousness. Sensation is the reflection of separate properties and qualities of objects which directly affect the sense organs. It is an elementary and psychologically indivisible cognitive phenomenon. The very first and most familiar to us is sensation, and in it there is inevitably also quality 1. This fact is reflected in language. When we name some sensations, we actually mean a quality given in sensation: the red, the blue, the sweet, the spicy, and so on. The sense organs are a kind of channels or windows open to the world, through which streams of external influences continually come in. The sense organs realize their cognitive function through the medium of a definite system of locomotive acts involving subject and object. Thus the feeling hand reproduces the outlines of an object by actively touching it, while the eye, much like the feeling hand, slides across the surface of an object in various directions. The difference between external influences determines the diversity of sensations. Sensations have a broad range of modalities, including tactile, visual, auditory, vibrational, temperature, olfactory, and gustatory. A type apart are sensations of processes occurring in the organism's inner environment, organic sensations, as well as sensations of the movements and positions of the body's organs, kinesthesia, the sense of balance, and static sensations. In the process of life's evolution, special sense organs have developed for only a small number of stimuli. The sense image of other properties of the objective world, as, e.g., of the form, size, and distance of objects from each other and from the observer, arises from the interaction of indications of different sense organs. Whatever object we may take, it has a great many extremely diverse aspects and properties. Consider a lump of sugar. It is hard, white, sweet, it has a definite shape, mass, and weight. All these properties are combined in something integral, and we perceive and comprehend them as a single whole rather than separately. An integral image reflecting objects affecting the sense organs and their properties and relations directly is called perception. Perception is a higher stage of cognition, essentially different from sensations. Perception is thinking, living contemplation. We look at things with an outward eye, but we see them with an inner one. The depth of this comprehension depends on a person's intellectual level, his experience. Representation is the highest form of sensuous reflection. It is imaginal knowledge about objects that are not directly perceived. The physiological condition of the existence of representations is retention of the traces of past influences and their actualization at the given moment. This function, which ensures the continuity and succession in cognitive activity, is termed memory. Without it, recognition would be impossible. Representation is a generalizing synthesis of many sensuous perceptions. Images with which man's consciousness operates are not restricted to the reproduction of the perceived. Men creatively combine and relatively freely create new images owing to their creative imagination or fantasy. Representations stand, as it were, between sensuous and rational cognition. On the one hand, it is something concrete and graphic, retaining in it the still vibrant life of the object and its real connections. On the other, it is further removed from reality than the latter's direct reflection in the form of sensations and perceptions. It is also further removed from reality in the sense of incompleteness of its content in comparison with thought. THI cognitive meaning of sense impressions. The question of the cognitive role of sense impressions has a long history. The question actually is, can we obtain, relying on our senses, knowledge of things as they are in themselves? What does our knowledge relate to, the things or the sensations themselves? Over the centuries, different answers were given to this question depending on the general worldview orientation of the thinkers. On the whole, it remained a matter of speculation up to the 19th century, when it became possible to discuss the issue on a firm basis of the natural sciences. 229. Analyzing the data of the sense organs, the German physiologist Johannes Müller came to the conclusion that our sensations are not true replicas of the objects but depend entirely on the subject's physiological organization and on the specific energy of his sense organs. Müller correctly noted the dependence of sensations and perceptions on the historically formed functional specifics of our sense organs. From this, however, He made the entirely erroneous conclusion that what we cognize are not the objective properties of things but the state of our nerves. As a result, the sense organs were actually divorced from the action of the external world, becoming a self-sufficient source of cognition. But the gulf between the image and that which the image reflects inevitably leads to agnosticism. In actual fact, far from hindering correct cognition of the external world, the specifics of the sense organs ensure the most comprehensive and accurate reflection of the object's properties. Although the image is a product of the work of man's cognitive mechanisms, it is at the same time a result of the action of the object on the sense organs which evolved for the purpose of man's adaptation to the conditions of the environment. Can we describe, say, color only as a product of the organ of vision? If we answer this question in the affirmative, that would mean that there is an impassable gulf between sensation and the stimulus that causes that sensation. It would then be impossible, in principle, to distinguish a hallucination from an adequate perception. Metaphysical speculation of sense impressions leads to deliberate neglect for the fact of interaction between object and subject. And it is this interaction or relation that constitutes the essence of life and, moreover, the essence of all being. 2. Thought, essence, levels, and forms. Transition from sensation to thought. Only a small part of what man cognizes can be covered by sensuous contemplation. Mostly, cognition is realized in thought in terms of concepts, judgments, etc. Man cannot live without thinking. So how is the transition from the sensuous to the conceptual level of cognition to be explained? How is a sensuous image of an object transformed into an act of thought? Thought cannot receive the data of the senses without processing them any more than an organism can receive food without digesting and assimilating it. Cognition is realized by man as an integral being in which only the researcher's analytical scalpel can separate sensuous content. 230. Plation from intellectual activity. Living contemplation is not passive thoughtless gaping but conscious perception, even categorical perception. In actual fact the two cognitive levels are inseparable, and an entirely independent sensuous cognition does not therefore exist. Man looks at the world with understanding eyes. When we speak of the acuteness of perception, we have in mind the clarity of the object's conscious perception. Man's cognitive activity is made possible precisely by this unity, by the admixture, so to speak, of thought and sensuous contemplation. Thought orders the data of sense perception but is by no means reducible to this process. It gives rise to something new to that which is not given in the senses. This transition is a leap, a gap in continuity. It has an objective foundation in the splitting of the object into the internal and the external, into essence and its manifestation, into the separate and the general. The external aspects of things and phenomena are reflected above all in terms of living contemplation, while their essence and the common in them is perceived in terms of thought. This process of transition realizes what is called understanding. To understand means to bring out the essential in the object. We can understand what we cannot perceive. The structure of our sense organs and their small number do not set an absolute boundary to our cognition precisely because the activity of thought is added to them. The eye sees far, but thought reaches even farther, says folk wisdom. Our thought transcends the boundaries of the visible world. Thought correlates the evidence of the sense organs with the individual's available knowledge and, moreover, with mankind's entire total experience and knowledge to the extent that these are possessed by the given subject. The transition from the sensuous to the rational does not mean, however, the movement from reality to the empty darkness of the supersensuous. Thought relies on the sensuous material of speech, in the first place of inner speech, and on the symbolized visual images. T.g. Specifics of thought. Thought is the highest form of rational cognitive activity. Thought is goal-directed, mediated, abstracted and generalized reflection of the essential properties and relations of things and phenomena realized in terms of concepts, judgments, and theories, and also it is a process of creative production of new ideas. The goal-directedness of thought is manifested in its orientation towards cognition of truth through the formulation and solution of some practical or theoretical task. It assumes a wide-ranging intellectual activity oriented towards understanding the essence of a problem. 231. i.e. towards constructing a concept of an object. It is a logically organized search process requiring concentration on a single object, on the problem in hand. Such a logically directed process of thought essentially differs from a chaotic play of associations, whether they are images or concepts, releasing a flood of thoughts which immediately become scattered. Thus a tired person will sometimes let his thoughts wander and dissolve in daydreaming. A distinguishing feature of thinking is that its course is not directed by external or accidental connections but by the logic of the objective connections of things as well as the logic of its own content. Thought moves towards essence through the latter's manifestations, towards content through its form, towards the general through the individual, and so on. This movement reveals the mediated character of thought, which may be extremely complex, consisting of many stages. The objective basis of the mediated process of thought is the existence of mediated connections in the world. For instance, cause and effect relations make it possible to identify a cause from the perception of a consequence, and to foresee a consequence from the knowledge of a cause. The objective basis of the mediated character of thought also rests in man's practical activity in which it is formed and realized. This process is unfolded in the dialectics of objectification, implementation of an idea in an objective result, and objectification, correspondingly, a reverse process of extracting an idea or principle of action from an object. This process of mediation assumes the existence not only of personal experience but also of experience accumulated by the entire mankind. Various acts of these complex mediations serve as the basis for our everyday practical thinking and still more so, of course, for scientific, theoretical and artistic thinking. Practical thinking is concerned with the solution of particular tasks, whereas theoretical thinking is linked with searching for general laws. The former is directly included in practice and is constantly subject to its control, while the latter is subject to practical verification only in its final results, not at every stage. Practical and theoretical thinking is a unified process. Besides, thought is mediated by qualitatively diverse forms of man's cognitive activity, sense impressions, symbolic content of images, and language. Language and other systems of signs, artificial languages, abstract signs, like those of mathematics, and concrete imaginal ones, like the language of art function as instrument. 232. Ments of thought. The elements of these systems ensure such fundamental operations of thought as abstraction and generalization. There can be no thought or cognition in general without generalization. It is a necessary condition of both everyday and scientific or artistic cognition, for cognition as such always goes beyond the boundaries of the separate or the individual given at the level of sensuous perception. Only on the basis of generalization is the formation of general concepts, judgments, and inferences, and the construction of theories possible. The generalizing activity of thought assumes as its premise abstracting activity the identification of certain properties and features of objects and abstraction from others. On the basis of the properties thus abstracted, the objects are grouped into classes and sets, which is the gist of the operation of generalization. Generalization is mental separation of certain properties belonging to a given class of objects accompanied by the transition, in this process of separation, from the individual to the general, from the less general to the more general. A distinctive feature of thought is that, on the basis of goal-directed operations of generalization and mediation, thought may not only reproduce essential links and relations of the present and the past but also help to construct the required future. This process of construction manifests the creative activity of thought, which is another inalienable trait and an essential feature of cognitive activity. The concept of creative thought stresses the element of its productiveness, its ability for raising new problems and searching for their solution. To sum up, human thought relies on sense perceptions and represents the highest form of the active reflection and mental transformation of objective reality. This form consists in the goal-directed, mediated, abstracted and generalized cognition by the subject of essential, law-governed connections and relations between objects, in the prediction of events, and creative production of new ideas. It is implemented in various forms: concepts, categories, judgments, inferences, hypotheses, and theories which record and generalize mankind's socio-historical experience. High unity of the sensuous and the rational. Starting with sensations and perceptions, proceeding to representations, and rising to the higher levels of theoretical thinking, cognition emerges as a unified process closely connected with will and emotions. Scientific research demands an acute, clear, and deep mind. Flights of the I'm. 233. Agination, and great fervor, thoughts live in close union with emotions. Sometimes the emotions make man see some desired results in something fervently wished for but very far from reality. At the same time, thoughts inspired by feeling may go deeper into the essence of an object than an indifferent thought. The dialectics of the sensuous and the rational in cognition overcomes the metaphysical limitations of sensualism and empiricism, which exaggerate the role of the sensuous form of cognition and belittle the significance of logical thinking, on the one hand, and of rationalism, which belittles the role of sensations and perceptions and regards thought as the only source of cognition, on the other. The adherents of sensualism believe that only sensual experience is truly reliable, while abstract thinking, being divorced from experience, leads to a long sequence of errors. Adherents of rationalism, on the contrary, distrust the data of the sense organs, believing reason to be the decisive and even the only reliable instrument of comprehending truth. They usually cite errors due to the functioning of the sense organs. For instance, we perceive the moon as a disk of about 30 centimeters across at a distance of about a mile. Thought has proved, though, that perception is about 1,000,000 times wrong. Thought has discovered whole worlds of invisible phenomena beyond the visible confines. Rationalism, which strongly exaggerates the rational element to the detriment of the real significance of the sensuous, may lead to idealism, which actually happened in the history of philosophy. Recall objective idealism. But Kant expressed a fundamentally different view of this question, stressing that not one of these abilities can be favored at the expense of the other. Without the senses, not a single object would be given us, and without intellect, not one object could be conceived. Thoughts without contemplation are empty, contemplations without concepts are blind. Logical thinking is impossible if divorced from the sensuous. The former proceeds from the latter, comparising, at any level of abstraction, elements of the sensuous in the form of visual schemata, symbols, and models. At the same time, the sensuous form of cognition absorbs the experience of mental activity. The unity of the sensuous and the rational emerges as an endless spiral in the process of cognition. Every movement of abstract thought away from the starting point, from sensations and perceptions, is followed again and again by a return to them and by their enrichment. Every concept is connected, potentially if not actually, with visual representations which appear not only as starting points of abstract thinking but also as the terminal points at which abstract thinking is embodied in practice. 234. Stressing the unity of the sensuous and the rational stages of cognition, we must bear in mind that they have a relative independence. Thought is a qualitatively independent whole with its specific structure different from the structure of sensuous cognition. Principal forms of thought. A form of thought is a definite type of its organization, a type of connection between the elements of its content. The principal forms in which thought emerged, developed, and is now implemented, are the concept, the judgment, and the inference. These forms of thought evolved as a result of thousand-year-long human practice of transformation of reality, as the quintessence of this practice, a quintessence that embodies the forms of men's activity in the intellectual sphere. The reason why we can fairly easily realize acts of thinking is that its structure and devices have been worked on by previous generations, which passed on to us this priceless gift through the social mechanisms of heredity. Concept is a form of thought which reflects the essential properties, connections, and relations between objects and phenomena in their contradictions and development. A thought concept generalizes and singles out the objects of a certain class in terms of definite generic and specific features inherent in them. Concepts are objective in their content and universal in logical form, as they pertain to the general rather than the individual. Of this type are, e.g., the concepts of man, value, or crystal. At the same time, concepts not only reflect the general but also analyze things, properties, and relations, grouping them in accordance with their real differences. For example, the concept of man reflects both the essentially general, what is inherent in all people, and the difference between man and everything else. Concepts may be scientific and everyday ones. The latter identify similar properties of objects and phenomena, often on the basis of external traits, regardless of the laws controlling them, and fix these properties by naming them. The former reveal the profound properties, or the general as the essential and the law-governed. Just as the whole is not a mere sum of parts, so neither is a concept the result of a mere combination of some common features. It is rather a stage of penetration into the world's qualitative specificity through abstraction from the inessential to the synthesis of the essential, from the individual to the general. The next cognitive step is the formation on this basis of categories that are nodal points embodying not just qualitative specificity of phenomena but this specificity in rela. 235. To the basic forms of being, to the levels of the universal connectedness of all phenomena. Concepts are both the result and the means of cognitive activity. It is due to concepts that thinking can be theoretical as well as practical, since only in concepts is the essence of things reflected. Abstract thinking itself is regarded as a process of operating with concepts. But thinking means making judgments on something, bringing out certain connections and relations between the various aspects of an object or between objects. Concepts acquire logical meaning only in judgments. The judgment is a form of thought in which something is asserted or refuted through establishing links between concepts. Judgments are verbally expressed in sentences or utterances of the form S is P. For example, the utterance "the maple tree is a plant" is a judgment expressing the thought about the maple tree that it is a plant. As the solution of a definite cognitive task, a judgment is a cognitive act, and as a mode of solving this task it is a logical operation. Logical operations are ways of establishing necessary connections and relations between thoughts which ensure the cognitive movement of thought from ignorance to knowledge. Thought is impossible without judgments, and judgments are impossible without concepts. Man can arrive at a given judgment through direct observation of some fact or in a mediated way with the aid of inference. An inference is a process of reasoning in the course of which one or several judgments called premises yield a new judgment, conclusion or consequence, which follows logically from the premises. For example, if a body is subjected to rubbing, it will warm, the body has been rubbed, consequently it is warm. If a person thinks logically, consequences do not follow from premises arbitrarily but in accordance with the essence of the matter. Judgments are linked in inferences because in objective reality there exist links between objects and phenomena reflected in the judgments. Inferences are also a mental image of the actual connections between things. Judgments and inferences are operations of thought which man performs all the time, they permeate the entire fabric of mental activity. Let us consider two principal forms of syllogistic activity: induction and deduction, the two most important devices or methods of cognitive activity. As an operation of thought, induction is a process of derivation of a general proposition from a number of particular, less general, statements or individual facts, while deduction is on the contrary a process of reasoning proceeding from the general to thepar. 236. Particular or less general. Two principal types of induction are distinguished: complete induction and incomplete induction. Complete induction is a general proposition concerning all the objects of a certain set or class on the basis of considering each element of this set. The sphere of application of such induction is clearly restricted to the objects whose number is limited and practically accessible to direct observation. In practice, forms of incomplete induction are mostly used, which assume a conclusion about a certain class of objects on the basis of cognition of only a part of the objects of the given class. Incomplete induction, based on experimental research and comparising theoretical thinking, including deduction, can yield reliable conclusions, or conclusions approximating to reliable ones. Such incomplete induction is called scientific induction. On the logical quality of thought, dialectical and formal logic. Our consideration of the forms of thought was at the same time a discussion of its logical quality. What is the essence of the logical quality of thought, in its most general form? In brief, it is this: the content of thought must acquire an adequate form, and in unity with this form it must agree with the essence of the domain of the discourse, with the character of things and their connections. In the unfolding of thought, and that is a process in time, the results of the mental act modify one another all the time. The act itself retains both its final point as its goal and its starting point, which makes this reciprocal modification possible. In the normal case, thought is characterized by semantic integrity of the mental operations. All the connections between its separate structural elements are actualized by our self, the domain of self-awareness. To better explain what we have formulated here, some examples from pathologies of thought can be cited. For instance, medicine has established some facts of the disruption of mental activity, the disintegration of semantic structures and connections, e.g., chaotic thoughts in schizophrenics, the so-called galloping ideas, i.e. the inability to define the necessary, the most important and decisive elements in the content of thought, which leads to distraction of attention. In all cases of mental disorders, the mental act is no longer integral, there is no consistency in its unfolding, no semantic focus or goal towards which thought is directed and which conditions its proper organization. Thus we call logical those thoughts which are marked by strict organization of their semantic structure. This, however, is not 237. Enough. There are the so-called cases of illogism which are not pathologies of thought. They are often formally correct utterances which, however, do not agree with reality. This is expressed, for instance, in tautologies, in violation of the rules of concept definition, in ambiguous employment of terms, in unconscious contradictions in the subject's own statements, in a lack of substantiation for conclusions, incoherence, and semantic inarticulateness of reasoning. The only means of discovering illogisms in thought is concrete dialectical analysis of reality reflected in the utterance. Logical thought grasps the necessary, essential links between objects and phenomena, which makes it possible to deduce the principle of their organization and functioning. Since antiquity, the logical quality of thought attracted the attention of philosophers, who saw it as a powerful instrument of cognition. Hence their desire to study this instrument closely and, if possible, to improve it. This marked the beginning of the formation of logic as an independent science. Logic as a science studies the structure of thought with the aim of achieving true knowledge. That is the principal requirement imposed on formal logic, which deals with structures of thought in terms of their form and in abstraction from the concrete content of thought. Formal logic studies those structures of thought in which concrete content assumes form and which determine the correctness and coherence of concepts and inferences. It therefore studies the general in thought, that which is constant in it, that which is stable, relatively immutable, and generally valid. As it developed, formal logic considerably enlarged the sphere of its problems and research methods. Nowadays it has such subdivisions as modal, intuitionist, mathematical, symbolic logic, and some others. Despite the rich arsenal of theoretical tools, formal logic does not cover the entire process of the movement of thought in its dialectical opposites and contradictions. This is the subject matter of dialectical logic, which studies the principles and laws of the formation, modification, and development of knowledge. The subject matter of dialectical logic is creatively cognizing thought, its questing activity, its development through overcoming constantly emerging contradictions, its logical structure, and correlation of elements, concepts, judgments, and theories determined by their concrete content. The subject matter of dialectical logic also includes the predictive function of thought. It studies the entire system of categories and their epistemological and logical functions, as well as the specifically epistemological principles and methods, such as 238. Analysis and synthesis, generalization, and abstraction, ascendance from the sensuous concrete to the abstract and transition from the abstract to the conceptual concrete, the relationship between the empirical and the theoretical, etc. Dialectical logic thus coincides in part with epistemology. That is why the question arises of the coincidence and unity of logic, epistemology, and dialectics. In the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, dialectics is regarded both as epistemology and as logic. This follows from the fact that human thought and the objective world are subordinated to identical laws, and their results cannot therefore contradict each other. But the unity of being and thinking, their subordination to identical laws, does not mean that this unity is identity. If universal interconnectedness and development of reality exist outside and independently of human consciousness, semantic connections, and the development of cognizing thought, reflecting reality, are subject to epistemological and logical principles. Marxist philosophy regards being, natural and social, in its relation to man, to his consciousness and cognition. In analyzing thought, it assumes therefore that it is reality, in unity with thought as the reflection of the world, that is fully taken into account reality which constitutes in its reflected form the content of thought as well as the entire practical activity of man and mankind through which thought draws its content from reality and exerts a reverse impact on the objective world. As Engels writes, it is from the history of nature and human society that the laws of dialectics are abstracted. For they are nothing but the most general laws of these two stages of historical development, as well as thought itself one. It is here that the objective basis is to be found for the coincidence of dialectics, logic, and epistemology. Assimilating the results of history and epistemology, and relying on a wealth of concrete connections of the world and on mankind's socio-historical practice, dialectical logic represents the highest stage in the development of thought. As such, it posits a series of demands, discussed by Lenin. Firstly, if we are to have a true knowledge of an object, we must look at and examine all its facets, its connections, and mediases. That is something we cannot ever hope to achieve completely, but the rule of comprehensiveness is a safeguard against mistakes and rigidity. Secondly, dialectical logic requires that an object should be taken in development, in change, in self-movement, as Hegel sometimes puts it. Thirdly, a full definition of an object must include the whole of human experience, both as a criterion of truth and a practical indicator of its connection with human wants. Fourthly, dialectical logic holds that truth is always concrete, never abstract. 1. This description does not of course cover all the content of dialectical logic, yet it stresses its fundamental principles. 3. The creative power of human reason. What is creativity? In its highest expression, cognition is a creative process. It may be said, in a sense, that no creativity is possible without cognition and, contrariwise, creativity is always cognition, too. There are constructive elements in any cognitive act, ranging from everyday moments at the individual level to socially significant ones on a historical scale. The truly creative power of reason is man's privilege, it is the necessity for his existence, an essence-related characteristic. By its very nature, thought is a creative process. Indeed, if thought followed only well-trodden paths, no progress would be possible in any spheres of human endeavor. Creative thinking assumes the ability to formulate and solve problems on one's own, discovering non-trivial methods for the purpose. A sort of division of labor often occurs in this creative act, especially in modern science. A problem is raised by one person and solved by others. It so happens that a scientist's plans and ideas are far ahead of his times, and there are neither the conditions nor the means for their realization. If the means and conditions are adequate to the intention, they mostly also prove to be the results of creative activity. Historically, the process of creation is uninterrupted, being passed on from one generation to the next and involving more people. As society develops, the number of problems and the needs of their solution increases. Creativity is a practical activity of the mind whose result is the creation of original and unique cultural and socially significant values, the establishment of new facts, the discovery of new properties and laws, as well as of methods for the study and transformation of the world. Creative activity takes various forms in different spheres of material and non-material culture and science, technology, production, art, and politics. Essential for the stimulation of creative thought is the existence of contradictions either in the content of some quest or task or between the task and the existing methods of its solution, between theory and the empirical facts, etc. Contradictions taken to the point of antinomies mostly mark the points, so to speak, at which creative thinking breaks through into the previously unknown. Creation of the new is inevitably connected with refutation of the old, that is the gist of the dialectics of the development of thought. The history of science and technology shows that most discoveries and inventions result precisely from the overcoming of contradictions. Discoveries are sometimes generated in situations in which paradoxes advance science faster than consistent reasoning. So the purifying thunderstorm of refutation appears to be a necessary element of creativity. Conflict is a stimulus to thought leading to discovery. THIRD productive power of imagination. The process of cognition and creativity, which demands the mobilization of all of man's intellectual and spiritual strength, is impossible without imagination and ability to transform the immediately given in concrete imaginal forms, creating unusual combinations out of ordinary impressions. Imagination is a specific form of the subject's activity in cognition and creativity which is connected with reproduction of past experiences, reproductive imagination, and constructive creative shaping of a new visual conceptual image of the desired future, productive imagination. Imagination depends to a considerable extent on impressions which may be either linked with the present moment or come from memory, or both. By its very nature it is closely connected with thought, often being woven, as it were, in the very fabric of thought and dominated by its logic. In other cases imagination may assume relative independence, going beyond the limits of ordinary norms of thought. Characteristic of truly creative imagination is flight from reality, transcendence of the limits of the immediately given. Of considerable interest in this respect are psychological studies that have shown that any deep penetration into reality demands a freer attitude of consciousness to the elements of this reality, a departure from its visual external side, and greater freedom in operating with its component parts. It is in this state that concatenations of images sometimes occur that yield original ideas and results instantly appreciated and taken up by reason. Imagination and thought may be said to develop in unity. Independent development of the one is impossible without independent development of the other. Moreover, those forms of imagination which are connected with the mind's creative activity are an absolutely necessary and inalienable element of thought. Here the boundary between thought and imagination is almost entirely obliterated. The power of productive imagination, its level, and effectiveness are determined above all by the degree in which imagination takes into account the measure beyond which it may lose its meaning and the objective significance of its productiveness, and also by the degree of novelty and true originality of the results of this productiveness. If imagination does not satisfy these conditions, it turns into a creatively barren fantasy. The essence of creative imagination is generalization, but it is not abstracting generalization. The type of generalization we refer to here is close to the concrete which it transforms and continues to live in. We know that living contemplation and visually graphic thinking form a stage that leads to conceptual thinking. There exists, however, a type of visual thinking which is already mediated by generalizations of high levels of abstraction and symbolization embodied in concrete images. The highest forms of imagination are visual imaginal thinking filled with profound conceptual and ideological content. For example, the highest product of creative artistic imagination is the image transformed from within by the artist's idea in such a way that, remaining faithfully realistic, it becomes a vehicle of definite ideological content. The most general role imagination plays in science is in the transformation of a paradigm entrenched in scientific tradition which conditions people to see things in a definite light, and in teaching them to see things in a new light. Here, imagination reveals itself just as strikingly as in art. In designing an experiment, the researcher has to imagine, starting from his hypothesis and the laws established in a given field, a specific situation which will satisfy all these conditions and permit the verification of the formulated hypothesis. This mental construction of a specific experimental situation is an act of creative imagination in scientific research. Imagination is thus closely connected with thought, amplifying its productive power and permitting it to push apart the limits of being, freely soaring in the space of quest which it creates by itself. 242. Intuition. The process of thought is not always realized in an unfolded and logically demonstrable form. There are cases in which an individual assesses a very complex situation very quickly, almost instantaneously, and finds a correct solution. At times, images striking in their power of insight flood the intimate recesses of the soul, far outstripping systematized thought. The capacity for grasping the truth through direct apprehension of it without any grounds in reasoning is called intuition. Intuition is divided into two varieties, sensuous and intellectual. The concept of intuition has been variously interpreted in the history of philosophy. It was sometimes understood as a form of direct intellectual knowledge or contemplation, intellectual intuition. For instance, Plato regarded intuition as contemplation of ideas, the prototypes of the things of the sensuous world, which is a kind of direct knowledge coming as a sudden insight but assuming a long preparation of the mind. By intellectual intuition wrote Descartes, I understand, not the fluctuating assurance of the senses nor the fallacious judgment which expresses an arbitrary composition of the imagination, but the conception which arises in an unclouded and attentive mind so readily and distinctly that there can be no doubt concerning the object of our understanding. 1. Intuition was also interpreted as cognition in the form of sensuous contemplation. Sensuous intuition, the absolutely undoubted, the clear as the sun, is only in the sensuous, and the secret of intuitive cognition therefore is in sensuality. 2. Further, intuition was defined as an instinct which determines the forms of behavior directly, without previous learning, Henri Bergson, and as a hidden unconscious first principle of creativity, Sigmund Freud. Some trends of Western philosophy, intuitivism, etc., interpret intuition as divine revelation, as an entirely unconscious phenomenon incompatible with logic or living practice and experience. These various interpretations of intuition in pre-Marxian or non-Marxist philosophical and psychological theories all stress the element of directness in the process of cognition as opposed to the mediated character of logical thinking. Scientific analysis of various forms of creativity shows that they are not always realized in an expanded, logically and factually demonstrable form. All that we call invention or discovery in the higher sense is a significant manifestation or implementation of an extraordinary feeling for what is true, which matures over a long time in the quiet and suddenly leads with lightning speed to fruitful knowledge. 1. The process of solution is not consciously realized, only its result surfaces in the mind. Only in hindsight, when the task has already been solved, can the course of its solution be realized and analyzed. Scientific creativity is sometimes sharply opposed to logic. It is believed that thought subordinated to the rules of logic automatically guarantees success in the solution of a typical task but not of a creative one. This question is more complicated than may seem at first glance. We can only point out here that intellectual originality cannot be learned. Logic will no more help a person without a gift for creative thinking than a knowledge of the rules of grammar can help someone to write really fine verse. And yet intuition is closely linked with logical processes in actual thinking, although there are good grounds to believe that its mechanisms differ significantly from the principles and procedures of logic, being characterized by unusual modes of processing and evaluation of information which have so far been very little studied. Intuition is not an autonomous mode of cognition but only a qualitatively distinct type of it, one in which separate links in the logical chain remain at the subconscious level. It is an involute logic of thought, as it were. Logic and intuition each play their necessary role, and both are inevitable. Logic provides correctness and is a tool of proof, while intuition is a tool of invention. Whether it is a matter of sensuous intuition, presentiment of danger, divining insincerity, or kindly disposition, or intellectual, instantaneous solution of a practical, theoretical, artistic, or political task, or intuition as clairvoyance, it is always based on experience settled in the subconscious. The elements of experience are often not realized, but they actively function in a system of relationships between subject and objective reality. In this process, there are elements of subconscious perception and memorizing. A person may not even remember where and when he gathered, bit by bit, the experiences which became the starting point of his intuition or creative insight. An important feature of intuition is precisely the ability for noting regularities, something significant, while observing insignificant forms of their manifestation. Thousands of people saw the swinging of the chandelier in the Pisa Cathedral, but only Galileo deduced the law of the pendulum from this observation. Wherein lies the heuristic force of the unconscious? Above all in the fact that it is free from stereotypes, there is a greater freedom of the formation of associative bonds here, while logical thinking is subordinated to historically established stable norms, to well-trodden paths of thought, although, of course, logical thinking, too, has a definite measure of freedom in its search for the truth. Creative inspiration is a particular psychological state against the background of which intuition is manifested. Inspiration is a state, very difficult to grasp intellectually, of conscious immediacy, a kind of being possessed, an intense flow of emotions, excitement, intellectual enthusiasm capable of anticipating the results of mental work by instantaneously going through and skimming, as it were, some of its links. It should, however, be stressed that however great the strength of imagination and intuitive insight might be, they in no way confront conscious and rational acts in cognition and creativity. All these essential spiritual and intellectual forces of man work in their unity, and only in individual acts of creativity does now one, now the other prevail. An understanding of the creative activity of the human mind would be incomplete if it did not cover the problems of creativity and personality. Creativity and personality. The first questions which arise in this domain are: does man create of his own free will or out of necessity? And what is personality considered in terms of creativity? These two questions inevitably give rise to a third: is man free in his creativity? Being included in the process of cultural historical development in various fields of activity, man is subject to the logic of this development, and he is therefore conditioned, in one way or another, by necessity. The historical necessity, interpreted in a narrow sense for the time being, of creative activity is at work here, if one may put it that way. In the broader sense, necessity consists, as it follows from the general conception of creativity, in the need for the realization of the inner potential of man as a social being that inherits the cultural historical experiences of the previous generations, it is only possible to consolidate that which was achieved by previous generations by advancing it further. But man realizes this necessity freely. 245. Having the freedom of choice out of a number of possibilities for its realization. It is only in this freedom that the individual's creative potential can be realized. Freedom in creativity is realized as the capacity for raising one's interest to the level of a socially significant interest. This capacity is the first necessary feature of a truly creative personality. Of course, it is no longer appropriate to speak here of the purely internal qualities of a person as a creative being. Essential for the realization of creative potential is a number of characterological and intellectual assets which, combined and mutually mediated, form a definite type of scientist, artist, etc. One of the essential qualities in this set is critical thinking, which is yet another manifestation of the freedom of creativity. However, there is criticism and criticism. It may be destructive and it may be constructive. Of particular value in creative activity is constructive criticism, for it is closely bound up with self-criticism, an inalienable feature of any creative personality. Critical thought is nothing but independent thought. As an independent creative process, thinking begins precisely with criticism. Where everything is accepted in ready-made form, there is no spark of independence even. Here, everything is dominated by an epigonic spirit entirely alien to innovation. Creativity is only fruitful under conditions of free rivalry of ideas, which whips up, as it were, the opposite side, thus increasing the intensity of questing thought and mobilizing the emotional and motivational sphere of consciousness. Creative activity does not assume a ready-made, well-formed personality. On the contrary, the personality evolves and finally takes shape only in creative activity. The one is impossible without the other. Creativity and personality form an integral and indivisible whole. 4. The operations and modes of thought. The norms of a historically shaped culture are reflected in the operations and modes of thought forged by the many ages of the work of reason. At present they have become universal tools of theoretical cognition, taking shape as clear-cut rational devices, a system of principles and methods which, in their ensemble, can give an idea of the content wealth of the structure and modes of human thought today. Analysis and synthesis. The movement from the sensuous concrete to the abstract and then to the concrete in thought includes 246. Above all such devices as analysis and synthesis. Analysis is the division of objects into their constituent parts or aspects in practical or theoretical activity aimed at grasping some complex whole. However, analysis must not be a goal in itself, since it is impossible to know the essence of an object only by dividing it into constituent elements and considering the parts as such. Thus a chemist may perform various operations on a chunk of meat and say, I have found that it consists of oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, etc. But the whole point is that these substances are no longer meat. In every field of knowledge there is, as it were, a limit to the division of an object beyond which we pass into a world of different properties and laws. When the particulars have been studied sufficiently well through analysis, the next stage in cognition comes, which is synthesis, that impractical or mental combination of the elements, divided and studied analytically, into a single whole. Analysis identifies primarily the specifics which distinguish the parts from one another, while synthesis reveals the essentially general which binds the parts into a single whole. Analysis which presupposes synthesis has as its central nucleus the identification of the essential. When that is done, the whole does not appear in the same light, either, as when reason first knows it now has much deeper content. Abstraction and idealization. It is impossible to grasp an object in the entire fullness of its properties. Like a spotlight, human thought throws light at each given moment at a fragment of reality, while the rest sinks in gloom, as it were. At each of these moments we are aware of some one thing only, but this one thing has a great many properties and relations. We can cognize it only in the order of continuity, by concentrating attention on some qualities and connections and ignoring others. Abstraction is a mental singling out of some object in isolation from its connections with other objects, of some property of an object in isolation from its other properties, of some relation of an object in isolation from the object itself. Abstraction is a method of mental simplification in which only one aspect of a given process is considered. The scientist looks at the variegated colors of the object of cognition through a monochrome glass in order to see it in one aspect which is important in some relation or other. On this approach, the observed picture loses its wealth of nuances but gains in clarity, and the aspect under consideration stands out in relief. But abstraction has its limits. Abstraction from content can never be absolute. The question of which aspects of objective reality are isolated by the 247 abstracting work of thought and which are ignored by it, is decided in each particular case depending on the nature of the object under study and on the tasks set before the researcher. The result of the process of abstraction are various concepts of objects, plant, animal, man, ideas on the separate properties of objects and relations between them considered as particular abstract objects, whiteness, volume, length, heat capacity. Idealization as a specific form of abstraction is an important device of scientific cognition. Abstract objects do not exist, and neither are they realizable, in reality, but they have their prototypes in the real world. Pure mathematics operates with numbers, vectors, and other mathematical objects that are the result of abstraction and idealization. Geometry, for instance, deals with perfect circles but no sensuous object is perfectly round. That is an abstraction not to be found in nature. But abstractions are also images of the real, they are born of the generalization from experience. Idealization is a process of forming concepts whose real prototypes may be pointed out only with a certain degree of approximation. The results of idealization are theoretical models in which the characteristics and aspects of the cognized object are not only abstracted from the actual empirical diversity but also appear as products of mental construction that are more clear-cut and fully pronounced than in reality. Examples of concepts resulting from idealization are the point, an object that has neither length nor height nor width, the straight line, or the circle. The introduction of idealized objects into the process of research permits the construction of abstract schemata of real processes, which are necessary for a deeper understanding of the laws of their development. Generalization and limitation. It would be impossible to cope with the hosts of impressions swamping us every hour, every minute, and every second, if these impressions were not combined, generalized, and recorded by means of language. In order to identify the general, abstraction is necessary from what screens it, what veils and sometimes distorts it. Scientific generalization is not mere isolation and synthesis of similar features, it is penetration into the essence of a thing, the discovery of the identical in the diverse, of the general in the individual, of the law-governed in the accidental. Illustrations of generalization are, e.g., the mental transition from the concept of spruce to that of conifer, or from the statement mechanical energy is transformed into heat energy to the statement any form of energy is transformable into some other form of energy. 248. The mental transition from the more general to the less general is called limitation. There is no theory without generalization. And theories are constructed to be applied to concrete practical tasks. For example, the measuring of objects and construction of engineering facilities always requires transition from the more general to the less general and the individual, that is to say, a process of limitation. The abstract and the concrete. The concept of the concrete is used in two senses. First, it denotes a directly given, sensuously perceived, and represented whole. Second, it denotes a system of scientific definitions identifying the essential connections and relations between things and events, identifying unity in diversity. If the concrete is initially given to the subject in the form of a sensuous graphic image of a whole object floating in his imagination and as yet mentally unanalyzed and incomprehensible in its law-governed connections and mediations, at the level of theoretical thinking the concrete appears as an internally differentiated whole with clearly perceived contradictions. The sensuous concrete is a pale reflection of phenomena, the concrete in thought is a much richer knowledge of the essence. The concrete is opposed to the abstract as one of the elements of cognition and is interpreted in correlation with the abstract. Abstraction usually suggests to us something conceptual, in contrast to the sensuously observable. The abstract is also thought of as something one-sided, pale, incomplete, and divorced from the connections of the whole, a property, a relation, a form, etc. Not only a concept but even the most graphic image such as a diagram, drawing, or symbol may be abstract. Knowledge is abstract in the sense that it reflects a purified, refined, and thus a paler fragment of reality. The phenomenon of abstraction is contradictory. It is one-sided and divorced from the vitally vibrant phenomenon, but it is a necessary step towards the cognition of a concrete fact full of life. Abstractions are a kind of replicas of integral objects. Human thought works with these replicas. Thought continually returns from separate abstractions to a restoration of concreteness on a new and higher basis. That is the concreteness of concepts, categories, and theories reflecting unity in diversity. Herein lies the essence of the method of ascending from the abstract to the concrete. Abstraction realizes the principle of moving back to it with greater certainty. That is the dialectics of cognition, flying away from the sensuously given reality on the wings of abstraction. The mind observes the essence of a given object better. 249. From the heights of concrete theoretical thinking. Such is the history and logic of scientific cognition. By this method, the mind assimilates the concrete and constructs out of it, through linking up concepts, an integral scientific theory reproducing the objective heterogeneity of the object and the unity of its essential properties and relations. It was this method that Marx made such a brilliant use of in Capital. Starting with an analysis of a simple economic phenomenon reflected in the concept of commodity, he then proceeded step by step to analysis of increasingly more complex and meaningful phenomena: money, capital, surplus value, wages, etc., rising as it were to the height of an integral picture of contemporary capitalist society, expressing it in a coherent system of concepts and freeing logic from the countless empirical intricacies of reality. That concrete was already the concrete at a new level enriched by the power of abstracting thought. The principle of concreteness, considered in its inalienable links with the abstract, demands that the facts of natural and social life be treated not with the aid of general formulas and schemata but with due consideration for all the real conditions under which the object of cognition exists in order to identify the principal and most essential properties, connections, and tendencies that determine its other aspects. The historical and the logical. The historical is in the first place the process of the evolution of an object and also a method of its reproduction in knowledge in the form in which it really took shape in time with all the tribulations and zigzags and reverse movements, in the concrete and accidental forms of its manifestation. In other words, the historical method assumes the outlining of the history of an object as it really was, with due attention to the general and the individual or, at any rate, the typically individual. The logical method reproduces the historical process only in its general form. It is aimed at the identification of the logic of the object's movement, of its general line of development straightened out, as it were. The logical is a generalized reflection of the historical. It reproduces reality in its law-governed development and explains the necessity of that development. It is the historical freed from the principles of chronology, from its accidental and unique form. The logical method is grasped in the concept of the law of an object's development, that is to say, in applying it we inevitably ignore the accidental and individual nuances of a given event. For example, generalizing the diversity and multidimensionality of the historical life of peoples at different epochs, Marxism put forward. 250. The idea of socio-economic formations, the principal stages in mankind's historical development expressing the logic of this development, i.e. the idea of law-governed movement of world history. But this is only a general schema. In reality, history has moved along much more intricate paths. The real process of cognition, which endeavors to see laws behind chance, relies on both these methods in their unity. Analogy. Analogy is an objective relationship between objects that makes it possible to transfer the information obtained in the study of a given object onto another object resembling the former in terms of a definite set of features. Analogy, which links the unknown with the known, lies at the very heart of understanding facts. The new is consciously realized only through the images and concepts of the old and familiar. The first planes were constructed on the analogy of the behavior of other objects in flight, such as birds, kites, and gliders. Analogy is a very similar, feasible logical conclusion about the similarity of two objects in terms of some feature. The conclusion is the more very similar, heuristic and demonstrative the greater the number of similar features in the objects compared, and the more essential these features are. Reliance on analogy may lead to erroneous conclusions, hence the aphorism that the principle of analogy is a technique of cognition that limps on both legs. For example, Comparing several features the Earth and the Moon have in common, Kant came to the conclusion that the Moon is inhabited. Analogy with relatively simple things helps to understand the more complex ones. For example, Charles Darwin discovered the law of natural selection in biology on the analogy of artificial selection of domestic animals. The analogy of the flow of liquid in a tube played a great role in the emergence of the theory of the electric current. Observation of the workings of the brain was an important heuristic step in the invention of logical machines. As a method, analogy is most often used in the so-called theory of similarity, which is widely employed in modeling. Modeling is the practical or theoretical operating with an object in which the latter is replaced by some natural or artificial analog whose studying helps the researcher penetrate into the essence of that object. The objective basis of modeling is the principle of reflection, similarity, analogy, and the relative independence of form. 251. The construction of the theory of modeling begins with the specification of the model concept, which is often identified with those of theory, hypothesis, or image. A model is an objectified or mentally constructed system replacing the object of cognition. Any object reproducing the required features of the original may be a model. If a model has the same physical nature as the original, the reference is to physical modeling. When a phenomenon is described by the same system of equations as the modeling object, the modeling is termed mathematical. If certain aspects of the modeled object are presented in the shape of a formalized system of symbols, which is later studied for the purpose of transferring the data obtained onto the object that is modeled, we are dealing with sign and logic simulation. Cybernetic simulation is functional in character. Although the model and the original have different material substrata, energy processes, and intercausal mechanisms, they are similar to each other in their function or behavior. Of course, modeling is always inevitably connected with a certain simplification of the modeled object. But it plays a great heuristic role, making it possible to study processes characteristic of the original in the absence of the original itself. Formalization and mathematicization. Formalization is generalization of the forms of processes differing in content, abstraction of these forms from their content. Here form is regarded as a relatively independent object of study. It is often believed that formalization is connected with mathematics, mathematical logic, and cybernetics. That is not correct. It permeates all types of man's practical and theoretical activity. Historically, it emerged together with the appearance of language. Certain techniques of labor activity, skills, and modes of realization of labor operations were identified, generalized, recorded and transmitted from the older generation to the younger in abstraction from the concrete actions, objects, and means of labor. Our ordinary language expresses the weakest level of formalization. Formalization is at its extreme in mathematics and mathematical logic, which study the forms of reasoning in abstraction from their content, maximally denuding thought, leaving only the framework of its structure intact. A non-specialist is often dumbfounded by the abundance of mathematical and other symbols and formulas in a book or article on physics, chemistry, or astronomy. The employment of special symbols eliminates the polysemy of the words of ordinary language. In formalized discourse, each symbol is strictly unambiguous. The word water has several meanings. 252. And the formula H2O only one. Symbols allow brief notation of expressions that are otherwise cumbersome, and therefore incomprehensible, in ordinary languages. The use of symbols makes it easier to deduce logical conclusions from given premises, to verify the truth of hypotheses, and to substantiate the scientific statements. But there are inner limitations on the possibilities of formalization. It has been proved that there is no universal method that would permit the replacement of any chain of reasoning by computation. Only relatively meager content is fully formalized. Formalization offers a one-sided picture of a fragment of being in flux. For example, a description of facts is not strictly formalizable, and such descriptions are a necessary stage in scientific research. Experience shows that formalization must not be attempted until the essence of the problem has been fully explored. Today, the problem of interpretation, i.e. of establishment of the objective content of scientific knowledge, is becoming more and more acute. Abstraction becomes meaningless without concretization, while formalization has no meaning without interpretation. If formalization is the movement of thought from the content of an object to its abstract form, interpretation moves from the object's abstract form to its content. After it is constructed, a formal system again returns to its meaningful basis. Abstraction from content is temporary only. What is mathematicization? It is the application of mathematical methods to scientific cognition. There was a time when these methods were applied first and foremost to mechanics, physics, and astronomy, in short, to the natural sciences. Later they began to penetrate into the social sciences, e.g., into sociological, economic and other studies. This was made possible by the achievements of cybernetics. Computers of ever-increasing complexity and power are created all the time for performing calculations, controlling various processes, solving non-mathematical problems, and so on. Mathematical methods are improved and adapted to the more complex social forms of the organization of being. It is impossible to obtain adequate knowledge of the laws of social development without taking into account quantitative relations actually existing in all the social spheres. The extent of application of mathematics in the study of any given object is determined by the measure of abstraction permitted in isolating quantitative parameters from qualitative ones. Under each set of given conditions, this abstraction has its limits. Applica. 253. Of mathematical methods always assumes deep penetration into the content of the domain under study. Mathematics is needed by specialists in all fields not only to carry out calculations but also as a powerful heuristic device. It is also needed to introduce greater rigorousness and discipline into logical thinking. At the same time, the limitations of formalization and mathematicization of scientific cognition are becoming increasingly clear. Modern science is developing on the path of a synthesis of formal and meaningful aspects of cognition on the basis of materialism and dialectics. 5. The empirical and theoretical levels of scientific cognition. E concepts of the empirical and the theoretical. There are two levels of research distinguished in science: the empirical and the theoretical. This distinction is founded, first, on the modes of cognitive activity itself, and second, on the character of the scientific results obtained. Empirical cognition means the working out of a research program, organization of observations and experiments, description of observed and experimental data, their classification and initial generalization. Characteristic of empirical cognition is the activity of recording facts. Theoretical cognition is cognition of essence at the level of high-order abstractions. Its tools are concepts, categories, laws, and hypotheses. These two levels are interconnected and inseparably linked to each other, although historically, empirical, experimental, cognition preceded theoretical cognition. Experience has its limits beyond which it either loses its way or switches to speculation. Research requires analysis, generalization, explanation of facts, formulation of ideas, principles, and laws which throw light on the facts, and finally construction of a theory, the crowning achievement of scientific thought. Providing ever-fresh observation and experimental data, empirical research continually poses new problems before theoretical thought, stimulating its further advance. The principle of feedback is at work here. The point is that as theoretical knowledge is enriched, it sets increasingly more complex tasks before observation and experiment, and in general before empirical cognition. Scientific research assumes not only the movement upwards, towards the elaboration of theoretical apparatus, towards the construction of a perfect theory, but also the movement downwards involving assimilation of empirical information and discovery and 254. Diction of new facts. Research never begins with observation and gathering of facts. It begins with an attempt at a solution of some task underlying which is always a certain hypothesis or surmise. It begins with the formulation of a problem. Problem formulation and research program. Men endeavor to learn what they do not yet know. But, to begin with, they must first have a notion, even if a very general one, of what they do not know and what they would like to know. Not all people know what a lot we must know in order to know how little we know, says Oriental wisdom. A problem is a question with which we turn to nature itself, to life, to practice and theory. The problems that torment mankind are an indication of the level of its development. The problems with which mankind was concerned in antiquity differ greatly from those of today. The fact is that mankind inevitably sets itself only such tasks as it is able to solve, since closer examination will always show that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution are already present or at least in the course of formation. Point 1. It is sometimes just as difficult to formulate a problem as to solve it. Correct formulation of a problem largely directs the questing activity of thought, the orientation of thought. When a scientist raises a problem and tries to solve it, he inevitably works out a research program, drawing up a plan for his quest and devising a system of instruments for the attainment of a cognitive goal. In all this, he has in mind the supposed answer to the question he has raised. This supposed answer figures as a hypothesis. The hypothesis determines the area and the angle of viewing the empirically given, forming the framework of the research program intended to produce a theoretical interpretation of the object under study. Observation and experiment. There are two ways of achieving a solution of a problem. One may look for the necessary information, or one may try to investigate the problem on one's own through observation, experiment, and theoretical thinking. Observation and experiment are extremely important methods of research both in natural and in social science. There can be no research at all outside observation. Observation is an intentional and directed process of perception, carried out in order to identify the essential properties and K. Marx, a contribution to the critique of political economy. Part 1, in K. Marx, F. Engels, Collected Works, Volume 29, p. 263. 255. Lashons in the object of cognition. Observation may be either direct or mediated by various technical devices. For instance, even molecules are now accessible to visual observation with the aid of electronic microscopes. Observation acquires scientific significance if it permits the reflection, in the framework of a research program, of objects with a maximum accuracy, and if it can be repeated under varying conditions. The important thing is the selection of the most representative group of facts. Of the greatest significance are the researcher's plan, his system of methods, interpretation of results, and their verification. When the capacity for observation becomes an individual's constant feature, it is termed keenness of observation. It is a necessary condition of the effectiveness of both practical and theoretical activity. The ability to see and notice the important and essential aspects of things that appear unworthy of attention to most, that is what constitutes the secret of innovation in science and art, and marks a creative and original mind. But man cannot restrict himself to the role of observer only. Observation, as we know, records only that which life itself provides, while research also requires experiment through which an object is either artificially reproduced or placed under specified conditions in accordance with research goals. The history of scientific thought, and of natural science in the first place, abounds in examples of remarkable experiments which enabled man to look into the deepest mysteries of nature. Through experiment, Faraday discovered magnetic induction, Lebedev, the pressure of light, and so on. Experiment-oriented scientists assert that a well-thought-out and skillfully carried-out experiment is higher than theory. A theory may be refuted, but reliable experimental data, never. The experimenter isolates the object under study from the influence of subsidiary factors that obscure its essence. He therefore deals with the object of research in pure form. In the process of experiment, conditions are not only specified but also controlled, modified, and repeatedly reproduced. Any scientific experiment is usually preceded by some hypothesis, a previously formulated mental schema which predetermines the vision of the object in question. The scientist sees the object in the light of these schemata and hypotheses and analyzes its structure in his experimental activity. Without a proper scientific qualification and a good working hypothesis, an observer will see nothing but blobs of light and color as he looks through an electronic microscope at some physical or biological object. To make our vision meaningful, professional training in a given field of knowledge and some preliminary ideas are necessary. 256. These general notions, suppositions, and working hypotheses are borrowed from previous observations and experiments, and from mankind's total experience. The so-called mental experiments are also part of scientific cognition. Here, a scientist operates with certain mental images and mentally places the object of study under various conditions which, according to the experimental design, should facilitate the obtaining of a desired result. As a rule, what we have here is a theoretical chain of reasoning in the form of an experiment. An experiment is two-sided. On the one hand, it permits a verification and confirmation, or refutation, of a hypothesis, and on the other, it contains the possibility of obtaining heuristically unexpected new data. The answer provided by experiments can sometimes be unpredictable. An experiment then becomes the prime source of a new theory. That was how the theory of radioactivity emerged. By itself, experiment establishes and states facts, while thought penetrates into their essence. What the scientist sees through the microscope, telescope, or spectroscope, requires a certain interpretation. Experimental activity possesses a complex structure. It includes the theoretical foundation of the experiment, scientific theories and hypotheses, the material basis of the experiment, various apparatus and measuring devices, direct execution of the experiment, experimental observation of phenomena and processes, quantitative and qualitative analysis of experimental results and their theoretical generalization. Experiment thus comprises both practical and theoretical activity, with the latter predominating. THIRD role of apparatus in scientific research. In observation and experiment, scientists rely on the data of their sense organs, whose resolution is considerable but not unlimited. Already in antiquity, scientists increasingly resorted to apparatus to extend and magnify, as it were, the possibilities of the sense organs. Thus a microphone hears better than the human ear, the photo element sees a greater part of the spectrum than the human eye, and does it better. Modern telescopes enable man to peer into distances in the universe from which light travels towards us for 140 million light years. At present, it is impossible to conceive of scientific research without apparatus, particularly in the field of natural science. Apparatus enable the scientist to record the very fact of the being of an object in its given qualitative definiteness. Without this, there can be no certainty about the object under study. Apparatus realize all possible connections necessary for transmitting information. Nowadays, ordinary language can no longer cope with avalanches of information, so scientists have developed a giant network of technological information channels ranging from the telephone and telegraph and ending with radar and other signaling devices. Computer technology, and especially personal computers, have acquired enormous significance, enabling us to carry out calculations and logical operations at incredible speed. Computer technology is not just a continuation and strengthening of the sense organs but a continuation and strengthening of the possibilities of the human intellect itself. This type of devices saves time in the reception, selection, storage, and processing of information. Apparatus are a great help in scientific research, but at the same time they inevitably introduce disturbances in the phenomena under study, changing their states, making them different, especially in the study of microphenomena. The experimenter does not deal in this case with the thing as it is but also with his own disturbing effects, i.e. with a kind of resultant rather than with the object in its pristine form, so to speak. The question arises, what does the experimenter study, the object in itself or the resultant of its interaction with the apparatus? Some scientists, even such an outstanding physicist as Werner Heisenberg, interpreted these facts in the sense that the difference between a knowing subject and the object is obliterated in quantum mechanics. The object is subjectivized and the subject, objectivized. And what we observe is a resultant of the two processes. An abstraction is thus necessary from the factor of apparatus interference in order to establish the properties and laws of the object under study. An unambiguous description of a quantum phenomenon proper must therefore comprise a description of all the existing parts of the experimental apparatus. This difficulty sometimes tempts people to assert that the properties of the object are not manifested in the interaction with the apparatus but are produced by this interaction, and this is already fraught with errors in world outlook. WGAT is a fact. A necessary condition of scientific research is establishment of facts. Do facts exist by themselves? What is the manner of their existence outside their relation to the subject of cognition? Of course, facts exist outside the subject. But then they are merely objective reality. The word fact comes from the Latin word factum, that which has been done. It means an actual, unimagined event in nature, history, everyday life, in the intellectual. 258. Sphere. An arbitrary invention is also a fact, but it is a fact of consciousness recording the fact of invention. A fact is a fragment of being that has moved into the focus of a subject's thought, into the system of knowledge. A fact is a phenomenon of the material or spiritual world which has become an authenticated part of our consciousness. It is an object, phenomenon, property, or relation as it is recorded in observation or experiment. The importance of facts in science is exceptional. Reliable facts constitute the basis of any scientific research, for any science is concerned with the study, description, and explanation of facts and nothing but facts. A careless handling of facts inevitably leads to distortion of reality. Mental activity, and the results of mental activity, have no bearing on science if they arbitrarily operate with facts to suit someone's interest and do not rely on life experiences. What does it mean to state a fact? It means to become convinced of the reliability of an observation, historical document, or experiment. For a fact to appear before thought as a fact, it must be recorded, e.g., in the form of a description of an experiment, measuring device readings, or on film. What is observed must be raised onto the pedestal of a scientific fact, of which the most characteristic feature is certainty. A fact must be interpreted and substantiated. Facts are variously perceived depending on the perceiver's position. We never consider facts in pure form. They are always mediated by the nature of their understanding and interpretation. All facts are given us in a rising series of meaningful views. A solid network of stereotypes and generally accepted views may take shape in consciousness, and these permeate the structure of consciousness, becoming the familiar elements of a worldview. Even as the observer simply gazes at an object, the fact in question inevitably changes its colors, not to mention the nuances. Light radiates both from the object and from the subject, from his life experiences and position. There is a modicum of truth in the statement that facts change depending on what light is thrown on them. Recall the unreliability of eyewitnesses' accounts, how greatly they often vary. Although eyewitnesses speak of the same things, they describe them in entirely different ways. And yet all of them swear that what they saw and heard is nothing but the truth. It so appears that obviousness is not a full guarantee of the certainty of a fact. By themselves, facts are not yet science, just as building material is not yet a building. Facts are woven into the fabric of science only when they are subjected to selection, classification, generalization, and explanation, if only hypothetical. The task of scientific cognition is to identify the cause of the emergence of a given phenomenon, to 17*259. Establish its essential properties and a law-governed connection between them. Of particular significance for the advancement of scientific cognition is the discovery of new facts. Facts contain a lot of accident. Science is interested above all in the general and the law-governed. That is why the basis of scientific analysis is not just an individual fact but a great many facts reflecting the principal tendency. That means that a reasonable selection is necessary of only some out of the multitude of facts, those that are necessary for the understanding of the problem in hand. Only in their mutual connection and integrity can facts serve as a basis for theoretical generalization. Taken in isolation and at random, divorced from life, facts cannot substantiate anything. Any sort of theory can be constructed out of tendentiously selected facts, but it will have no scientific value whatever. The most widely used wrote Lenin, and most fallacious, method in the realm of social phenomena is to tear out individual minor facts and juggle with examples. Selecting chance examples presents no difficulty at all, but is of no value. Facts, if we take them in their entirety, in their interconnection, are not only stubborn things, but undoubtedly proof-bearing things. 1. Facts have scientific value if there is a theory interpreting them. When facts appear which cannot be explained in the framework of an existing theory, a contradiction arises between facts and theoretical principles. Scientific thought has to look for new explanations. In such cases, a shortage is sensed of really large-scale theories. Only in these circumstances can the black market of all kinds of surmises, sometimes reaching fantastic proportions, arise. It often so happens that something is hard to confirm yet impossible to refute. Description and explanation. The course and results of observation and experiment are invariably recorded and described. The description employs generally accepted terms, visual means, graphs, drawings, photographs, film records, and symbolic means, mathematical, chemical, and other formulas. The main scientific requirement imposed on description is reliability, accurate presentation of the data of observation and experiment. Description may be complete and incomplete. It always presupposes a certain systematization of the material, i.e. its classification, and a certain generalization. Pure description is left behind on the threshold of scientific creativity. 1 V.I. Lenin, Statistics and Sociology, Collected Works, Volume 23, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1974, p. 272. 260. Description and classification are the initial stages in the development of scientific cognition. Historically, too, they preceded the theoretical, explanatory level of knowledge. They recede into the background when causal connections and laws are established, and an understanding of the essence of a problem is achieved. In other words, scientific cognition does not merely establish facts, it strives to understanding them, to comprehend the causes why these facts emerged and function in precisely this way and not another. What is explanation? Explanation is a mental operation aimed at establishing the causal dependencies of the object of research, at grasping the laws of its functioning and development, and, finally, at the discovery of its essence. Explanation occurs where it is shown according to what laws an object emerged, exists, and is developing. Explanation assumes the existence of certain initial data about the object. To explain means to interpret an object in a system of already existing, historically accumulated knowledge, of definite principles, laws, and categories. It is impossible to explain anything without specifying the object's all-sided links with other objects, without taking into account the principle of hysterism, the object's genesis, contradictions, and development. Explanation as an extremely complex searching activity cannot do without all kinds of guesses and hypothetical judgments, that is, without hypotheses. It should be noted that contradictions sometimes arise at the level of explanation of facts. Identical facts can sometimes be explained in different ways and in different theoretical systems. Hypothesis and its role in the development of scientific knowledge. Not one scientific theory appeared in ready-made form like Pallas Athena, who sprang from the forehead of Zeus. At first, a theory exists as a hypothesis. The hypothesis itself does not spring up at once but goes through definite stages of formation. Initially, it is just a preliminary assumption, a surmise which follows from observation of some new phenomena. It is not yet a hypothesis in the proper sense. The surmise may be very unstable and subject to fluctuations, modifications, and reviews of various versions of assumptions. As a result, the hypothesis proper is formulated as the most probable supposition, solidly relying on psychological and logical certainty about its verisimilitude and based on a consideration of the possible system of consequences from this supposition. Then the assumptions made are verified by observation, experiment, or documentation, which either confirms the hypothesis, raising it to the level of a 261 theory, or refutes it entirely or partly. Apart from being confirmed or refuted, a hypothesis may also be clarified or corrected. A hypothesis is a supposition starting out from facts, a proposition trying to grasp the essence of an inadequately studied sphere of the world. The need for a hypothesis arises, as a rule, in a situation when facts are revealed which go beyond the boundaries of the explanatory possibilities of an existing theory. Science is the scene of conflict of opinions where different and sometimes contradictory hypotheses clash. For instance, Eugene Dubois' discovery of the remains of a Pithecanthropus on Java started a controversy in which more than 50 hypotheses were expressed. To take another example, it has been estimated that there are at present more than 600 hypotheses concerning ball lightnings. Science is sometimes not unlike a detective story. All the facts seem to confirm a definite hypothesis, but ultimately quite a different one proves to be correct. Having once established themselves, hypotheses do not die soon but actively work in science for a more or less prolonged period. It also sometimes happens that a hypothesis is rejected, but decades later it is revived and even becomes a theory. Hypotheses have a purely auxiliary but extremely great heuristic significance. They are instrumental in making discoveries. As a rule, the formulation of hypotheses is the most difficult part of the work of theoretical thought. So far, not a single method has been discovered which would make the formulation of hypotheses according to definite rules possible. They are entirely the product of the scientist's intuition and imagination. Hypotheses are substantiated and demonstrated through analysis of accumulated knowledge, comparison of it with already known empirical facts, with well-established new facts, and facts that can be established in the future. In other words, the substantiation of a hypothesis presupposes its evaluation in terms of its effectiveness in the explanation of the available facts and in predicting new ones. Just as theories, hypotheses are generalizations of available knowledge. At the same time, knowledge contained in a hypothesis does not necessarily follow from previously available knowledge. A hypothesis is basically probabilistic, its truth is on credit, so to speak. Hypotheses should be clearly distinguished from fantasies. The custom is long established in science of permitting hypotheses that seem entirely unfounded at first sight, even fantastic and experimentally unsupported, yet consistent with logic and following from as yet inexplicable and only theoretically conceivable con. 262. Strux. But here it is the feeling of verisimilitude that is at work, a sense of the permissibility of precisely the given idea or surmise. Hypotheses are respected no less than theories. Although the latter are more reliable and even tinged with a halo of infallibility, the history of science shows that in the course of time they are either thoroughly revised or else destroyed or otherwise collapse, and fresh hypotheses are evolved on their ruins. Theory is the highest form of integral scientific knowledge. In the broad sense of the word, theory is a system of reliable representations, ideas, and principles explaining some phenomena. In a narrower sense, a theory is the highest, substantiated, logically consistent system of scientific knowledge formulating an integral view of certain essential properties, laws, cause and effect relations, and determinants, all conditioning the character of the functioning and development of a definite sphere of reality. A theory is a developing system of objectively true scientific knowledge verified by practice and explaining the laws governing the phenomena in a given field. An elaborate theory is not just a system of knowledge at rest or in the process of being realized. It contains a definite cognitive mechanism of accumulation and development of knowledge and a definite program of research. It performs a methodological function. A theory is changed through incorporating in it new facts, ideas, and principles. Thus, if scientific research establishes facts which go beyond the explanatory possibilities of a given theory, they form the basis for the revision and clarification of its basic principles. Confrontation with facts is an extremely dangerous situation. As far as a theory is concerned, if facts contradict the theory, the latter is mistaken. The core of a scientific theory is its laws. The history of human knowledge shows that knowledge that does not contain laws is outlawed, as it were. It is treated as something extra-scientific. The following essential elements are singled out in a theory: the initial empirical basis, facts recorded in this domain of knowledge and experimental data that require theoretical explanation, various assumptions, postulates, and axioms, the logic of the theory, the rules of logical inference and proof admissible in the framework of the theory, the ensemble of conclusions and their proofs, forming the bulk of theoretical knowledge, and finally the laws of the science, and also predictions. 263. The diversity of the forms of present-day theoretical knowledge is paralleled by the diversity of the types of theories and of their classifications. These classifications include descriptive theories, whose task is the orderly arrangement of usually extremely extensive and heterogeneous material, mathematicist theories, which use the apparatus and models of mathematics, interpretation theories, connected with the problem of empirical interpretation, deductive theories, which strictly fix both the initial propositions and the logical rules of their construction and unfolding. The latter type of theories, in its turn, falls into several subtypes. Science develops not only through gradual accumulation and augmenting of new knowledge. The turning points in the history of science were scientific revolutions linked with the names of Copernicus, Newton, or Einstein. Thus the revolution in physics at the turn of the century marked a breakdown of the principal worldview postulates of classical science and the birth of new cognitive principles. Revolutions in science are expressed in qualitative changes in its basic principles, concepts, categories, laws, theories, methods, and the style of thought itself, in the replacement of one scientific paradigm by another. What is a scientific paradigm? This concept covers the norms and models of empirical and theoretical thinking accepted in a given scientific community which have become convictions, a mode of choosing the object of research and explaining of a definite system of facts in terms of sufficiently substantiated principles and laws forming a logically consistent theory. Each member of the scientific community is aware of, and accepts, a definite standard of scientific theory which forms the core of the paradigm. Paradigms, or systems of knowledge accepted by given scientific communities, arranged in the order of their appearance in different periods in the development of science, may be compared with each other, and the pivotal principles underlying them may be discovered. A paradigm has a certain stability, but that is a relative stability. It is disrupted as its explanatory possibilities are exhausted in the matter of interpreting new facts, and its power of prediction and correspondence to the level of the development of practice decline. In a word, a paradigm is not something completed once and for all. The scientific picture of the world is continually enriched, which ultimately leads to the replacement of one paradigm by another, more meaningful, profound and complete. The characteristic features of paradigms distinguish the styles of scientific thought: mechanistic, probabilistic, or cybernetic. 264. On scientific prediction. We live in a predictable world. Both at the empirical and theoretical levels, thought has the power of anticipating events. But it is only possible where there is order and objective logic grasped by the predicting subject. Prediction has a great many modifications. One is presentiment, inherent in living creatures. Without anticipation, it is simply impossible to survive in the flow of events. Prediction also appears in the form of divining the future, a kind of complex anticipation stemming from the action of the intellectual mechanisms of the psyche and based on personal life experiences. It has the form of reflection on the future. Scientific prediction is an empirically and theoretically substantiated supposition about the future state of natural phenomena, about social, intellectual and spiritual processes unknown at the moment of making the prediction but amenable to identification. In practical activity, prediction is realized in the forms of prognostication and forecast. Prognostication is a special scientific study of the prospects for some phenomenon, like the prognostication of the development of a country's economy on the basis of a many-sided and careful study of its present state in the context of the greatest possible number of objective and subjective factors of its development. Such a prediction assumes the identification of the real possibilities of the system, attention for the tendencies and rates of progressive movement, and complex scientific planning and management taking into account all the essential links in society's economic life and their contradictory and harmonious interaction. Forecast is a concrete prediction localized in time and space, e.g., a forecast of a solar eclipse, of the weather for tomorrow, of enemy behavior during a military operation, or of a diplomatic action. Point 1. Learning the causal law-governed connections between things and grasping their essence, man breaks from time to time through the boundaries of the present and peers into the mysterious future, predicting the existence of things as yet unknown, and forecasting. Fundamentally different from prediction are all kinds of prophecy, clairvoyance, revelations, and all sorts of fortune-telling based either on accidental coincidences or, as religious people believe, on communion between the chosen ones and the omniscient forces that know everything in advance and organize all that is or will be. In mythological thinking, the legendary figure of Cassandra symbolizes the gift of prophecy. 265. Probable or inevitable events. Prediction is the crowning achievement of scientific cognition. It opens up before us the prospect of remote natural phenomena or historical events. The study of historical experiences increases the prognosticating power of human thought. There is no theory without history, and there is no true prediction without either. Prediction is a sign that scientific thought subordinates natural forces and the motive forces of society to the needs of mankind. Scientific cognition opens up the possibility not only of prediction but also of conscious shaping of the future. The vital meaning of any science can be described as follows: to know in order to foresee in order to act. The difficulty of prediction is especially apparent in the case of social phenomena controlled by laws that have the nature of tendencies. Since the history of human society is subject to statistical rather than dynamic laws, it would be unrealistic to demand a mathematical precision in forecasting the time of the coming and the character of future events, still less the concrete forms of their manifestation. While prediction can be accurate in relation to events whose coming is determined by the already known laws, causes, and conditions, the features of the future determined by circumstances not yet evidence cannot be accurately foreseen. Questions of Social Philosophy. Chapter 9, Society and Nature. 1.1. A historico-materialist conception of society. Formation of the social philosophy of Marxism. The idea of history has its origins in remote antiquity. It marked the emergence of a new form of thought of historical consciousness. Characteristic of pre-Marxian social philosophy as a whole were idealism and a metaphysical conception of history. However, the more outstanding representatives of it created the theoretical basis for further advances in the interpretation of social phenomena. Marx and Engels applied the principle of materialism to the interpretation of the laws and motive forces of the development of society. That was done by singling out the economic sphere from the various spheres of social life, by singling out production relations from all social relations as being basic, primary, determining all other relations. 1. Marxism does not belittle the role of personalities in history. It does not detract from the significance of their ideas, interests, and motives, but the truth is that all these are not the initial but the derivative causes of the historical process, ultimately requiring an explanation in terms of the material conditions of life. It was precisely such an explanation that was formulated as the principal proposition of materialism in history. It is not men's consciousness that determines their being, as idealists believed, but, on the contrary, it is people's social being that determines their consciousness. In other words, the real process of material production and production relations underlie intellectual life. Marx and Engels proceeded from a very simple fact clear to anyone: before taking up science, philosophy, art, and so on, people must eat, drink, have clothes and a roof over their heads, and to have these, they must work. Labor is the basis of social life. Without labor activity, society would have been unable either to emerge or to continue to exist. Thus social being society's material life and historically evolved objective production relations was singled out in being in general. Briefly, Marx formulated the essence of the materialist understanding of history as follows: in the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. 1. The establishment of the category of social being promoted a dialectical view of society as the highest social form of the motion of matter, one that is essentially subjective-objective. Social being forms, as it were, the substance of society, the foundation of all the other spheres of its functioning and development. In contradistinction to the speculations of previous philosophers on society in general, Marx posited the category of socio-economic formation, i.e. of society at a definite stage of historical development, as society with a peculiar, distinctive character. 2. Primitive communal, slave-owning, feudal, capitalist, socialist society that is the classical formation ladder of human history in its progressive development. As socio-economic formation is a qualitatively definite and historically concrete type of social system considered in the unity of all its aspects: the mode of production, the state of science and art, the entire diversity and wealth of the intellectual sphere, of family and everyday life relations, and the whole way of life. The structure of a socio-economic formation is characterized in the first place by the categories of basis and superstructure. These categories are called upon to explain the way in which production relations determine the other aspects of social life, political, legal, etc., and the way the latter in their turn affect society's economic development. The categories of basis and superstructure are set up in socio-philosophical theory in order to concretize the materialist conception of the structure of society and to establish cause and effect relations in social life. Specifying these categories, Lenin explained that the principal idea of the materialist understanding of history is that social relations are divided into material and ideological, and the latter are merely a superstructure over the former. High basis is the totality of production relations constituting society's economic structure, which determines the system of the ideological forms of men's social life. Superstructure is taken to mean the ensemble of ideas and ideological relations as well as establishments and organizations, the state, political parties, trade unions, etc., in which these ideas and relations are embodied and which are characteristic of the given society. The categories of basis and superstructure are employed above all to substantiate the tenet of historical materialism that the principal determining factor in society is social practice, and that the principal form in the structure of social practice is people's material production activity and the economic relations among them evolving in this process. Unlike the categories of basis and superstructure, which focus attention on the decisive link in social development, the category of socio-economic formation is important in that it permits a view, albeit schematical, of the interaction of all society's elements having value as such, economy, politics, science, and art, which, strictly speaking, never lie at points equally high on the corresponding curves of the historical trajectory. It is precisely to reflect the qualitative definiteness of social development that the category of socio-economic formation demands that each constituent part of the whole be taken into account, since neglect for even one of these parts may distort the correct picture of the whole. On the basis of this concept, Marx and Engels showed history to be a single world process. Human society is the most complex, in its essence and structure, of all the living systems. The concept of society covers not only the men living now but all the past and future generations, all mankind in its history and perspective. The vital basis of society is men's labor activity. That is precisely the difference between the history of society and the history of nature. The former is made by people, the latter just occurs. Men do not act as blind tools but on the basis of their needs, motives, and interests. They pursue definite goals and are guided by different ideas, that is to say, they act consciously. Economic, political, ideological, family and other relations interweave in society in extremely intricate ways. Graphically, society may be represented as a great tree with a huge crown and countless branches. Each concrete social science studies a certain part of it. 269. The roots, the trunk, the branches, the leaves, etc. Although in their totality these sciences cover all the aspects of social life, a simple sum of the knowledge obtained by them does not provide an integral picture of society, since apart from the particular laws of social development society is governed by the most general developmental laws. Just as it is impossible to understand the laws of the growth of a tree by studying its separate parts only, it is impossible to understand society as an integral whole without stressing its unity in diversity. The social need to identify this unity, to understand the way in which its diverse manifestations conform with certain objective laws, to grasp the obvious bonds between generations and the diversity of peoples and cultures, gave rise to numerous attempts of theoretical explanation of the historical process, which were finally crowned with the emergence of historical materialism as consistently scientific social philosophy. Historical materialism is the philosophical theory of the determining role of social being in relation to social consciousness, of the general and particular laws and motive forces of society's development, of the principles determining the connection between the various aspects of social life. Accordingly, its subject matter is the logic or laws of the development of society as an integral social organism, a logic that permits the elaboration of correct criteria of analysis and evaluation of events of social life, an understanding of the complex mesh of historical events, and a clarification of what is basic and what is derivative. This study proves possible on the basis of a particular system of categories worked out in historical materialism, which work as explanatory principles of the history of society, socio-economic formation, material production, and production relations, basis and superstructure, classes and class struggle, nations and national relations, social revolution, state and law, forms of social consciousness, culture, individual and society, and social control. Historical materialism is thus a theory and a method of social cognition. Socio-philosophical theory is bipolar, one of its poles is knowledge, the other, the activity of searching for new knowledge. That is what makes it a method, or methodology, which directs and organizes the research. The theoretical principles of social philosophy act as methodological regulators of research activity, transformed into general scientific and concrete scientific methods of research in social science. The role of the theory of historical materialism as a methodology for the concrete social sciences would in fact be inconceivable if this. 270. Theory was not guided on the world-view plane by a more general theory, that of dialectical materialism. Revealing the general laws of the development of society, Historical materialism helps to define correctly the place of each social phenomenon proceeding from the solution of the basic question of philosophy in the sphere of social life, i.e. the relationship between social being and social consciousness, and it helps to see the dialectical interaction between law and chance in history, between objective and subjective factors, between economic and political phenomena, and so on. It provides a scientific understanding of the unity in the entire diversity of social practice. Links between dialectical and historical materialism. The philosophical practice of Marxism evolved in such a way that dialectical materialism mostly concerned itself with natural science, while historical materialism, focusing on social problems, did not sufficiently rely on general philosophical categories. As a result, social cognition was not as advanced as it should have been, and the levels of general philosophical and socio-philosophical cognition were not properly correlated. At some stage it became obvious that the relatively fruitful independent and isolated existence of these two domains of Marxist-Leninist philosophy became an obstacle to its further development and to deeper penetration into the contemporary problems of both social and natural scientific cognition. Problems arose in natural science which could no longer be studied outside the context of the social consequences of scientific inquiry. The problem of social determination of general philosophical cognition became very acute. On the other hand, an interpretation of social reality without proper reliance on general philosophical categories was fraught with the danger of dissolving the subject matter of social philosophy in those of other sciences studying society. That was why a clarification became necessary of the relationship between dialectical and historical materialism as parts of the integral Marxist-Leninist philosophical theory. Historically, the formation of materialist dialectics as a universal method of cognition was realized in Marxism first of all on the basis of the socio-historical sciences, and only in the second place on the basis of the natural sciences. Indeed, could such fundamental philosophical problems as, say, the material unity of the world or the development of dialectical contradictions be understood without a materialist understanding of history? Neither could a unified materialist picture of the world arise without it, and there could be no dialectical materialism, accordingly. Cognition of society is subject to all the principles, laws, and categories of dialectics to the same extent as cognition of nature, and this expresses the internal integral quality of the whole of human cognition, which necessarily follows from the material unity of the world. However, the specificity of the object of cognition calls for corresponding methodological and epistemological devices and instruments. For instance, a general philosophical approach to the problem of truth assumes rather than excludes special studies in the interpretation of this problem in social philosophy, in particular in history. Engels regarded historical materialism as part of dialectical materialist philosophy. Georgy Plekhanov thought along similar lines. The materialist world outlook of Marx and Engels embraced both nature and history. In both cases, it was essentially dialectical star. But inasmuch as dialectical materialism deals with history, Engels sometimes called it historical. This epithet does not characterize materialism, but merely indicates one of the fields to whose explanation it is applied. 1. Social development as a law-governed historical process. Social life in all its fullness, with all its seemingly absurd events, is not, after all, a chaotic agglomeration of accidents but an ordered and well-organized system subject to definite laws of functioning and development. Men's life is inconceivable outside social laws, for without the firm support in these laws one could not be sure of anything, nothing could be known or predicted, and nothing could be guaranteed. We must not, however, convey the impression that history developed regardless of human activity. History is made by the joint efforts of men, not by some suprapersonal forces. Definite social relations are products of human activity in the same way as lathes or computers. But, although the laws of history are created by men themselves, men obey their action as if it were something suprapersonal. In this sense, laws are said to guide the course of historical events. So what is the essence of these laws? The laws of the development of society are objective, essential, necessary, recurrent connections between the phenomena of social life expressing the main direction of social development from the lower to the higher. Thus man's needs increase as material and intellectual wealth increases. The 1. Georgy Plekhanov, Selected Philosophical Works in 5 volumes, Vol. 2, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1976, p. 263. 272. Development of material production underlies the fact that as socio-economic formation is replaced by another and higher one, society's progress inevitably leads to the growth of the role of the subjective, human factor in the historical process, and so on. The definition itself of the laws of history prompts this question: are they similar to the laws of nature, or do they have specific features of their own? And if they do, what are those specifics? Of course, the laws of these two kinds have something in common. They all answer the definition of law, that is, they reveal the necessary, the essential in a phenomenon. Their action as laws is objective. The specificity of social laws lies in the fact that they emerge together with the emergence of society and are not therefore eternal. That is point 1. Point 2, as we have noted already, the laws of nature just occur while the laws of society's development are made. They are manifested in men's aggregate conscious activity. Point 3, this indicates their more complex character, connected with a higher level of the organization of the community as a form of motion of reality. Point 4, both in nature and society the law governed, the general, acts through the singular, individual, and accidental, forming an organic unity with this singular, individual, and accidental. History is never repeated, it moves along a spiral rather than along circles, and apparent repetitions in it always differ from one another, carrying new features. But there is always something common to all these uniquely individual and accidental concrete events. The fact that the Second World War was not at all like the Napoleonic Wars does not preclude a philosophical reflection on the nature of wars in general. The individual in history is a specific form of the manifestation of the essentially general. In social life, in history in general, the uniqueness of events is more pronounced than anywhere else. Here the general does not level off or obliterate the individual. On the contrary, it can only be realized under the fullest manifestation of unique elements and appears not as dynamic laws, like the law of gravitation, but as a statistical tendency permitting deviations from the main line of world history. Here, a social law is not just a tendency, which itself may prove to be accidental and transient, but the leading and principal tendency. Individual historical events in all their rich variety determined by chance are, indeed, never repeated. In general, chance plays a great role in the historical process. Chance prevails here to a greater extent than in nature, for men's activities are motivated not only by their ideas and will but also by their passions or bigotry. But even in history there is chance and chance. On the one hand, accidents are more or less adequate forms of the manifestation of necessity, mutually cancelling each other out. They facilitate the identification of a certain regularity. As for the accidents of the other type, they are something extraneous to the historical process and, encroaching on it from the outside, as it were, can produce serious and sometimes fatal disturbances in it. Society goes through qualitatively definite stages. Each of these stages knows both general laws pertaining to recurrent and stable elements in history, and specific ones manifested only in limited historical time and space. The former type of laws is illustrated by the laws of correspondence between production relations and the character and level of development of productive forces, of the determinate role of basis in relation to the superstructure, or of contradiction between production and consumption, CR needs. The latter type of laws may be illustrated by the law of development through the struggle of classes in antagonistic society. General and particular laws are interconnected and must be studied in their unity, as the latter characterize the qualitative definiteness of each socio-economic formation, indicating its historically transient, changeable character, while general laws constitute an invisible thread, as it were, which links together all the stages of the movement of mankind in a single whole. The objective and the subjective in the historical process. The problem of social determinism. As we assert the realization of laws in the historical process, don't we thereby negate the role of the subjective factor in it? To answer this question, we must clearly understand first the content and essence of the objective and the subjective elements in history, and their interaction. Starting out in life, every fresh generation does not begin history anew but continues what was done by its predecessors. Men's activity is therefore to some extent specified by objective conditions independent of their consciousness and will. These conditions mostly determine the character and mode of activity, the direction and forms of social activeness. They include, above all, the sum total of material and technological realia, the instruments and means of labor, various objects, social production skills, definite traditions and customs, the established system of social relations, various social institutions, forms of power, i.e. a definite level of the development of material production and social relations. For the new generation, all this is the real basis and starting point of its life activity. Thus the objective factor of history includes, in the first place, material production and forms of social relations which are to a considerable extent the crystallization of previous practical experiences *. But each generation, far from simply repeating what was done by its predecessors, realizes its own needs and interests and implements its own goals. Men's varied activity, their living labor, constitutes the essence of the subjective factor. The term refers to the activity of the subject of history, the masses, social groups, classes, parties, and individuals. The aim of their activity is the preservation, development, or change of that which exists in society as expressed in various forms of organization, political, ideological, administrative, managerial, etc. A mode of manifestation of the subjective factor is revolutionary transforming practice. The content of the subjective factor reveals the mechanism of people's influence on the objective conditions of their life, the essence of the motive forces of history, manifesting the process of reverse influence of political, social, and ideological relations on the economic structure of society. The subjective factor is very dynamic and mobile. It is subject to various fluctuations, being a range of possibilities of all sorts, from positive, active and creative energy to harmful influences on socio-economic reality. This factor may be creative or destructive, it may accelerate social development or slow it down. The real groundwork of history is an interweaving and interaction of these two factors, subjective and objective. Their interaction is characterized by a definite tendency or orientation. The history of mankind develops in such a way that the practical significance of the subjective factor constantly grows, in other words, its role in history gradually increases. A necessary condition of this is the action of the subjective factor within reasonable limits on the basis of objective laws, correctly and rigorously assessed. Insistence on the law-governed character of the development of social life is the essence or nucleus of Marxist social determinism. Far from negating the freedom of man's will, it assumes a conscious choice of the motives and goals of activity. On the other hand, though, social determinism is incompatible with subjectivism and voluntarism, which often border on adventurism and lead either to despotism or anarchism in political practice. No violation of the laws of history remains unpunished. History takes ruthless revenge on any such violators. For instance, neglect for economic laws incurs a retribution in the form of undesirable disproportions in the development of the economy, and sometimes in the form of crises resulting in stagnation in other spheres of society's life. The spontaneous and the conscious in history, the actions of individuals, much like countless streams, form rivers and seas of historical events. In everyday life people act consciously, as a rule, pursuing their goals and foreseeing in one way or another the consequences of their actions. But can we conclude from this that, on the scale of society and its history, the sum total of their actions always leads to results which they themselves realize? No, the ultimate outcome may be one of which no one had the faintest suspicion. The actions may be undertaken consciously, but by no means all of their results prove to be predictable, especially the more distant ones. It is in this sense that we speak of spontaneous historical processes. The capitalist system triumphed over the feudal system through developing industry, technology, commerce, etc. The people who built industrial enterprises, introduced technological innovations, and expanded commercial links, did not at all suspect that their actions promoted capitalism. This objective result took many generations to mature in the dark, so to speak. The masses achieve satisfaction of their needs and interests, but objectively this process also realizes something that is concealed in their motives and actions but is not grasped by them, does not form part of their intentions. It is here that the cunning of the reason of history lies. This cunning was noted by the English economist Adam Smith, who called it an invisible hand. He also clearly and succinctly described the way in which it acts, revealing what we believe to be the dialectics of the spontaneous and the conscious in history. According to Smith, every individual exerts himself to attain his goals. In this, he neither promotes the public interest nor knows how much he is promoting it. But he is in this, as in many other cases, led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. By pursuing his own interest he frequently promotes that of the society more effectually than when he really intends to promote it one. The invisible hand is the spontaneous action of the objective laws of the life of society. These laws act regardless of the will of individuals and not infrequently against their will. In history, the spontaneous element is often manifested in a struggle not so much for as against, in the form, so to speak, of absolute negation of protest, despair, hatred, loss of faith in the immutability of the existing order. It expresses, as it were, a disturbance in the irrational depths of the human spirit. Characteristic of the spontaneous nature of historical development is the fact that men do not realize the objective social consequences of their actions. A necessary feature of spontaneous activity is that, even when it is realized at the conscious level, it pursues the nearest goals, the most pressing interests, or else it does not properly take into account, in pursuing a goal, the means of attaining it or the existing conditions and tendencies of social development present in these conditions as possibilities. Conscious historical activity is based on the harmony between the individual goals of the people participating in this activity and the common goals of the members of a social group or society as a whole. This is only made possible by cognition of social laws, by coordination of the goals and instruments of this activity with these laws. Socialism assumes, as a necessary subjective condition of its functioning, cognition of objective laws and their rational employment in the conscious organization of society's entire life. On the basis of cognition of the laws of the historical process and on condition of coincidence of the working people's interests with those of social progress as a whole, the spontaneous forces of social development are gradually and increasingly brought under society's conscious control. Not only the immediate but also the more remote results of activity may be taken into account in social prognostication and planning. Life, however, is too complex for it to be reduced to formulas and figures of even the best plans. It inevitably introduces its revisions and corrections, and brings into play a fresh flow of spontaneous creativity of the masses. And then, must this spontaneity be overcome at all costs? Bearing in mind that society's progress involves a dropping of the share of the spontaneous and an increase in the share of the conscious, we must, however, take into account their objective dialectics as well. As an example, let us take here the well-known case of demand and supply, which is marked precisely by this feature of mobile interaction of the two phenomena. The conscious and the spontaneous are mutually correlated and adjusted to interaction between society and nature. The natural environment as a condition of the life of society. In a sense, the history of human society presents a picture of its changing interaction with nature. Society did not always exist. It has a history of origin inseparable from the history of the formation of man himself. The development of man, anthropogenesis, and the evolution. 277. Of society, sociogenesis, represent two interdependent and interrelated aspects of a single process. Being a part of nature, man was molded as a social being by labor and communication. This process has as its starting point the isolation of man from the animal kingdom. It signifies the taming of zoological individualism and the formation of the social motives in behavior. Along with natural selection, social selection comes into play. Only those early communities survived and proved to have a future whose life activity was subject to certain socially significant requirements: cohesion, mutual assistance, caring for the offspring, which shaped the rudiments of moral norms. Socially significant elements were consolidated by natural selection and transmission of experience. The development of man gradually switched from the rut of biological laws to the groove of social laws. The transformation of the primitive horde into a human society proper was increasingly dominated by social laws against the background of biological ones. This was realized above all in the process of labor skills being gradually improved as they were passed from generation to generation and thus materially embodied in a cultural tradition. Labor is a collectively organized, goal-directed social mode of activity. Labor begins with production of tools, and tools can only be produced and used in a collective. Only in collectives could the pre-labor activity of our primitive ancestors develop into a labor and expression of social activity and formation of the rudiments of production relations. The emergence and development of man therefore signified the evolution of social relations and thus of society. But society always exists in specific historical form only. The first such form was Gentile society. The process of the formation of human society was completed with the emergence of the gens, and the formation of man was completed with the emergence of man of the modern type, or Homo sapiens. There is no gulf between the natural and the social. Society is a part of nature as the greater whole, but each has specific features of its own. Man lives on the earth within its THIRD-WORLDISM, the geographical environment. It is the area which man inhabits and in which he exercises his potential. It includes rivers, canals, forests and afforestation strips, fields and commons, pastures and meadows, towns and other settlements, climatic and soil conditions, mineral deposits, flora and fauna. The geographical environment is the part of nature, the Earth's crust, the lower atmosphere. 278. Flora, water, soil, the animal and vegetable kingdoms, which constitutes a necessary condition of society's life being involved in social production. We are linked to the geographical environment by ties of blood, and our life is impossible outside it. It is the natural basis of man's existence and a premise of material production. From its very inception, human society has been changing the natural environment, and it has itself been changing under its impact. Every society transforms the geographical environment relying on the achievements of the previous generations. After in its turn it passes this environment on to the younger generations, turning the wealth of natural resources into the means of cultural historical being. Man did not merely move various kinds of plants and animals to other climatic conditions, he also changed them. The impact of society on nature is conditioned by the development of material production, science, and technology, and of social needs, and also by the character of social relations. As the extent of this impact increases, the boundaries of the geographical environment are also extended, and some natural processes are accelerated, new properties are accumulated which bring it ever further from the pristine state. If the present geographical environment were to be deprived of its elements created by the labor of many generations, and if society were to be put back into the original natural conditions, it would not be able to exist, for man has transformed the world geochemically, and this process is irreversible. In its turn, the geographical environment makes a considerable impact on society. For example, as a condition of economic activity, it affects the economic specialization of countries and regions. Are the natural conditions of society's life restricted to the geographical environment only? They are not. A qualitatively different natural environment of its life is the part of the world in which life can exist, or the biosphere, which includes the top layer of the Earth's crust inhabited by organisms, the waters of the rivers, lakes, seas, and oceans, and the lower atmosphere. The structure and energy and information processes of the biosphere are determined by the past and present activity of living organisms. The biosphere is affected by both subterranean processes and the cosmic environment. It is a giant natural biophysical and biochemical laboratory connected with the transformation of solar energy through the Earth's green environment. The long evolution of the biosphere has resulted in a dynamic and internally differentiated system in equilibrium. It does not remain on 279. Changed, being a self-organizing system, it develops together with the evolution of the universe and of everything else that is alive. A characteristic feature of the biosphere is gradual quantitative accumulation of changes which ultimately result in new qualitative shifts. The history of life on our planet shows that there have already been many profound transformations on the Earth, and these qualitative restructurings of the biosphere resulted in the disappearance of various kinds of animals and plants and in the emergence of new ones. The evolutionary process in the biosphere is irreversible. Apart from plants and animal organisms, the biosphere includes man, too. Mankind is a part of the biosphere. Its impact on the biosphere accelerates changes in the latter through increasingly more powerful and intense development of science and technology. With the emergence of mankind, the transition is realized to a new qualitative state of the biosphere, the noosphere, fr Greek tous mind, or the sphere of life and reason. The noosphere is not an abstract kingdom of reason but a historically inevitable stage in the development of the biosphere. It is a new reality connected with more profound and all-embracing forms of society's transforming impact on nature. Problems of ecology. Ecology, fr Greek oikos home, is the science studying the laws of interaction of living organisms with the external conditions of their existence in order to maintain a dynamic equilibrium in the society-nature system. Human activity is the channel through which the continuous metabolism between men and nature takes place. Any modifications in the character, direction, and scope of that activity become the basis of changes in the relation between society and nature. Along with the development of practical transforming activity, the scale of interference in the natural connections of the biosphere have also increased, and it is not always possible to take its consequences into account. In the past, man's use of the forces of nature and its resources was mostly spontaneous. Man borrowed from nature as much as his own productive forces permitted. But the scientific and technical revolution brought us up against the danger of the natural resources running out, of possible disruption of the dynamic balance of the existing system, and this brought home the need for nature conservation. While the past type of society's attitude to nature was spontaneous, and sometimes irresponsible, the new conditions have 280 given rise to a new type of such attitude, that of global and scientifically substantiated regulation covering both natural and social processes and determining the measure and boundaries of society's permissible interference with nature in order to ensure its preservation and even reclamation. It is now clear to all that man's incursions upon nature must not violate nature's laws. Man can only master nature on the basis of knowledge of those laws and not in spite of them. Domination over nature gained by violation of these laws can only be a hollow and temporary triumph. In the event, it inflicts irreparable damage both on nature and on society. As Engels warned, we must not flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human victories over nature. For each such victory, nature takes its revenge on us. Each victory, it is true, in the first place brings about the results we expected, but in the second and third places it has quite different, unforeseen effects, which only too often cancel the first one. Man does not only adapt himself to the conditions of the natural environment, he constantly adapts this environment to his needs and interests. However, the tendency becomes evident here to disrupt the existing balance of the ecological processes. Mankind has come up against problems which threaten its very existence. These include, above all, pollution of the atmosphere, exhaustion and spoliation of the soil, and chemical pollution of water. Mankind's own activity brought it into an acute conflict with its environment. We are still fighting a war against nature, when the time has come for a harmonious cooperation with it, not just in a narrow pragmatic sense but also on a wide moral scope. We should not dominate nature or conquer it, but love and cherish it as children should love and cherish their mother. Transforming ever greater areas of nature into his immediate environment, man expands thereby the boundaries of his freedom in relation to nature, and this assumes a growing sense of responsibility for what he does. In this, the general philosophical principle, the fuller the freedom, the higher the responsibility, is concretely expressed. At present, the global character of the problems facing man requires a different type of thought, ecological consciousness. That means, above all, that mankind must realize itself as an integral condition of the preservation of equilibrium and harmony with nature. This implies peaceful and reasonable coexistence between peoples, and is closely bound up with indefatigable struggle for peace, for preventing war, against the development of the means of mass destruction which pose a threat both to mankind and nature. 3. Demography, socio-philosophical problems. The concept of the demographic system of society. Along with the natural environment, another important parameter in dealing with the problem of the development of the human species is population and constant reproduction of people as social individuals. This reproduction is realized in the framework of the demographic system of society and forms the subject matter of demography, fr. Greek demos, people, and grapho, I write. The task of demography is the study of population reproduction, of the world of births and deaths, of the population's numbers, density, and structure, features of sex and age, occupation, nationality, etc., dynamics, migration, family as the demographic unit, and so on. The character of the functioning of the demographic system largely determines the development of society itself and the process of its interaction with nature. So what is the demographic system? The concept covers people in the context of a whole set of law-governed relations which they form with each other in producing new generations. The functioning of the demographic system is conditioned by the level of people's production activity, their social relations, cultural norms, value orientations, and traditions. All this acts as mechanisms for controlling the demographic system with the aim of preserving its state of equilibrium which best accords with the socio-economic, cultural, historical, and natural conditions of society's life. At the same time, the demographic system has great stability and relative independence owing to the inner laws of its development. Three more or less stable historical types of population reproduction are described in demography: the archetypal one, characteristic of the pre-class period of human history; the traditional one, inherent in pre-capitalist agrarian societies and the early stages of capitalism; and the present-day one, termed rational, which has evolved in the economically developed countries. Characteristic of the archetype is polygamy. The first demographic revolution, linked with the transition from the gathering economy to the reproducing one, resulted in the establishment of the family institution, a new type of demographic relations marked above all by traditional. 282. Norms of population renewal. Owing to economic, social, and territorial isolation, each new generation followed as a rule in the footsteps of their fathers and grandfathers. When the traditional style of social life broke down and the individual acquired a greater freedom of choice, man could no longer be guided by obsolete norms of behavior in demographic relations either. Thus the modern type of population reproduction emerged, primarily characterized by rational behavior in this sphere. These global types of population reproduction, marking, first of all, qualitative features of the demographic process, are complemented by a quantitative characteristic, which is most closely connected with the economic sphere of society. Each historical mode of production has its own population laws. This characteristic of the primitive communal formation was an insignificant population growth, life expectancy was low, and death rate high. Under the slave-owning system the population somewhat increased, and under feudalism it became even more considerable. Capitalism constantly produces relatively redundant population. Apart from the socio-economic factors, population growth is also affected by the level of science, healthcare, social welfare, education, culture, and its traditions. Of some interest is the overall dynamics of population growth on the planet. At the beginning of the Christian era, the population of the Earth amounted to some 230 million, at the end of the first millennium it was about 275 million, in 1850, a billion, in 1900, 1.6 billion, whereas in 1930 it was already 2 billions, in 1975, 4 billions, 5 billions at the present moment, and it is expected to rise to 6 or 7 billions by the year 2000. TG demographic situation in the world today. Some scientists believe that the source of social ills lies in a rapid growth of the population, in the increase of its numbers and density. Present-day Malthusians insist that there are too many human beings on this earth, and the earth's resources are too limited, which bodes disaster for society. Even today, society is in the position of someone wearing shoes 2 sizes small. These scientists see the root of the demographic situation in mankind's unchecked proliferation. The most reactionary ideologists view this as justification for high infant mortality, epidemics, and wars as remedies for attenuating the excessive population growth and inadequate production growth. But the actual state of the present demographic situation proves the opposite of what Thomas Malthus once posited as his law of 283. Population dynamics. 1. It must be admitted that Malthus brought to our notice a really important problem of the relationship between population growth and the possibilities of providing subsistence for it. Indeed, it is not ruled out that the numbers of the population living on a limited territory may prove to be so great that it will bring about exhaustion of resources and a drop in labor productivity and in the population's welfare. Malthus' view of the possible demographic catastrophe did not take into account a number of essential elements in the functioning of the demographic system. He regarded the link between population growth and the possibilities of providing subsistence for it as direct and immediate, ignoring its countless mediations through society's socio-economic, cultural, and axiological norms and orientations pertaining to the social control over demographic processes. The essence of this control lies precisely in the search for possible means of averting a conflict between society and nature. If we consider the planet as a whole, the growth of population in different regions varies. This process is not equally accelerated in all areas. In the countries with a high level of well-being, the demographic curve is smooth, while in the developing countries it soars upwards, as a rule. Some countries take measures to regulate their population, to stimulate or restrain growth rates. The problem of population is not limited to restricting the total number of the planet's inhabitants. Since society interacts with nature, demography is a part of the global ecological problem and must be considered in this overall context. Undoubtedly, what is essential for the destinies of society and its relationship with nature is not just the fact of the existence of population but keeping it at an optimal level. But even assuming that the population has reached an optimal size and has stabilized at this level, this fact does not in itself resolve all ecological problems. Such an important factor as environmental pollution is almost independent of population growth. Th.R. Malthus, 1766–1834, an English clergyman and economist. He formulated the law according to which the population always grows in geometrical progression and thus outstrips the production of the means of subsistence, which grows in arithmetical progression. This causes increasing shortages of the latter. This process is fatally inevitable, and no charitable measures can help suffering mankind. Any aid merely delays, and at the same time deepens, the coming catastrophe. In their critical appraisal of Malthus' theory, Marx and Engels showed that there were some grounds for that theory, but its principal defect was the view of the main indices of society's development, mode of production and labor productivity, as immutable. 284. Rates. It rather depends on the growth of industrial production, the level of the development of science and technology, and the manner of their employment in the conquest of nature. There is yet another important detail that has to be taken into account. Social progress assumes above all the growth and gratification of man's material needs, and these are connected with qualitative changes in society's attitude towards nature rather than with population tallies. That means that the solution of the demographic problem requires, on the one hand, a significant reorientation of social consciousness, a certain moral position, which is only possible under definite social conditions. On the other hand, it is only realizable along with the solution of the entire ensemble of ecological problems. The natural conditions of life, trademark natural environment and population, are essential factors of world historical process. But, although the state of the geographical environment, the density of the population and its numbers, as well as rates of population growth, may significantly affect society's progress, slowing it down or accelerating it, they are not the ultimate determinants of social development. Material production is. Chapter X. The economic sphere of society's life, the socio-philosophical aspect. Society as an extremely complex whole is divided into certain spheres. Let us single out four principal ones here: the economic or basic sphere, which is the ultimate determinant of all the social processes in their historical development, the social, political, and intellectual spheres. A terminological issue may arise at this point concerning the term social, which may apparently be used to cover all the processes pertaining to society. The practice of socio-philosophical terminology has been, however, to restrict this term to such structures and their functioning as classes and class relations, nations and national relations, the family and everyday life connected with it, education, medical services, leisure, and so on. The properly political sphere includes politics, the state, law, and their relationships and functioning. The intellectual type of activity covers extremely varied forms and levels of social consciousness: political, legal, moral, aesthetic, scientific, and religious. The concept of sphere of social life is no more than an abstraction permitting the identification and study of separate areas of the activity of the actually undivided integral organism with the aim of deeper investigation of the multiform and intricately interwoven social being. This concept is a category of social philosophy and in this sense a convenient methodological instrument of cognition. Let us now consider the economy, the decisive sphere of society's life. Material production, the concept and the main elements. A general characteristic of social production. Society could not exist, still less develop, without the continuous process of production. The meaning of social production consists in the fact that man as a social being is reproduced, under historically given conditions, in this process. Social production, or, which is the same thing, the production of social life, has its own structure, covering. 286. Intellectual production, production of man himself, and material production. Material production is the basic element in the structure of social production, for it is here that the material conditions of men's being are reproduced as a fundamental condition of human history proper and men's very ability to make history. The life of society cannot therefore be likened to a river in which all drops play the same role. There is a decisive force in it which ultimately determines everything, including the most sophisticated sphere of the spirit, and that is the production of material wealth. The joint labor of individuals is the first foundation of the social character of production on the basis of which collective relations emerge and progressively develop. So what is material production, properly speaking? In order to live, people must have the necessary means of subsistence. To have that necessary minimum, they must work, as the wise men of antiquity said, man's cares and work create everything for the mortals. Man cannot be satisfied with what nature provides for him in ready-made form. By combining their labor with what is given by nature and using its laws, people create things non-existent in nature. In the process, material wealth is created. Material production is thus the labor activity of men who transform nature, using the necessary tools, in order to create material wealth meant to satisfy human needs. Needs and interests in the system of material production. Activity in any sphere of society is directed by definite needs and interests growing out of production and at the same time working as subjective stimuli for its further development. A need is nothing more than a state of an individual or social group, class, or society as a whole reflecting their dependence on the conditions of existence and acting as a motive force of life activity always directed in a particular way. It expresses a subjective query addressed to objective reality, a need for objects and conditions which would facilitate the maintenance of the system's equilibrium necessary for its normal functioning. The existence of a need is not a sufficient condition of activity. A certain goal is also necessary, for no activity is possible outside goal setting and without the means for the attainment of goals. When a goal coincides with a need, activity assumes a strictly purposive character, and the need itself, which now exists as a certain synthesis, as a goal/need, becomes a stable and conscious interest. An interest is in fact a consistently oriented motive of active. 287. Ity colored with an emotional axiological attitude. It is interest that helps to discover the means for satisfying the need, that is, for achieving the goal. As the subject of socio-historical activity is individuals included in various social systems, groups, parties, classes, etc., their activity is always based on a hierarchy of interests ranging from personal, individual to the broadest social. Social interests determine the degree of intensity and social significance of the entire scale of interests of the individual or any other subject of activity, beginning with the smallest group or collective, for it is these groups, more than any other subject, that take into account the real conditions and general direction of the development of the social system, ensuring thereby its preservation and progress. Needs and interests both personal and social have a complex historically established structure, ranging from biological and material to the most refined ones intellectual, moral, aesthetic, and so on. Social needs and interests are, as it were, the spring of the social mechanism. They determine the direction and content of actions of both individuals and society as a whole. The leading role in the ensemble of all the social interests belongs to the interests in material production. The development of the economic sphere of society is the basis of its progress, so that the perfection of this sphere largely depends on progress in the needs and interests in it, and on skillful combination and harmonization of personal and social needs. One of the levers in stimulating the growth of material production is the raising of every individual's material and moral interest in the results of his own labor and that of others. There can be no real involvement with work in the absence of interest. In their orientation, needs and interests may be object-related and functional. Accordingly, they express the subject's primary concern either with the final result of his activity or with the process. The functional needs and interests are just as important for activity, for it is here that a powerful incentive lies in the form of the aesthetic, moral, and creative intellectual aspects of the process of labor itself. If activity is outside the sphere of the subject's interests, the result, or the quality of the product, suffers, too. Functional and object-related needs and interests are too closely interwoven and depend on each other. After all, society is not indifferent to the process through which the appointed targets are achieved. Neither is every worker, who has a natural interest in the final product of his labor, in the quality and quantity of his product, indifferent to that process. When interest is directed to the process of labor itself, the 288 latter ceases to be an external oppressive force, becoming an art and an inner need, sometimes achieving the heights of aesthetic creativity. Entombed in the results of activity, interests and needs are revived in activity at a higher level. The dialectics of the growth of interests is such that the very process of meeting them gives rise to new needs and interests, and also produces the means of satisfying them. Identification and strictly scientific recording of, and research into, social and personal needs and interests is an essential condition of correct choices in the development of various branches of the national economy, science, and culture. The highest form of the manifestation of social interest is the interest in the growth of productive forces and labor productivity and in the improvement of the entire system of production relations, which is the decisive criterion of mankind's historical progress and of the improvement of man's essential forces, of the tapping and ennobling of his spiritual creative potential. Productive forces. Material production has two sides, productive forces and production relations. The people who implement the process of production are the subject of labor. They are the principal and the decisive element in the productive forces. Apart from this, the realization of the process of production requires the material with which to begin, or the object of labor which is subjected to processing. Land, mineral deposits, metals, etc., can all be objects of labor. But, to process an object of labor in order to transform it into the necessary product, certain implements must be applied. The implements of labor are objects created by man in order to transform the external world in the interests of society. The increasing complexity of the implements of labor is an indication of the level of production attained by society and, as a consequence, of the level of its development. Production also requires buildings, warehouses, transport, etc. Together with the implements of labor, all this constitutes the means of labor. The means and objects of labor combined make up the means of production. The system of the means of production, in the first place of the implements of labor, constitutes the so-called material and technical basis of society, the part of the productive forces comprising objects and energy. This part is past or objectified labor. For the means of labor to participate in the process of production, it is necessary to apply, again and again, labor capacity, i.e. living human labor. Thus two types of labor, living and objectified, are identified in the structure of production. Just as important an element of the structure of productive forces is production technology. The solution of technological tasks is largely determined by such factors as the character of labor, the implements of labor, the development of fundamental and applied science and the degree of its implementation in production, the level of scientific organization of labor, and so on. The complexity of production today is such that it is no longer conceivable without scientific organization, including rational use of the means of production, management, and planning. Science increasingly forms part of the structure of productive forces, becoming a direct productive force, and production increasingly turns into an area in which science is technologically applied. However, neither the complexity of up-to-date machinery and technology nor the various forms of the organization and management of production should eclipse the most important element, man. Man is not just a force on the same level as the machine, but the inspiring element of the entire process of social production which has absorbed the experiences of world history. Production is not the goal in itself of society's development, it ultimately serves only as a means of development of its principal value, the people. It is through the labor process that they reproduce, perfect and assert themselves. We can thus say that productive forces are human beings, the human factor, who have absorbed the cultural achievements of all the previous generations, who have production skills, and who produce material wealth. Further, productive forces cover the means of production created by society, as well as the organization of labor, production technology, machinery, and scientific achievements. An indication of the level of development of society's productive forces is labor productivity, measured not only in terms of the quantity of items produced per time unit but also by their quality, and still more, by the degree to which it helps perfect the human factor, i.e. by all those elements that serve to satisfy the constantly growing needs and interests of society. Technology and the scientific and technological progress. THI concept of technology. Technology, fr Greek techni skill, art, is defined as a system of man-made means and implements of production which also includes devices and operations, the art of realization of the labor process. In technology, mankind has accumulated 290 its many centuries of experience, the methods of the cognition and transformation of nature and the fruits of culture. The functions of technological means reflect in a specific way the forms of man's effect on nature. Being a continuation of the organs of the human body, whose effectiveness they multiply many times, technological devices, in their turn, dictate the way they have to be used. A bow is used for shooting, a hammer for nailing things down, and a nail puller for pulling nails. Of the entire totality of technological devices, those which function in material production are the decisive ones. Machines as the social man's production organs are a result and at the same time an instrument of human labor and development of knowledge. The level of technology is an indication of the degree of man's mastery over the forces of nature. At the early stages of history, technology in the proper sense of the word was very little developed and production was dominated by living labor, whereas at present, objectified labor prevails in the total labor expenditures per unit of production. As implements of labor develop, man himself changes, the more extensive the technological transformations which man carries out, and the more powerful the forces of nature which he masters, the higher the development of his abilities and knowledge. The historical process of the development of technology includes three main stages: hand tools, machines, automata. Technological progress is a most important factor of labor productivity growth, and thus an indication of the level of society's productive forces. 7. i.e. scientific and technological progress. For a long time, the development of science and technology went on slowly and more or less along parallel lines, independently from each other, as it were. Technology mostly developed through improvements in the devices and methods of empirical experience and the secrets of craftsmanship passed on from generation to generation. In its turn, science developed, as a rule, independently of the needs of production, the development subject to its own inner logic. True, close ties between scientific knowledge and practical needs were manifested in the arts of war, as improvement of military equipment required further development of scientific knowledge, mechanics, mathematics, and so on. The beginning of the scientific and technological progress is usually set in the 16th to 18th centuries, the time of extremely rapid social and economic efflorescence. The needs of commerce, navigation, and manufacture demanded theoretical and experimental solutions. 19*291. Of a number of practical tasks of industry. Further improvement of productive forces became impossible on the old basis. Of course, technology as objectified knowledge always included, in one way or another, results of scientific cognition. In this sense, the development of technology assumed from the beginning the development of science. Only with the transition to machine production, however, the task of advancing science, whose results would be used to develop technology, was posed as an independent one. Certain major landmarks stand out in the overall course of the scientific and technological progress, landmarks linked with qualitative transformations of productive forces and leading to a sharp increase in labor productivity. They characterize separate stages in the scientific and technical revolution. The first stage, which noticeably stimulated a rise in the development of productive forces, was the stage of mechanization which freed man from exhausting physical labor and increased labor productivity manyfold. The principal direction of the second stage, the present-day scientific and technical revolution, was automation connected with scientific achievements in the field of automatic mechanism theory, electronics, and computer engineering. All this prepared the possibility of transition to higher forms of automation of whole plants, with labor productivity being increased manyfold again. Drastic changes in productive forces taking place at present have as their goal total automation of production in society. The new stage in the scientific and technical revolution which we have now attained involves great progress in microelectronics, informatics, biotechnology, as well as the emergence of robotics and mass computerization. It is conditioned by a close union between production and the achievements of the fundamental sciences physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology, as well as sciences which emerged on the borderline of different fields of knowledge, such as biotechnology based on integrating the methods of biochemistry and genetic and cell engineering combined with microbiological synthesis. The essence of the scientific and technical revolution today consists precisely in the qualitative transformation of the present productive forces on the basis of turning science into a direct productive force. What does that mean? First, it means that scientific knowledge becomes an inalienable component of practically everyone involved in production. Second, that management of production and its processes, especially where automated control systems work, is only possible on the basis of science. Third, that research, development, and design are included in the structure of the 292 production process as its direct components. Production increasingly becomes a sphere of practical application of science. Often, new industries emerge on the basis of scientific achievements. As we know, man is the principal productive force. Therefore, when the question is discussed of the transformation of science into a direct productive force, the reference is not only to technical sciences but to social ones as well, as they make a direct impact on the formation of man's spiritual and intellectual world, which is necessary for a conscious and creative participation in material production. The rising standard of technological knowledge demands also greater standards in people's moral qualities, which are largely molded by the entire ensemble of the social sciences, in the first place by philosophy, as well as culture as a whole. The social sciences are called upon to take part in the organization of production itself, in harmonizing the interpersonal relations in work collectives and in more effective exploring the individual's possibilities in the interaction with technical systems. The consequences of scientific and technological progress gave rise to various technocratic theories in the West, based on the idea that the universal spreading of technology can solve all social problems. The theory of post-industrial society, formulated by Daniel Bell and others, has gained wide currency. In accordance with this theory, in future society will be run by organizers of science and technology, by the manager class, and scientific centers will be the determining factor of the development of social life. The error of the principal tenets of this theory lies in the raising to an absolute the role of science and technology, in the unjustified transference of organizational functions from a separate narrow sphere onto the whole of society. The function of the whole is replaced by that of a constituent part. Neither technology nor science can by themselves solve complex political problems. It should also be borne in mind that technology is only part of the productive forces, and not the most important part either. Man as the principal productive force is completely ignored by the adherents of this theory. In recent years, technophobic theories directly opposed to the above also became widespread, permeated with the fear of the omnipresent and all-devouring might of technology. Man feels a helpless toy in the iron grip of the scientific and technological progress. It is believed that this progress assumes such a scope that it threatens to go out of society's control and to become a destructive force threatening civilization and capable of doing irreparable damage to nature as man's environment and to man himself. Of course, this is a 293 cause of anxiety to mankind, but the threat must not be viewed as an inevitable doom, as this would belittle the significance of reason inherent in mankind. Both these theories reflect real social and worldview problems generated by the scientific and technological progress. Production relations, essence and structure. Why concept of production relations? The links between men which take shape in the process of production form a complex structural, functional and hierarchically subordinated and coordinated system. This system forms what is known as production relations. It covers the relation to the means of production, i.e. the form of property, the basis of production relations, the connections among men arising in the process of exchange, distribution, and consumption of the wealth being created, relations between men determined by their production specialization, expressing the division of labor, the relations of cooperation, subordination, and coordination, or managerial relations, and all the other relations in which men become involved, even including the sphere of everyday life apparently remote from the immediate process of production. In modern production, where the system of management plays an increasingly great role, considerable importance is attached to production relations emerging from the selection and placing of personnel in accordance with their abilities, experience, interests, and the needs of production itself, the cadre policy as a whole. The system of production relations is extremely great, ranging from individual relations of separate producers to the fundamental relation to the means of production determining the essence of the given social system. What are the principal elements of production relations? The main type of these are economic relations, of which the basis is formed by relations to the means of production. The latter are always somebody's property, which becomes the nodal point of men's relations to one another. If the means of production belong to the working people, constituting social property, production relations are marked by cooperation and mutual assistance. If society is dominated by private ownership of the means of production, relations of domination and subordination are established, such as bondage, serfdom, hired labor, and society is divided into antagonistic classes. These relations directly affect the distribution of the wealth being produced. Thus, under the Gentile system, with its natural economy, the distribution of the products of labor was of the LE 294 veiling type, while in a class antagonistic society the greater share of wealth belongs to the dominant class. Constituting the nucleus of production relations, the economic relations, production, exchange, distribution, and consumption, determine the content of other social relations and act as a system-forming factor in society. Production relations take shape objectively, i.e. independently of the consciousness and will of the people, and in their integrality they lend a definite social quality to all the social relations and to society itself. They thus act as an objective criterion for determining the various concrete historical types of society, socio-economic formations, for it is with the aid of the category of production relations that the general, recurrent, and law-governed elements in the history of different countries and peoples may be fixed. It is this that makes the cognition of the laws of historical development possible. The system of labor relations in production implements the relations between workers and labor process itself, i.e. their relations to each other and to their work connected with the requirements of the organization and management of production and its technical servicing. Here belong the relations between workers of different trades, between the organizers and executors in the framework of the same production unit. Interdepartmental, inter-branch, and inter-regional relations also come under this heading. Being as it were on the surface of production relations, they are an immediate expression of the fundamental economic relation, the relation of property. The development of the latter depends on the smooth functioning and improvement of the economic relations in the structure of production. On the personality level they are most intimately connected with the social relations of everyday life, directly determining the character of interpersonal relations and interconnections between people in production and in other spheres of life and conditioning the socio-psychological, moral, and ideological state of members of society. The role of the human factor increases with progress in society and with the growth in the complexity of tasks which it solves. No discussion of production relations should ignore the individual, for it is in the individual that the dialectics of productive forces and production relations is concentrated and embodied. Man is the principal figure not only in the productive forces but also in production relations. It ought to be clear from this that the forms of relations in which man finds himself cannot help influencing, positively or negatively, the state of the productive forces. The action of social 295 mechanisms cannot be studied in abstraction from the concrete personality elements. Today the task of developing the human, socio-psychological factor is shifted into the foreground, for it largely determines the development of material production under the scientific and technological progress. The dialectics of productive forces and production relations. Productive forces and production relations, in their intimate interconnection, form a complex structure of material production, a historically concrete mode of production. The motive force of its development is its inherent dialectics of form and content. The starting point of the development of production is in the system of the productive forces, which constitute the most mobile element of material production. Their development is connected in the first place with improvements in the implements of labor, with progress in technology. In this process, man himself develops, and so do his needs, which are the motive force of the development of production itself. Men's skills improve, their qualification rises, professional division of labor becomes increasingly more differentiated, and specialization is deepened and expanded. These changes in the structure of productive forces entail changes in production relations. Progress in productive forces thus determines the development of production relations towards establishing harmony between the latter and the character and level of productive forces. As the content of productive forces is, so is the form of their existence. For instance, the emergence of capitalist productive forces in the womb of feudalism, i.e. the appearance of large-scale production, gave rise to capitalist production relations. But production relations are not a passive element in the system of material production, If they accord with productive forces, they accelerate the process of their development. If not, they slow it down. This is a manifestation of the active role of production relations. They affect productive forces. Correspondence between production relations and the character and level of the development of productive forces is the main principle of the development of material production. But this is a contradictory process, and production relations cannot therefore constantly correspond to the developing productive forces. Owing to the anticipatory development of productive forces, the balance achieved at a certain moment is then disrupted. A contradiction between them again arises and becomes more and more acute, demanding a resolution through social revolution. 296. This law obtains in the progress of human society from one formation to another. It is also manifested in the framework of a single socio-economic formation, of one mode of production, but here its action is modified in a certain manner depending on the state of various elements both in the system of productive forces and in that of production relations. If the social form of production relations on the whole corresponds to the level of development of productive forces, the separate elements constituting it may fail to accord with it. One such element is, e.g., the economic mechanism. This contradiction is not antagonistic. It does not lead to a need for social revolution, but it does require a conscious restructuring linked with definite reforms, with qualitative changes in certain elements causing disharmony in the development of social production and of society as a whole. The principle of correspondence between production relations and the character and level of productive forces within a single socio-economic formation must be implemented in such a way as to offer greater room for the development of productive forces. Production relations must therefore have the greatest flexibility and mobility. They must be sensitive to the rate and quality of development of productive forces. Such is the real dialectics of productive forces and production relations, which requires elimination of contradictions. To achieve this, it is necessary to identify in good time the specific elements in the structure of production relations and to undertake their restructuring, bringing them in accord both with the level of science and technology and with the growing needs of the people. Chapter 11: The Social Sphere of Society's Life. 1. Classes and class relations. A general characteristic of society's social sphere. The social sphere is a historically established and relatively stable system of connections between the various elements of society as a whole, between separate individuals and communities, gens, tribe, nationality, nation, family, classes, and social groups. Of key significance for the understanding of the social sphere are the categories of socio-economic formation, mode of production, basis, and superstructure, division of labor, as well as attention to the differences between town and country in the mode of life, social being, social consciousness, and so on. The replacement of a socio-economic formation by another naturally leads to changes in the social sphere as well, but they do not occur automatically, as the social sphere has a relative independence. The determining element of the social sphere in any class society is classes. The question of the structure of the social sphere is linked above all with the problem of interrelations between classes. T.g. Emergence of classes and their principal characteristics. It has long been noticed that there exist large social groups, or classes, which differ in their position, interests, and aspirations. Extremely varied views have been expressed in various attempts to understand them. Some look for the causes of the appearance of classes in intellectual and spiritual qualities, or in men's religious views, others, in the level of well-being, considered apart from the individual's place in the system of material production. Now, what is the real origin of classes, and wherein lies their source? Classes emerged at a time of disintegration of the Gentile system. The main premise for the stratification of society into classes was two processes: the development of productive forces and division of labor. These processes are so intimately interconnected that they may in fact be described as two aspects of the same phenomenon of 298, which the consequence was gradual formation of classes. The first major division of labor known to history occurred when cattle-breeding tribes became separated off from the bulk of the tribes. Exchange between the cattle-breeding tribes and the tillers of land then began, promoting the growth of social wealth and social differentiation. The second, and even greater, division occurred with the separation of the crafts from land cultivation. This intensified exchange considerably, and deepened economic inequality among people. The next step in this direction was made with the separation of mental labor from physical labor. The opposition between these kinds of labor became the determining feature of all class-antagonistic societies. These are, in brief, the original sources of the genesis of classes. A scientific analysis of the history of mankind made it possible to identify the truly decisive feature of social class, demonstrating that its essence is directly linked with the place occupied by the class in social production. The most important question here is whether the class is an owner of the means of production or not. This determines the class's position in society, the forms of its everyday life, its way of life, and these in their turn determine its psychology, ideology, and worldview. Since material production is the decisive condition of the life and development of society, it is this material production that constitutes the real basis of class division. In his work A Great Beginning, Lenin formulated a classical definition of social classes. Classes are large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social production, by their relation, in most cases fixed and formulated in law, to the means of production, by their role in the social organization of labor, and, consequently, by the dimensions of the share of social wealth of which they dispose and the mode of acquiring it. Classes are groups of people one of which can appropriate the labor of another owing to the different places they occupy in a definite system of social economy. 1. He noted, however, that not only the principal or economic features of classes must be taken into account in their definition but also the ideological and psychological ones. A significant role in the formation of classes is played by the subjective factor, the realization by the class in question of its basic interests and the setting up of its organizations and political parties. A class that has not yet realized its own interests is a class in itself. Having realized these interests, and having set up its organizations, the class becomes a class for itself. That means that the development of the class has risen to the level of its self-consciousness, a level at which it realizes itself as a force opposing other classes. The history of class-antagonistic societies is full of the struggle of various classes. According to Marxism, the class struggle takes three principal forms: economic, political, and ideological. Economic struggle, that is to say, mostly the struggle for improving labor conditions, was historically the first and largely spontaneous form of the struggle of the exploited. It always involves broad masses of the people and serves as a primary school of political activity and class self-consciousness. It is in such economic struggle that a class directly becomes conscious of its basic interests and goals, develops skills of organization, the sense of class solidarity, dignity, honor, and responsibility. But this form of struggle cannot bring the desired liberation, for it is essentially a struggle for partial improvements in the position of the working masses. Political struggle is a form of a different kind. It is mostly characteristic of a working class that acts as a body along a wide front rather than in separate groups and is marked by higher organization. As the workers' consciousness and organization grow in the course of this struggle, the first class associations take shape, namely, the trade unions, but the highest form of class organization are political parties. Political demands differ from economic ones in that they affect the very foundations of exploitation, property relations, and political power. The party of the working class works out its program, strategy, and tactics of struggle. Along with economic and political forms of class struggle, there is the ideological struggle. Its goal is the liberation of the working class's consciousness from bourgeois ideology and involvement with a socialist one. Classes and other social groups. Along with classes, there exist in every society social groups which do not form part of some class depending on their place in the system of social production and on their relation to property, but constitute special strata, estates, or castes. A striking example of estate organization of society is feudal society with its characteristic differentiation between people in terms of economic and legal position. Thus a big landowner as the owner of definite means of production was a representative of a class, and a member of the gentry or aristocracy, a 300. Representative of his estate, he might be as poor as a church mouse but he had the privileges of the noble estate. Estates were closed groups of people based on the principle of strict hierarchy fixed in legal norms. The social structure of contemporary society includes, apart from the principal classes, certain social groups like intellectuals and public servants. The boundaries between classes and groups are always relative and mobile. That means that for each separate representative of a given class or social group there is the real possibility of a sort of social migration. Thus it is a fact that the socialist intelligentsia mostly developed on the basis of the classes of workers and peasants. In these days, there is a new but increasingly developing tendency: city dwellers, both members of the working class and professional people as well as public servants, leave for the country and start working in agriculture. 2. Nations and national relations. Gens, tribe, nationality, nation. The first specifically human form of community which replaced the primitive horde was the gens, an association of people related by blood ties and bound together by joint labor and joint defense of their common interests, as well as by the community of languages, morals, and traditions. A union of several gentes made up a tribe, a type of ethnic community and social organization of pre-class society. Its characteristic features were common territory, economic community and mutual assistance of members of the given tribe, expressed, for instance, in collective hunting, community of language, community of origin and blood ties. The formation of tribal alliances, accompanied by the strengthening of intertribal economic and cultural links, military conflicts, and population migrations caused by the emergence of private property and classes, all this led to a gradual mixing of tribes, replacement of former ties of blood by territorial relations, and the emergence of a new form of historical community known as nationality. A nationality is an economic, linguistic, territorial, and cultural community of people which took shape on the basis of slave-owning and feudal modes of production. The emergence of the state promoted the consolidation of nationalities. In the course of historical development, however, nationalities might differ from states both in territory and in language. With the development of capitalist relations, economic and cultural links strengthened, the national market emerged. Economic. 301. Fragmentation of nationalities was eliminated, and their different parts were consolidated in a single national whole. The nationalities developed into nations. A nation is a community of people which arises at the time of the appearance of capitalism on the basis of community of economic life, territory, language, certain features of psychology, traditions of everyday life and culture. As distinct from nationality, a nation is a more stable community of people, the stability being ensured by profound economic factors. Nations emerge both out of related tribes and nationalities and out of groups of unrelated tribes, races, and nationalities. The specific features of historical development, of economic structure, culture, geographic and historical environment, everyday life, and traditions impose an imprint on a nation's spiritual image, shaping the national character and national self-consciousness. Every historically formed nation rises to the realization by its most advanced representatives of its common national interests, culture, traditions, and prospects of development. It possesses a particular way of thinking and form of expressing the emotions. It has its national dignity. All this makes a nation a unique historical structure. But everything has its measure. Just as a subject's exaggerated concern about himself leads to egoism, an excessive concern of national self-consciousness with its own distinctness may lead to nationalism. Nations have not only distinctive features but common ones as well, uniting rather than differentiating them. Some nations speak the same language, some live on the same territory, others have a great deal in common in their history, culture, everyday life, and psychology. The diversity of national features constitutes mankind's wealth, its treasury of values, so to speak. There are two opposite tendencies in the development of nations under capitalism. One of them is expressed in the activization of national life and national movements against the oppressors, in the formation of national states. The other is expressed in the expansion of links among nations, the breaking down of barriers between them, the establishment of a unified economy and of a world market. Nationalism and internationalism. Nationalism is the ideology, psychology, and social practice of isolation of one nation from others and confrontation between nations. It promotes the ideas of national superiority and national exclusiveness. A nation is interpreted as the highest extra-historical and superclass form of social unity in which all the social groups are connected by common interests. 302. Here, the interests of the dominant class, social group, or party are presented as the interests of the whole nation, usually by the party which, in the given historical conditions, is the carrier of nationalist ideology and policies. In the epoch of imperialism, the content of nationalism becomes even more reactionary and aggressive in character. Its extreme form is chauvinism, which fosters dislike and sometimes hatred towards other peoples. Close to chauvinism stands racism. 1 However, a strict line should be drawn between the nationalism of dominant nations, great power chauvinism and racism, and the nationalism of the oppressed nations. Marxism rejects the reactionary ideology of justifying the dominance of one nation over another but recognizes the progressive tendencies of the nationalism of oppressed nations since they defend their national independence. Internationalism is voluntary cooperation of the working people of various races and nations which does not rule out their sovereignty and equal rights. It therefore does not rule out patriotism. On the contrary, internationalism assumes the feeling of patriotism. Proletarian internationalism is a most important principle of Marxist ideology which serves to unite the efforts of the national units of the working class and to exclude any manifestations of national bigotry in the working class movement. 3. Family and everyday life. Marriage and family. The family, consisting of the spouses and their offspring, is one of the basic forms of people's social community, a small-scale group in such a community implementing functions that are vitally important for society, above all those connected with the continuation of the human race. The legal basis of 1. Nations should be distinguished from races. All people living on this planet belong to the same biological species, but there are differences between them in secondary physical features, like color of skin and hair, form of the head, and so on. In other words, each individual is a representative of a definite race. A race is a historically formed group of people united by common origin and inherited physical features. The differences among races are of external nature, while in their properly human spiritual essence all races are equal. Bourgeois ideologists have sometimes attempted to explain the economic, political, and cultural level of a given people or concrete individual in terms of its or his racial membership. These racist doctrines, which divide people into the inferior and the superior races, are theoretically untenable and politically reactionary. 303. The family is a record of the marriage relations between man and woman in accordance with the existing laws. But the highest moral law for marriage is love. This law demands that a marriage should not be contracted without love. Marriage without love is actually dissolved the moment it is made, and he who has entered into such an alliance has broken the law of matrimony. Love is a profound and stable intimate moral aesthetic individual selective feeling expressed in selfless aspiration for another individual. The true essence of love, in the words of Hegel, consists in giving up the consciousness of oneself and forgetting oneself in another self, and yet finding and possessing oneself for the first time in this giving up and forgetting one. The selflessness of love is an extremely rich feeling. A person achieves the highest blooming of his personality only through giving himself up to another and in jointly ascending to the spiritual heights of the soul. The all-embracing depth of this feeling makes a person possessed, as it were, by the presence of another. The ecstasy of being outside one's own self appears then as a result of the ascendancy towards a higher relationship and a union with another person, while the tragedy of a broken heart is experienced as the despair of descending into one's former lonely self. The constant presence of the loved one in one's mind and the idealization of that image are essential psychological features of love. The hyperbolization of the merits of the loved one's personality is so great that the shortcomings of the object of one's feelings are dissolved while the positive features, which constitute the essence of the soul, become brightly illumined. Love is a graphic embodiment of the ideal, a profound aesthetic feeling which gives man the joy of experiencing the beautiful. Love may rise to the heights of poetry and music, just as other kinds of art, can express this feeling in all the fullness of its content. Mankind's moral and aesthetic progress is largely due to this feeling. Perhaps nothing elevates man, in his inmost essence, as does love. Love is one of the highest values. It is society's stabilizing factor carrying the idea of cooperation, an inalienable principle of human progress. Love inevitably includes aspiration and will for constancy, expressed in the ethical imperative of loyalty. True love is only born as a free manifestation of feeling, as a moment of a sudden impetus from the emotional depth of personality. It cannot be called forth by compulsion, just as it cannot be forcibly overcome at short notice. Love is inherently contradictory. Joy is inseparable here from worry and even suffering, and bliss from pain. They are compressed, as it were, at one point, calling forth the remarkable harmony of the motions of the soul. But true love is also work. Love as a moral element of life is the only true love. If constant moral work is taken away from this feeling, it will become something different, a crush, an infatuation. It will lose its integrity and thus its essence. In love, the spiritual and social is realized through the mechanisms of the biological, and the biological itself as a natural premise of this feeling, while being unique and intimate, also becomes generally valid. Unfolding against a broad social background, love is a biosocial form of the fulfillment of personality. Human beings are extremely unlike one another in the manifestation of their gifts. Love is also a gift, just as people's other potentials. It awaits, as it were, its expression and flourishing. In love, human beings are unique and diverse in keeping with the wealth of the nuances of the qualities of their soul. A person can be brilliant or hopelessly dull in love as in anything else. There is nothing fatally inherited here. The ability to develop spiritual qualities, including the capacity for love, is the rich field in which the culture of personality is cultivated and the facets of its properly human and humanistic essence are polished. Family is a historical phenomenon. It emerged and developed along with the formation of human society, being modified in the process of replacement of one socio-economic formation or type of culture by another. We have, then, three chief forms of marriage, wrote Engels, which, by and large, conform to the three main stages of human development. For savagery, trademark group marriage; for barbarism, pairing marriage; for civilization, monogamy. 1. Marriage and family relations are primarily determined by socio-economic factors. Yet their impact is mediated by cultural, above all moral, aesthetic, legal, and political values. That is why even in one socio-economic formation, marriage and family relations are differently affected by the influence of the socio-economic system of a given society, and develop relatively independently. In antagonistic societies, the family is affected by class antagonisms, which is expressed, in particular, in the fact that people belonging to different classes and strata of society find it difficult and sometimes impossible to marry each other. As for the marriages between members of the same dominant class, they are often forced rather than voluntary, being motivated by the selfish interests of both parties to marriage and of members of their families. The life of a family and its social functions are varied. They are connected with the spouse's intimate life, with the upbringing of the new generation, jointly keeping house, and helping each other with the chores. All this is inconceivable without intimate communication and compliance with moral and legal norms. The family is the demographic foundation of society, and it is the microenvironment whose climate promotes, or interferes with, the preservation and development of man's moral and physical forces, thereby exerting a positive, or negative, influence on the citizen's 7 labor and social activity. The family is thus a most important cell which socially affects the formation of personality. It is here that the growing child acquires the first elementary labor skills, assimilates generally accepted values and rules of behavior, masters his native tongue and the norms of thinking which make it possible for him to absorb the universal cultural values. It is here that he develops a definite understanding of life as a social phenomenon. The family is the starting point of the socialization of man. The parent's moral health, maintained by the feeling of love, which develops in time from passion to a stable and friendly relation in a solid marriage organized with great care and intelligence, largely determines the education of children. The relationship between the parents, whose individualities contain an element of the universally human, creates the microclimate, the social small-scale world out of which the child steps into the greater world of the community. Social studies have shown that the psychological state of the members of society is largely determined by the moral psychological climate of the family. Stresses and psychophysiological strains are one of the most dramatic problems of our times. Hence a very acute and contradictory situation. There is the growing significance of the therapeutical function of the family on the one hand and an increasing number of unhappy conflict-ridden families on the other. Conflicts befall families in which there is psychological incompatibility either between the parents, which negatively affects both the physical and the moral and psychological health of the children, or between parents and children. Conflict situations in 306. The family do not merely have a negative impact on the reproduction of a physically and morally healthy young generation but also on the state of men and women themselves, ultimately decreasing their labor and social activity. A solid family is one of the most important pillars of society. It calls for great attention and assistance on the part of state and social organizations in the performance of its social functions, in the upbringing of children, and in improving its material and living conditions. But the sound foundation of the family, and harmony as the basis of its stability, is first and foremost a matter for the family itself. The individuals forming a family must realize that the moral work that is necessary for maintaining mutual love is required in an even greater degree for maintaining a solid family union. Without mutual concern for each other, without a common family cause, matrimonial love cannot continue to exist and to create an atmosphere of deep sincerity in the relationships. It is this love between the spouses that discovers the simple yet intimate, earthly yet elevated spiritual mysteries of genuine human existence in the mundane petty details of everyday routine. THIRD sphere of everyday life. A modern family constitutes a small social group whose members are linked not only by marriage or kinship relations but also by community of everyday life. What we call everyday life covers the social sphere outside production relations in which a definite range of the people's needs is satisfied. The need for food, clothes, convenient dwelling, maintaining health, and leisure enjoyment of cultural values, sports, various amusements. What we have in mind here is everyday routine in which we realize our needs for communication which go beyond the sphere of production activity. Everyday life is a socio-historical concept. The way of life varies at different times and in different peoples. They develop traditions, customs, and rituals all their own. There are significant differences between the everyday life of the dominant and the oppressed classes, as there are differences between urban and rural ways. Everyday conditions directly depend on the level of material and intellectual spiritual production achieved in society, on the well-being of the people. The sphere of everyday life assumes various kinds of domestic chores, a rational organization in doing them, and a division of labor between the members of the family. It is clear from this that the stability of the family is greatly affected by the state's concern. 20*307. Not only for improving its material welfare, increasing the wages, offering better facilities for rest and recreation, and medical care, creating favorable conditions for working women, and expanding the network of facilities for children, but also for the organization of the services intended to make easier all kinds of domestic chores and to gain more time for leisure, for improving one's cultural level, and for harmonious development of each personality. Chapter 12: The Political Sphere of Society's Life. Politics, the State, and Law. Politics, Content and Functions. In any society, political relations inevitably arise at a definite stage in development. Political organizations take shape and function, and political ideas and theories evolve. So what is politics? The meaning of this term is clear from its etymology. Greek politika means the art of running a state. Politics is a special kind of activity which regulates the relations between large social groups, primarily classes, nations, and states. Such is the definition of the forms, tasks, and content of the functioning of the state. It is not any action in the relations between classes that is politics. For example, when a worker is hired by a capitalist and exploited by him, the relations are economic rather than political. But when the working people become involved in issues of power and its forms, they move into the sphere of politics proper. The goal of politics is always the preservation or creation of the most advantageous conditions of the realization of power. Therefore, one of the principal goals in politics is the organization of state power. The state is called upon to protect and defend the interests of the most powerful, economically dominant class, which, through the medium of the state, becomes also the politically dominant class. 1. Politics expresses, in most clear-cut and complete form, the basic economic interests of the ruling class consciously defended by the entire system of society's political organization. Politics is in this sense a concentrated expression of economic relations. The sphere of politics is a product of the economic basis of society, of relations of material production. Economic interests are in the final analysis the social cause of political actions. But politics, in its turn, makes a great impact on the development of the economy. If everyday economic changes usually occur under the direct influence of the developing productive forces, radical changes in the entire economic structure of society, ultimately based on those same shifts in the productive forces, are implemented through the direct medium of politics, political power being used for the restructuring of economic relations. It is a fact that in a socialist revolution the political upheaval precedes the economic one. Politics is thus a premise for the construction of a new economy. The sphere of politics has a relative independence. The logic of political actions and ideas is not a mere replica of the logic of economic relations, and this explains why contradictions are possible between the former and the latter, the contradictions often arising from the inability of politicians to comply with the laws of economic development. If politics adequately reflects the maturing of the needs of the economy, it becomes a power facilitating the effective realization of the possibilities of the society's economic system. When politics, however, assumes the form of absolute power, as, e.g., under fascism, intent on obviating economic necessity, this leads in practice to voluntarism and adventurism. Since politics is the art of government, it must be an art in the highest sense of the term. First, it must rely on the achievements of science, and second, it must correspond to the highest criteria of morality, for it is precisely political activity that is the most responsible of all the types of social activity. What is the structure of political activity? In the most general form, three basic elements stand out here. First, the ability to set the proximate or tactical and the more distant or strategic real goals, and to solve these tasks by properly handling the relations between the social forces and taking account of all of the society's possibilities at a concrete stage. Second, the working out of effective methods, ways, and forms of organization of the social forces for the achievement of these goals. And finally, third, selection and placement of personnel capable of solving the tasks facing them. Political activity is inconceivable without a definite system of political power. This system includes the state apparatus, political parties, trade unions, and various social organizations. All these are the principal constituent elements of a ramified and cohesive whole, of the mechanism which realizes political authority in society. The state, its essence and origin. The state occupies a particularly important position in the system of society's political organization. 310. For the most vital interests of various social forces are concentrated in the state as the rays of light in a lens. A great many views on the essence of the state have been expressed. Some believe the state to be a divine institution, a mystic force that bears down on the will of the subjects as a heavy load. Others regarded the state as the source of all of men's evils, while still others saw it, on the contrary, as the source of prosperity and an expression of the will of the people. Some demanded a strong state and state power, while others called for absolute democracy. There were also those who believed that the less power there was, the better it was. This diversity of the views of the state indicated that the question of the essence and origin of the state was not thought out consistently and scientifically. A scientific theory of the state only became possible on the basis of the dialectical materialist understanding of social history. The state did not exist at all times. It was a result of society's historical development, of the natural differentiation of society into various social groups and classes under the influence of progressive development of productive forces accompanied by the separation of different kinds of labor and the establishment of the institution of private property. The differentiation, and the growing complexity of social life brought about by it, demanded a special organ that would be empowered to regulate and control the various functions of the social whole. There were some premises for the formation of the state already. The top members of the gens aristocracy had concentrated in their hands the functions of regulation and administration. We can therefore say that the state did not emerge in a vacuum. True, there was a period in history when the social structure was dominated by a system of elected power comprising the elders of the gens of particular personal merit who could justly represent the common interests. However, the interests of various groups of individuals, of classes, naturally varied in an expanding society now based on economic differentiation. But society had to function as a single whole. An organ was therefore required to implement the administration of society, often based on coercion, to work out the ways and forms of relations between different ethnic groups, and to decide on peace and war. An organ with real power. This power was naturally concentrated at one pole, in the hands of the economically dominant classes. The realization of all these functions required special organs, the apparatus of administration, the laws, the courts, the army, and so on. All these organs taken as a whole form exactly what 311 is known as the state. Hence the state is an organization of the political power of the economically dominant class. Since that class acts on behalf of the whole society, its political organization is a form of the organization of society as a whole, and its activity includes two elements: the performance of the common functions, and the specific functions which follow from the ruling class's opposition to the interests of the people. It would therefore be unjustified to reduce the diversity of the state's functions to the repressive one, the oppression and exploitation of the underclass. Even in order to achieve its own interests, which do not, of course, coincide at all times with the interests of all the members of society, especially in antagonistic class societies, the state is clearly compelled to satisfy, in one way or another, the common interests, thus gaining a certain credit, not to mention the fact that when the state is threatened from the outside, it becomes the focus of the mobilization of the whole people for the fight against the enemy. True, history knows quite a few cases when the powers that be acted in their own interests, not only against the interests of their people but also against the requirements of their own state's historically progressive development. That means that the state is called upon to perform many functions, of which the most important is the economic one. Then, the function spreading culture and education is also inherent in any state. The main features of the state are public authority, i.e. a special system of organs and institutions performing the functions of power, a definite territory on which the given state exercises its jurisdiction, and the population's territorial division suited for effective administration, the laws which embody the corresponding system of norms sanctioned by the state, and sovereignty, or the independence and supremacy of state power within and outside the country. The state has internal and external functions. The external functions naturally follow from the internal ones and are their continuation. At the same time they have a feedback effect on the internal functions. High concept of law. An essential feature of the state is its inalienable link with law. The state regulates the relations between people in the economic, social, political, and other spheres of society's life through the medium of special laws which are an official expression of the norms of law and are declared to be obligatory for all. This law is a form of regulating the behavior of people through an ensemble of norms which are established and sanctioned by the state to preserve the economic, social, political, and other types of order exist. 312. In society, it is the will of the dominant class raised to the level of law. Just as the state, law did not exist at all times. Under the primitive communal system, public order was maintained by the force of habit, tradition, and the moral authority of the elders of the gens or the tribal council who represented the common interests of all its members. As soon as society became split into classes, and opposing interests appeared, traditions could no longer regulate men's conduct. The concepts of good and bad, of the just and the unjust became different for the different classes. Laws now officially embodied the concepts and moral norms of the dominant class, which became obligatory for all, being identified with official norms and official morality. Class society cannot exist without legal regulation of relations of property ownership, family, marriage, and other relations. The state exercises its legislative function through the medium of various laws. The principal historical types of the state and law. States differ above all in terms of classes whose interests they protect, and in terms of the economic basis of society on which they are built. The type of state thus expresses its class essence. History knows three basic types of exploiting states: slave-owning, feudal, and bourgeois. All slave-owning states were dictatorships of slave owners. Slaves took no part in society's state life. They had no political or legal rights. The law stipulating punishment for murder in Germany and Rome, for instance, protected slave owners only. A slave could be killed without fear of punishment. Only as a result of an acute struggle against the slave-owning system, and only at the later stages of its existence, did legal statutes appear which forbade the killing of slaves. Just as the state, law had the protection of private property from those who did not have it as its principal goal. The slave-owning state was replaced by the feudal one with its numerous and much more complex apparatus of power, more prisons, and stronger army and police. At the early stages of the development of feudalism, A state's territory consisted, as a rule, of a great many almost independent principalities, duchies, and counties. Gradually the power of kings and czars grew while that of princes, dukes, and counts weakened. This was necessitated by economic progress. The states of the feudal epoch were of the 313. Same type, they were all of them based on the feudal lord's unlimited authority. The feudal state attached peasants to the feudal lord's land and ruthlessly suppressed those of them who refused to work for the landlord. Feudal laws gave the landlord the right to sell or buy a laborer, and to make him work without pay. This was made easy by the peasant's almost complete lack of any rights. A peasant could not marry or acquire any property or buy land without the landlord's permission. The emergence of the bourgeois state, a new and more progressive type of state in comparison with the feudal one, was a great historical leap forward. The bourgeois state had an interest in the elimination of the estates. The development of the capitalist mode of production required free competition and, by virtue of that, men's formal equality before the law. Under capitalism, the principle of inheriting state power was replaced by the principle of election to the top state positions. Restrictions on the political rights of the oppressed classes under feudalism gave way, under capitalism, to formal legal equality for these classes and participation in the elected organs of state power. In the struggle against feudal despotism and abuse of power, against violation of human rights, the bourgeoisie, which was then aspiring for power, proclaimed the bourgeois democratic freedoms, equality, and the power of the people. In political ideology, this was expressed in defending the rights of the individual. At the same time, bourgeois declarations and constitutions invariably defend and protect capitalist private property and economic inequality. Unlike the feudal state, the bourgeois one is marked by centralization of power, and laws have as their main goal the protection of private property and of the exploitation of wage labor based on private property, as well as the suppression of the revolutionary movements of workers. The socialist state is a fundamentally new historical type of state. It expresses the will of the whole people, regulates economic and other social relations, protects socialist order, establishes the rights and duties of citizens and officials, and protects public and personal property. There are also transitional states with a complex social and class structure. These emerge as a rule during transitions from one socio-economic formation to another. For example, we could name several states, primarily among the developing countries, which fall. 314. Lo, the socialist or the capitalist path, but belong to neither of the principal types of state of today. The forms of government and of state system. Political regimes. History has recorded a great variety of forms of state systems. Already ancient Greece knew the differences between the monarchy and the republic, the aristocracy and the democracy, although all of these forms of state were based on slavery. State forms are interpreted above all as the forms of government, the structure of the principal institutions of political power. They are variously defined depending on whether the supreme power is exercised by a single person or whether it officially belongs to an elected organ. On this criterion, monarchist forms of government are distinguished from republican ones. A monarchy is a state headed by a monarch. In such a state, power, sometimes restricted, is in the hands of an autocrat, king, czar, emperor, and is inherited. For instance, Tsarist Russia was an absolutist autocratic monarchy. A republic is a form of government which is exercised by elected organs. According to the law, power is vested here in the majority of the people. Forms of state systems fall into unitary, as in France, or federal, as e.g. Mexico, the USA, Yugoslavia, which consist of legally relatively independent state formations. Each of them has its own organs of supreme power, government, legislation, and juridical system. The form of the state is not limited to the form of government, it also implies the political regime, the methods of the state administration of society. Thus the bourgeoisie can exercise its power both by democratic methods and by the methods of totalitarianism in its undisguised form. Democracy is a method of exercising state power based on the principle of subordination of the minority to the majority and on legal equal possibility for all to take part in the management of public and state affairs. As a method of state government, democracy has a long history closely connected with the entire system of society's political organization and with politics in general. Democracy is a historical phenomenon. Democracy in general does not exist. There are only concrete types and forms of democracy whose content is determined by a given mode of production. Accordingly, such types of democracy are distinguished as primitive communal, tribal, slave-owning, feudal, capitalist and socialist. 315. Class dictatorship has been variously exercised in the framework of one and the same type of state. Thus slave-owning society went through diverse forms of government: monarchy, or autocratic power; republic, or elected power; democracy, or the power of the majority. Despite these differences, however, the state of that epoch was a slave-owning state. A similar picture is observed in feudal society. The most widespread form of the feudal state was monarchy. But there were also republics, self-governing cities which freed themselves from the power of feudal lords and were run by elected organs. Different types of exploiting state can also have similar forms of government. There were republics both in the slave-owning formation and under capitalism. Chapter 13: Social Control. 1. Social information and control. Society and the problem of control. Being an integral organism, society develops as a system of mutually interacting elements or spheres of social life. It follows from this that control of society must be systemic and all-round. Control is inherently necessary both for society as a whole and for each of its parts. Therefore, the degree of the organization of the mechanisms of control may be regarded as an essential indicator of the level of development both of society as such and of its separate spheres. Historically, two principles of the action of the control mechanism have evolved: the spontaneous and the conscious one. Spontaneous control expresses an interaction of the social forces in which the action of chance cannot be eliminated. It is an averaged result evolving out of a mass of conscious goal-directed actions whose consequences cannot in principle be taken into account in their entirety. This type of control may be modeled, say, by the market. Socialist society assumes control on the basis of knowledge of social laws. It increasingly becomes a conscious process, which requires comprehensive study and improvement of all its mechanisms. Social control is now studied in its three aspects: economic, the management of the economy; socio-political, and socio-psychological. This problem is studied most intensively in connection with the development of general theoretical disciplines, in particular of cybernetics, whose two fundamental concepts, information and control, must be considered more closely in order to determine their significance for the sphere of social control. THIRD concept of social information. Social information is above all semantic information, i.e. information that is processed by the human mind and is realized in human activity. It is conditioned by the needs and interests of individuals, social groups, and classes, which are in constant intercourse with one another in the process of 317. Material and non-material production and organization of social life. Social information has certain distinguishing features not only in terms of its nature but also in terms of its circulation in society. Innumerable information currents interact here, running along diverse channels, including the memory of the past living in the present, global forms of contacts, between nations, states, etc., and contacts within society, between different classes, parties, social groups, between the people and the state organs. These latter contacts are implemented in the form of exchanges between public opinion on the one hand and official state decisions on the other, and in the forms of education, training, communication in the process of labor activity, leisure, and so on. In short, social information moves along two planes, so to speak, the vertical and the horizontal. Social information is thus taken to mean information that circulates as the sum total of knowledge, reports, messages, and ideas about the surrounding world, above all about society, which serve the goals of controlling social processes. Optimal control pursuing reasonable goals requires objective, true and complete information. THIRD concept of social control. How are the concepts of social information and social control interconnected? They are a kind of functional twins. Where there is information there is control, and where control is realized information is inevitably present. The starting point of any process of control is reception and processing of information. We are now aware of what the nature of information is. The question then naturally arises: what is control? Control is a function of an organized system aimed at preserving its qualitative definiteness, at maintaining its dynamic equilibrium with the environment, and at its development. Control is a kind of response to the entire sum of the system's informational interactions which is intended to impart to it the kind of behavior and state, the kind of structural organization and tendency of development that would correspond to the sum total of information accumulated by this system, and take into account its objective needs. It is oriented not only towards the informational past of the system but also towards its future. Control of society is basically different from control in living organisms and technical devices. Being a complex structure comprising material and non-material processes, it functions as a specific type of human activity. The specificity lies in the fact that control is present in all the spheres of society's life, constituting a special type of social relations. Political, economic, social, ideological, legal, aesthetic, and ethical aspects can be singled out in these relations, and 318. Each of the aspects has two interconnected sides, informational and organizational. Relations of control in a class society are always class relations. A fundamental role in the mechanism of social control is played by the feedback principle. This principle acts continually, since the response actions of the system under control affect the dynamics of the actions of management on the part of the controlling system, which continually takes account of the incoming information. For a while, the subject and the object of control switch their roles. For example, a general commanding an army is the subject of control. He acts, however, on the information received from his subordinates from his intelligence unit, and so on. In this respect he is not only the subject but also an object of control. In his turn, an object of control, say an officer receiving orders from his general, acts as the subject of control in carrying out those orders. Subject and object of control thus perform a dual, subject-object function. The principal link in the structure of control is the working out and execution of administrative decisions. The most important element here is the optimum principle. In working out an administrative decision, it is necessary to take into account the greatest possible number of variants of carrying it out and to select those of them which will maximally ensure the attainment of the goals. An administrative decision is thus worked out by the subject with due consideration for the object of control and for social needs and interests, as well as for the real conditions of the transformation of possibilities into the actual execution of a decision. Without a sufficient and scientifically substantiated knowledge of the people's needs, the principle of optimal administration in the sphere of state control becomes ineffective. Besides, insufficient knowledge of the object by the subject of control leads to the violation of the feedback principle itself, which also makes control ineffectual. The character of social control in the present conditions imposes on the subject a demand of greater responsibility for decision-taking, in view of the great scope of control and the complexity of the object's structural organization. Social control is thus interpreted as goal-directed or spontaneous action on the elements of society as an integral whole, based on the feedback principle, action that is intended to ensure the social system's optimally organized functioning and development. The principles of socio-political control of society change depending on the character of the social systems and forms of state power. They can be rigidly determined, when the controlling action 319 is intended to unambiguously program the addressee's behavior, or they may be, so to say, non-rigidly determined, when the control program assumes a fairly broad spectrum of possible variants of the behavior of the objects of control. But rigid and soft principles of control rarely occur in history in pure form. In social systems, management combines both these principles, as a rule. They are combined most paradoxically in systems implementing spontaneous control, which is clearly illustrated by the market model controlled by the invisible hand of which Adam Smith wrote. On the one hand, this hand directs the free play of spontaneous forces, permitting the flexibility and pliability of the competing sides, and on the other, it dictates harsh and ruthless rules of the game as implacable as fate. Subject and object of control. The entire totality of social interactions ultimately consists of relations between subjects and objects of control. Both the subject and the object of control have a complex multilevel structure. Subjects of control may be social institutions and organizations, including public ones, and work collectives. However, administrative decisions are actually made by real individuals endowed with appropriate authority, one which implies a high degree of responsibility. The subject of control must meet high requirements, among them competence and an administrative turn of mind, which is a product of the entire system of education and training on the one hand, and a kind of natural gift on the other. As we have already mentioned, a necessary condition of effective administrative decisions being made by the subject, and of rational control over their execution, is a high quality of information, its comprehensiveness, and speedy and timely reception and processing. All this assumes profound and all-round knowledge by the subject of the essential properties, states, and tendencies of the movement of the object he controls, as well as of the conditions of its existence. The objects of control in all forms and at all levels, whether it be an enterprise, an organization, an office, or even society as a whole, are people, whole collectives and individuals. This reflects a fundamental and regular feature of all the social processes, to be real. 1. As authority, control assumes the forms of either coercion, as in laws, or persuasion, as in propaganda, or recognition of authority, as in faith, or, most frequently, a combination of the three. 320. Ized, all of them must be humanized, i.e. implemented in the actions of concrete individuals. As we have noted, the subject and the object of control are relative concepts. What appears as a subject in one interaction will be the object of another, and vice versa. Even within one and the same interaction, the subject is also controlled by the object, which in this case acts as the subject of control. Effective control is therefore only possible provided there are effective rational checks on the decision-making process itself and on the execution of decisions, not only from above but also from below. A worker not subject to any control morally disintegrates, as a rule, although the same happens with his superior as well. 1. As far as social control is concerned, the feedback principle is expressed not only in execution of orders and systematic checks but, more importantly, implies broad initiative and active participation in creative work on the part of those who are, in the given situation, objects of control. This initiative relies on a high sense of civic duty, responsibility for the cause one is involved with, and complete identity of the will of the leader and the led. This expresses in fact the meaning and content of the democratization of control so necessary for its effective implementation, especially in the economic sphere of society's life, which is realized in the work of each concrete enterprise and work collective. Social control finds its highest expression in the form of social self-government, which is impossible without high culture of both the object and the subject of control, embodied in such moral psychological qualities as honesty, conscientiousness, selflessness, and a critical and self-critical attitude in the evaluation of the results of one's work. 2 types of control and their impact on social development. Types of social control. On the historical approach, the types of social control may be classified in accordance with the stages in the development of society. Under the Gentile and tribal system, the chiefs of a tribe, endowed with power and enjoying moral authority, coordinated all the principal functions of the tribe's life activity, expressing the common LRRHE feedback principle. Characteristic of all social control is almost completely excluded in systems of rigid control distinguished, so to speak, by a paralysis of the individual free will of the object of control. This situation prevails in all the administrative bureaucratic methods of control. 21 383 321. Will of its members. A significant role in this mechanism of control was played by group consciousness embodied in traditions. Connected with this was the ritual symbolic form of collective decisions and practical actions characteristic of tribal thought. The spheres of subject and object of control were but indistinctly differentiated here as yet. In slave-owning society, the legislative principles of power differentiation and strict delimitation of the spheres of subject and object of control emerged. While the tribal community was controlled by unwritten laws, the slave-owning system saw the emergence of written laws, as, e.g., the Code of Hammurabi. Legislative power first reached its peak in Roman law. It was at this historical stage that control acquired class content. Slaves were mere objects of ruthless control, being treated much like domestic animals. Under feudalism, the systems of control were thoroughly differentiated. There were the political, legal, moral, religious, philosophical, artistic, and other systems, all intended to ensure the appropriate principles of the social behavior of individuals, social groups, and society. Political power was inherited. Under feudalism, the subject of control was a complex hierarchical structure. Underlying changes in and growing complexity of control under capitalism were the processes of development of material and non-material production, of forms of property, of various types of competition, and, in this connection, of legal relations. At the time of its formation, capitalism stimulated the appearance on the historical arena of a great many strong-willed, talented, enterprising men who organized their businesses in the interests of both the development of production and of obtaining profit. The achievements of science and technology were used to the full, and the resources of human abilities were given full play. In each concrete case, the organization of control had a clear orientation, being subordinated at the same time to the spontaneous forces of the market. As social life was generally democratized, political power, forever ceasing to be inherited, became elected, and the ruling elite absorbed men capable of controlling and guiding the various spheres of social life. At the state monopoly stage of capitalism, the system of control combines the latest achievements in organization and management with exploitation of the working people. Feedback mechanisms acquire greater complexity, covering direct and indirect forms of control over legislative and executive organs by the citizens, such as elections, public opinion studied by various institutions and taken into account in one way or another, and mass actions by broad SEC. 322. Of the population, above all by fighters for peace, against a nuclear threat, and for the environmental protection. Control over various types of material and non-material production has become a separate profession, and a special science of management and control has emerged which relies on economic studies, sociology, psychology, mathematics, and cybernetics. The manager has become an institution. This group of workers consists of hired specialists in controlling various fields of activity. Important elements of the system of control in the most advanced countries are the development of the tactics of planning, introduction of effective methods of the organization of labor, of systems of accounting and checks, and wide use of computer technology and informatics. Social control thus has a concrete historical character, and in a class society, it is class control along with general principles of control. Each social formation has its own specifics manifested in the goals, forms and methods of realization of control. A common element of all the antagonistic formations is the fact that class contradictions determine the specifics of control. Every individual is controlled, but by far not every individual controls, that is to say, one part of society, the minority, controls while the other part, the majority, is the object of control. Control as a factor of social development. Control is necessary not only to preserve and maintain the system's functional health but also to develop the system. This aspect of administrative activity becomes especially pronounced under the harmonious type of development which eliminates the tensions between non-antagonistic contradictions. In these cases, administration becomes a strong incentive to, or, contrariwise, an impediment to, this development. It is not enough for successful administrative activity to form a scientific conception of objective social laws, although this conception is a necessary condition here. The fact is that laws are general tendencies in the development of society, and a concrete historical approach to this development demands a knowledge of the causes of the appearance of certain social phenomena, including negative ones, whose control will in each concrete case be a real factor of the social evolution. If the causes of contradictions are not correctly identified, it is always difficult to find a correct administrative solution, even if the general drift of such a solution is correctly understood. Apart from the general laws of the development and concrete causes of various social phenomena, a great many other factors are 21*323 taken into account in drawing up governmental programs, as e.g. the moral and psychological atmosphere in society, which determines the execution of an administrative decision. That is to say, feedback must be taken into account. It is important to check the governmental program constantly with the concrete interests of people and with the dynamics of these interests, neglect for which can doom administrative activity to failure. The art of control thus consists in the ability to revise the general in the light of the particular and at the same time to direct the particular within the framework of the general trends of development. Control is the social practice which severely tests abstract theoretical social ideas. Chapter 14: A philosophical conception of man. 1. Man. Personality. Society. T.J.'s general concept of man. A wise man of antiquity once said that nothing was more interesting to man than man himself. Philosophy has always striven to grasp the integral nature of man, fully aware that a mere sum of knowledge embodied in the concrete sciences of man will not provide the image we are looking for. Philosophy therefore tried to work out its own means of cognizing the essence of man in order to define his place and role in the world, his attitude to the world, and his capacity for making himself, i.e. for forging his own destiny. A great many conceptions of man have been offered in the history of philosophy. The philosophers of antiquity primarily regarded man as part of the cosmos, as a kind of microcosm subordinated to fate as the highest principle. In the Christian worldview, man began to be perceived as an indissoluble and contradictory unity of two hypostases, the spirit and the body, qualitatively opposed to each other as the noble and the base. Thus St. Augustine presented the soul as independent of the body, and it was that soul that he identified with man, while Thomas Aquinas regarded man as a unity of body and soul, a being intermediate between animals and angels. In the Christian view, the human flesh is the abode of base passions and desires, the work of the devil. Hence man's constant attempts to free himself from the devil's grasp and to see the divine light of the truth. This determines the nature of man's attitude to the world. There is an obvious desire not so much to understand one's own essence as to gain access to an essence of a higher order, to God, and thus to gain salvation on Judgment Day. The idea of the finality of being is alien to this mentality. Faith in the immortality of the soul makes existence on this earth, often very hard existence, seem less painful. The philosophy of the early modern times, being mostly idealistic, followed Christianity in stressing man's spiritual essence. We 325. Still enjoy the best works of this period with their precious and subtle observations on the human spirit, on the meaning and form of the operations of human reason, and on the secret springs of the human psyche and activity going on in the depth of personality. Freed from the ideological dictates of Christianity, natural science was able to create unsurpassed models of naturalist studies in man. But a still greater merit of the early modern times was the unconditional recognition of the autonomy of the human mind in the cognition of its own essence. The idealist philosophy of the 19th and early 20th centuries exaggerated the spiritual element in man, some scholars reducing his essence to the rational element and others, to the irrational. Although the understanding of man's true essence was already taking shape in various theories and was more or less adequately formulated by some philosophers, e.g., by Hegel, who viewed the individual in the context of the socio-historical whole as a product of intense interaction in which the human essence is reified, and the whole of the objective world around man is nothing but a result of that reification, there was still no consistent and coherent theory of man. On the whole, this process reminded one of a volcano ready to erupt but still tarrying, awaiting the last and decisive bursts of inner energy. Starting with Marxism, man became the focus of philosophical knowledge out of which radiated the lines which connected man, through society, with the entire infinite universe. The foundation of a dialectical materialist conception of man was laid. The construction of an integral philosophy of man harmonious in all its aspects is a process of human self-cognition which in principle cannot be completed, the manifestations of human essence being extremely varied, comprising reason, will, character, emotions, labor, communication, and so on. Man thinks, enjoys things, loves or hates, constantly aspires for something, achieves the desirable end, unsatisfied with it, aspires for new goals and ideals. The determining condition in the formation of man is labor. In labor, man constantly changes the conditions of his existence, transforming them in accordance with his constantly developing needs, and creates a world of material and non-material culture which is formed by man to the same extent to which man himself is formed by culture. Labor is impossible as a singular manifestation and is from the very outset a collective, social phenomenon. The development of labor activity totally changed the essence of man's ancestors. Labor entailed the formation of new, social qualities, such as language, thought, communication, convictions, value origin. 326. Passions, worldview, and so on. On the psychological plane, it had as its consequence transformation of instincts in two respects. On the one hand, they were suppressed or inhibited, that is, controlled by reason, and on the other, they were transformed into intuition, a qualitative state of purely human cognitive activity. All this signified the emergence of a new biological species, Homo sapiens, who from the very beginning appeared in two interconnected hypostases as reasonable man and as social man. Actually, this is one and the same thing. Stressing the universal quality of the social element in man, Marx wrote, "The essence of man is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality it is the ensemble of the social relations one." This view of man had been evolved already in classical German philosophy. Thus Johann Gottlieb Fichte believed that the concept of man was not related to the individual, as an individual human being could not be conceived, but only to the species. Ludwig Feuerbach, who developed the materialist theory of philosophical anthropology which served as the starting point for Marx's discourse on man and his essence, also wrote that an isolated human being was non-existent. The concept of man necessarily assumed another human being or, to be more precise, other human beings, and only in this respect was man a human being in the full sense of the word. Everything that man possesses, everything that distinguishes him from animals is the result of his life in society. This is true not only of experience acquired by the individual during his lifetime. A child appears in this world in full possession of the anatomic and physiological wealth accumulated by mankind over the previous millennia. Characteristically, a child who has not absorbed social culture proves to be the least adapted to live in this world out of all living creatures. One cannot become a human being outside society. We know cases of small children falling among animals through some disaster. Remarkably, they failed to master either the erect posture or articulate speech. The sounds they pronounced were imitations of the sounds made by their animal foster parents. Their thought processes were so primitive that they hardly deserved the name of thought processes. The essence of man is concrete historical, that is to say, its content, while remaining basically social, varies depending on the content of a given epoch, socio-economic formation, socio-cultural and everyday context. However, at the first stage of an in 1K. Marx, Theses on Feuerbach, in K. Marx, F. Engels, Collected Works, Volume 5, p. 4. 327. Query into personality, the individual elements are inevitably seen as secondary. The main issue is elucidation of the universal properties in terms of which the concept of human personality can be explained as such. The starting point of such an interpretation is the view of man as the subject and product of labor activity, on the basis of which social relations are formed and develop. Without claiming to be formulating a rigorous definition, let us sum up the essential features of man. Man is a reasonable being, the subject of labor, of social relations and communication. The emphasis on man's social nature in Marxism does not imply the simplistic view that only the social environment forms man's essence. The social is here interpreted as an alternative to the subjectivist idealist approach to man, an approach exaggerating the importance of his individual psychological features. This view of sociality is, on the one hand, an alternative to individualist interpretations, and on the other hand it does not reject the biological component in the human personality, which is also universal. Man is a biopsychosocial being. We approach man along three different dimensions of his existence: biological, psychical, and social. The biological is expressed in morphophysiological, genetic phenomena, as well as in the nervous cerebral, electrochemical, and some other processes of the human organism. The psychical element covers the inner spiritual and intellectual world, conscious and subconscious processes, will, emotional experiences, memory, character, temperament, and so on. But not one aspect taken separately reveals the phenomenon of man in its integrity. Man, we repeat, is a reasonable being. So what sort of an object is his thought, then? Is it subject to biological laws alone, or is it dominated only by social laws? Any categorical answer would be an obvious oversimplification. Human thought is a highly organized biopsychosocial phenomenon whose material substratum certainly has a biological, or, to be more precise, physiological, dimension, but whose content, the concrete filling, so to speak, is undoubtedly an interweaving of the psychical and the social, an interweaving in which the social, being mediated by the emotional intellectual volitional sphere, appears as the psychical. The social and the biological, which exist in close unity with each other, refer in abstract form to the extreme poles of the diversity of human properties and actions. Thus, if we move towards the biological pole in the analysis of man, we descend to the level of organismic, biophysical, physiological, laws oriented towards the self-regulated. 328. Lation of the material energy processes as a stable dynamic system tending to preserve its integrity. On this plane, man appears as the carrier of the biological form of the motion of matter. But man is not simply an organism, a biological species. He is first and foremost the subject of social relations. As we turn to his social essence, moving from the morphological and physiological level onto the psychophysiological and spiritual structure, we reach the sphere of the socio-psychological manifestations of man as personality. Organism and personality are two inseparable sides of man. Man's organismic level is included in the natural interconnection of phenomena and is subject to natural necessity, while his personality level is open to social being, to society, and culture. When we consider man's social nature, or refer to man as personality, we are not making an abstraction from the biological component in general but only from anthropological features, from the study of the bodily organization and certain elementary psychical processes in their purely natural scientific specificity. We ignore, for instance, the natural scientific meaning of the chemical reactions occurring in a functioning living organism, this being the task of the special sciences. Instead, we concentrate on properties which can be described in social or socio-psychological terms, where the psychological is considered in its social conditioning and content. Man's bodily organization, regarded as a material substratum of personality rather than as an abstract scientific construct, undoubtedly affects his psychological features. The transition from the bodily aspect as an object of the natural sciences to the bodily aspect as a substratum of man's socio-psychological properties occurs only at the personality level. The biological aspect is determined mostly by the hereditary, genetic, mechanism, while the social aspect is conditioned by the process of the personality's involvement in the cultural historical community context. Neither the one nor the other taken separately can bring us closer to an understanding of the mystery of man, only their functioning unity can. That does not rule out, of course, the emphasis being shifted either to the biological or to the socio-psychological element in man for various cognitive and practical purposes. However, the ultimate view must necessarily combine these two aspects, or else the inquiry will leave the domain of the properly human and join either natural scientific and biological studies with their particular scientific goal, or culturology dealing in abstractions from the directly active personality. 329. A limited consideration of man either in the framework of the purely culturological approach or in the narrow confines of biology, in particular of genetics, or physiology, or psychology, or medicine, etc., often leads to simplified interpretations of the relationship between the biological and the social. This simplification gives rise to different versions of biologism and sociologism. In the former, various social disorders and even distortions are explained in terms of man's intrinsic natural qualities, while in the latter the entire complexity of negative social phenomena is reduced to various political shortcomings. The most recent theories of sociobiologism and social Darwinism give an unequivocal answer to the question: genes or the community? That answer is firmly, genes. Man's biological destiny is variously interpreted here. Some believe optimistically that the existing system of heredity fully reflects the results of his development as a unique biological species. Its stability and perfection are so great that it can serve us practically over an unlimited period of time in the foreseeable future. Others insist that man as a biological species is already moving towards extinction. Thanks to the creation of his own environment and the successes of medicine, mankind has escaped from the harsh action of natural selection and thus has to carry the load of accumulating mutations. The social storms and explosions mark, from this standpoint, the beginning of the extinction of mankind. Still others believe that man, being a biologically young species, is still carrying too many genes from his animal ancestors. The social environment in which man lives is alleged to have been created by the activities of certain select members of the human species only. This view forms the basis for all kinds of elitism as well as for the reverse side of elitism, theoretical racism. The last two of these doctrines proceed from the assumption that man's genetic nature as a whole needs correction, and that the near future is fraught with the danger of extinction through biological factors. Under these conditions, it is said, only genetics can avert this grave menace by taking the biological evolution in its own hands. On the crest of these ideas there emerges a somewhat renovated eugenics, stating authoritatively that, whether we want it or not, science must deliberately control the reproduction of the human race and introduce some kind of partial selection for the benefit of mankind. Leaving aside the purely genetic possibilities of selection, we still face a great many moral and psychological questions. How is it to be determined who possesses the genotype with the desirable features? And generally, who must and may say what is desirable? 330. Exaggeration of genetic factors and possibilities of selection. Characteristic of sociobiologism and social Darwinism has as its premise the belittling of the social element in man. Man is indeed a creature of nature, but he is at the same time a social creature of nature. Nature gives man considerably less than life in society requires of him. Apart from neglect for the social context, yet another defect of these theories can be pointed out. Biological factors cannot be reduced to genetic ones only. The physiological aspects of individual development should also be taken into account, particularly those that produce pathological effects, for it is these factors that change the biological component of man, who in this case begins to perceive the social factors affecting him in quite a different light. A few words must be said about the theories which, while recognizing, or seeming to recognize, the importance of the biological factor, express too optimistic a view of the possibility of rapid and irreversible changes in human nature for the better through education alone. History has known a great many examples of social psychology being changed, to the point of mass psychoses, by powerful social levers, but these processes have always been short-lived and, which is most important, reversible. Culturological rushed work and short-term exhausting spurts are, historically and socially, senseless and merely disorient political will and undermine the effectiveness of the social levers themselves. Now, in what way are the biological and the social elements in man combined? To answer this question, let us turn to the history of the emergence of man as a biological species. Man appeared on the earth as a result of a long evolution which led to a change in animal morphology proper, to the emergence of the erect posture, the freeing of the upper extremities and the attendant development of the articulatory speech apparatus, an ensemble of factors which entailed the development of the brain. Man's morphology was a material crystallization, as it were, of his social or, to be more precise, collective existence. At a definite level of development, anthropogenesis, stimulated by favorable mutations, labor activity, communication, and evolving spirituality, switched from the track of biological development onto that of historical evolution of social systems proper, as a result of which man evolved as a biosocial unity. That means that man comes into the world with insufficiently formed anatomical and physiological systems, which complete their formation under social conditions, that is to say, these systems are genetically programmed as uniquely human. The mechanism of heredity which determines man's biology. 331. Cal aspect also includes his social essence. A newborn baby is not a tabula rasa on which the environment draws the fanciful patterns of the spirit. Heredity equips the child not only with purely biological properties and instincts. From the start, the child has a special capacity for imitating adults, their actions, sounds, and so on. He is inquisitive, and that is already a social trait. He can be distressed, and feel fear and joy. His smile is innate and smiling is the privilege of man. The child thus comes into the world precisely as a human being. And yet at the moment of birth he is only a candidate human being. He cannot become a full member of the human race if isolated, he has to learn to be human. It is society that introduces him into the world of people, regulates his behavior and fills it with social meaning. We all have amazingly obedient fingers, with which we can take up a brush and colors and begin to paint. But it is not these actions that make a painter. The same is true of consciousness, which is not our natural birthright. Conscious psychical phenomena are shaped during one's lifetime as a result of education and training, of actively mastering languages and the world of culture. The social element penetrates through the psychical into the biology of the individual, which becomes in this transformed state the basis, or material substratum, of his psychical, conscious life activity. Thus man is an integral unity of the biological, organismic, psychical, and social levels, which evolve out of two kinds of elements, the natural and the social, the inherited and the acquired during the individual's lifetime. The human individual is not a mere arithmetical sum of the biological, the psychical, and the social, but their integral unity, producing a qualitatively new stage, the human personality. Man and his environment, from the earth to outer space. Just as any other living creature, man has an environment of his own, which affects in various ways the interaction of all the constituent elements within him. Recently, the sciences of man have come to realize more and more the influence of the environment on the state of the organism and the psyche, an influence which determines the feeling of comfort or discomfort. A philosophical view of man would therefore be essentially incomplete without a consideration of the main environment system. Social environment will be discussed later, and now we shall focus our attention on what is known as the natural environment. 332. Our life depends on natural phenomena to a much greater extent than we are inclined to believe. We live on a planet in whose depths countless turbulent processes occur of which we have no idea but which affect us all. The planet itself is hurtling through space as a grain of sand. Most effects of natural phenomena on the human organism are still unknown. Science has studied only an infinitesimal part of these effects. Thus we know that if a human being is placed into a non-magnetic medium, death will be instantaneous. Man exists in a system of interaction of all the natural forces, and is subject to extremely varied actions from these forces. Mental equilibrium is only possible under physiological and psychological adaptation to the natural world, and since man is above all a social being, he can only adapt himself to nature through society. The social organism acts within the framework of nature, and if this is forgotten, the punishment is ruthless. If a community's values are not oriented towards harmony with nature but rather at isolation of man from nature under the sign of a monstrously overblown urbanism, man becomes, sooner or later, a victim of such axiological orientations. Besides, a kind of environmental vacuum or lack of room for activity arises in this case, and no social conditions can compensate him for the psychological losses due to alienation from nature. Man is a biological as well as social being, and just as he will die without the society of other people, so he can die without communion with nature. Both the social and natural forces act in this sense absolutely ruthlessly. The concept of environment is not restricted to the sphere of the earth, it includes the cosmos as a whole. The earth is not a cosmic body isolated from the universe. It seems to be firmly established in modern science that life on earth sprang into being due to cosmic processes. It is therefore quite natural that all living organisms interact in one way or another with the cosmos. It has been discovered that sunstorms and the electromagnetic disturbances connected with them affect the organism's cells, its nervous and vascular systems, man's sense of well-being and the psyche. We live in unison with the entire cosmic environment, and any changes in it affect our well-being. Intense work is now being done on the problem of links between living organisms and the energy-information interactions in the universe. The ideas of Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, Vladimir Vernadsky and Alexander Shchevsky on this subject appear to be quite topical and perspicacious. They insisted that we are surrounded on all sides by flows of cosmic energy reaching us across the vast distances from 333. The stars, the planets, and the sun, and that the processes occurring in the infinite spaces of the universe affect in one way or another all organic and inorganic matter on Earth. Vernadsky introduced the term of noosphere to designate the sphere of rational life on the planet, man's natural environment and its formative impact on him. The combination of two elements, the biological and the social, life and reason, is the basis for a broader conception of the term environment. The noosphere need not be regarded as a purely terrestrial phenomenon, it may be extended to embrace the entire cosmos. Life and reason apparently exist in other worlds as well, and man as a particle of the noosphere is thus a social planetary cosmic being. Since the environment makes such a decisive impact on man, its concept must be subjected to careful analysis, with due attention to its cosmic, natural, and social components. Man as a personality. Man as a species concretely exists in real individuals. The concept of individual points, first, to a separate member of the biological species Homo sapiens, and second, to a single separate atom of the social community. This concept describes man as separate and autonomous. The individual as a particular singular integral entity has a number of properties: an integral morphological and psychophysiological organization, stability of interactions with the environment, and activeness. The concept of individual is merely the first condition of designating the domain of the study of man, to be further concretized in the specific concepts of personality and individuality. There are two principal theories of personality. Personality is a functional, role-oriented characteristic of man, and personality is man's essential characteristic. The first theory relies on the concept of social function, or, more precisely, social role. Although this aspect of personality has a great significance for contemporary applied sociology, it cannot bring out man's deep inner world, focusing attention on external behavior only, which does not always necessarily express his real essence. A deeper conception of personality is formulated on the plane of essence rather than function. Personality is seen as a concentrate of regulatory intellectual spiritual potentials, the focus of self-consciousness, the source of willpower and the nucleus of character, the subject of free action and supreme authority in man's inner life. Personality is the individual concentration and expression of social relations and functions of people, the subject of 334. The cognition and transformation of the world, of the rights and obligations, of ethical, aesthetic and all other social norms. Personality traits appear in this case as derivatives from the social way of life, from reason aware of itself. A personality is therefore always a socially developed individual. Personality is formed in the process of activity, communication or, in other words, of the socialization of the individual. This process is realized through inner formation of the individual's unique image. Socialization requires from the individual productive activity, which is expressed in continuous revision of his actions, behavior, and deeds. In its turn, this necessitates the capacity for self-appraisal, which is connected with the development of self-consciousness. In this process, the mechanism of reflection, which is characteristic specifically of personality, is developed and polished. Self-consciousness and self-appraisal form the core of a given personality, around which the pattern of personality is woven, unique in the wealth and variety of the subtlest and highly idiosyncratic nuances. Personality is an ensemble of three main components: biogenetic predispositions, the action of the social factors, the environment, conditions, norms, and regulators, and the action of the psychosocial nucleus, the self. The nucleus is, as it were, the inner social element of personality which has become a phenomenon of the psyche, determining the personality's character, the sphere of motivation manifested in a definite orientation, a mode of correlation of one's own interests with the social ones, the level of ambitions, the basis for the formation of convictions, value orientations, and worldview. The nucleus is also the basis for the formation of the social emotions, the feeling of personal dignity, duty, responsibility, conscience, moral and ethical principles, and so on. It is the essential element of personality structure, the highest regulative and predictive spiritual, intellectual, and semantic center. An individual as personality is not a certain accomplished givenness but a phenomenon demanding incessant work of the soul. The main property of personality, the resultant of other traits, is the worldview, an indication of a high level of the individual's spirituality. A man asks himself, what am I? What did I come into this world for? What is the meaning of my life, my predestination? Do I live in accordance with the purpose of all being, or not? Only if an individual has worked out a certain worldview can he realize his self-determination in life, acting purposefully and consciously to fulfill his essence. A worldview is a bridge, as it were, between personality and the entire surrounding world. 335. Simultaneously with the formation of a worldview, a personality's character is molded. Character is a person's psychological core which stabilizes his social forms of activity. Only through character does an individual arrive at a firm definiteness. 1. The word character, used synonymously with the word personality, signifies as a rule willpower, which is also a generalized indicator of personality. Willpower makes a person's worldview stable, integral, and effective. People of strong will also have strong character. They are usually respected and rightly seen as leaders. People know what can be expected of them. It is recognized that he who achieves great goals has great character, as his acts correspond to the requirements of objective, reasonably substantiated and socially significant ideals, and serve as a reference point to others. Such a person strives for the realization of goals that are justified not only objectively but also subjectively. The energy of his will has a content worthy of itself. If a person's character loses its objectiveness, dissipating itself in accidental, petty, and empty goals, it turns into stubbornness and becomes subjectively deformed. Stubbornness is not character but a parody of character. It has repulsive force, being an obstacle in a person's communication with others. Without will, neither morality nor the civic spirit nor the social self-assertion of the human individual as personality are possible. An important component of personality is morality. Social circumstances are often such that a person in a situation of choice does not always follow his own ethical imperatives. At moments like this he becomes a puppet of social forces, which does irreparable damage to his integrity. People react in different ways to such trials. While one is hammered flat by social oppression, another will only be tempered. Highly moral intellectuals will be affected by an acute and tragic sense of non-personality in similar situations, i.e. an inability to do what their inner self dictates them to do. Only a personality that can freely manifest itself is able to retain a sense of personal dignity. The measure of a personality's subjective freedom is determined by its moral imperative and serves as an indication of the degree of development of the personality itself. Personality is thus a measure of the individual's integrity. There is no personality without inner integrity. It is important to distinguish in personality not only the unitary and the common but also the unique and the specific. An in-depth perception of the essence of personality assumes consideration of a personality as a social and at the same time individual and original being. A person's uniqueness is manifested already at the biological level. Nature itself carefully protects in man not only his genetic essence but also the particular about him, preserving it in a gene pool. All the cells of an organism contain genetically controlled specific molecules which make the individual biologically unique. Even the external diversity of human individualities is amazing. But the true meaning of this phenomenon is connected not so much with a person's appearance as with his inner spiritual world, with a unique way of being in the world, the manner of conduct, and communication with people and nature. The uniqueness of personalities has an important social significance. What would society look like if all its members were all alike, with stereotyped brains, thoughts, emotions, and abilities? Let us perform a mental experiment. Suppose all these individuals were artificially turned into a homogeneous mass of the spiritual and the corporeal, out of which the omnipotent experimenter would mold individuals, having first equally divided the mass into the male and the female part. These individuals would be all of the same type and equal to one another in all respects. Evidently the two groups of identical individuals would not form a normal society. A wide variety of individualities is a necessary condition and a form of manifestation of a community's successful life activity. The individual uniqueness and originality of a personality is not simply the greatest social value but also a pressing need in the development of a healthy and reasonably organized society. Personality. Collective. Society. Man is shaped and modified under the influence of joint labor, being both the subject and the object of the action of social forces and social relations. The problem of personality cannot be solved without a clear philosophical formulation of the question of the relationship between personality and society. Now, in what forms is this relationship manifested? The connection between personality and society is mediated above all by the primary collective, family, or group of students, or labor unit. Only through the collective does each of its members become part of society. The decisive role is clear, then, of this exceptionally important seal of an integral social organism, in which the individual is molded spiritually, intellectually, and physically, and in which he absorbs, to some extent or other, what was created. 22 383-337. By his predecessors through mastering the language and the socially evolved forms of activity. The direct forms of communication which take shape in the collective form social links, molding the image of the person. Through the primary collective, the personal is handed over to society, and the achievements of society are passed on to the individual. Just as any personality carries an imprint of the collective, so any collective carries the imprint of its members. Being the formative element for the individuals, it is in its turn shaped by the individuals. A collective is not something faceless, solid and homogeneous. It constitutes a combination of various individualities all unlike one another. The individual does not sink or dissolve in the collective but reveals and asserts himself. Performing a definite social function, a person plays his or her individual and unique role, one out of the vast spectrum of various kinds of creativity. Human society is the highest stage of the organization of living systems. Being a collective of collectives, as it were, it has the highest social authority. The primary collective is a society in miniature, for it is here that the individual and society directly interact. For the individual, society is simultaneously an ensemble of all the social conditions of his life and the result of the development of all the primary collectives and thus of the individual himself, since he is a member of one of them. 2. Man in the flow of history. The concrete historical conception of personality. The relationship between individual and society has undergone essential changes in the course of history. The concrete content of personality has also changed in this process. A retrospective view of history reveals to us a great diversity of personality types characteristic of definite types of culture and worldview: antiquity, the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, the modern times, and so on. A 20th century personality sharply differs from a personality of a not too remote historical past, say of the 18th or 19th centuries. This is connected not only with the cultural epochs in the history of mankind but also with the replacement of one socio-economic formation by another. Under the Gentile system, personal interests were subordinated to the interests of the survival of the gens, and each adult individual played a role strictly prescribed by the gens and by tradition. Society on the whole was guided by rituals, by the customs of forefathers. Man's tribal social essence was organically realized in the primitive, undeveloped forms of his activity. That was the first historical stage. 338. In the development of the human personality, whose inner spiritual world was completely filled by a uniform social natural existence. With the emergence of the slave-owning and feudal socio-economic formations, of the classical and medieval cultures, a new type of relations between individual and society arose. In these societies, where classes emerged with their opposite interests, and the state evolved as a result along with officially established legal relations between citizens, the individuals, free citizens in slave-owning society and all citizens in feudal society, became subjects of law and obligations. That meant recognition of a certain independence of action on the part of the individual and, accordingly, the individual's responsibility for his actions was envisaged. The formation of personality assumed turbulent forms here, the personality being affected, on the one hand, by estate collectivism, and on the other, by class narrow-mindedness. This ultimately determined the personality's content, the forms of social activeness or passiveness, mode of life and worldview. However, despite the fact that both these socio-economic formations were essentially exploiting types of society, the individual of the classical epoch differed sharply from the individual of feudal society. The two lived under different types of cultural conditions. Classical society was a pagan society. Man himself, and the community as a whole, were perceived in the likeness of the cosmos, hence the view that man's fate was predestined. The individual could, of course, be independent in the conduct of his terrestrial affairs, but in the last instance he still perceived himself as a tool of the cosmic world order embodied in the idea of fate. Everyone had a fate of his or her own, and no one could change it of one's own free will. The classical individual's worldview remained essentially mythological. In the Middle Ages, Christian religion developed the view of personality as an integral autonomous structure. The personal spiritual world became more complex and more differentiated. The individual established intimate contacts with a personified God. The worldview of the Christianized individual was permeated with eschatological motifs, hence the orientation towards a spiritual life in seclusion, perfection of the soul, and education of the individual in the spirit of meekness and non-resistance. The physical was in a way sublimated into the spiritual, by way of preparation for afterlife. The religious element imbued all aspects of human existence, which determined the appropriate mode of being. The individual's intense inner life, in which the psychical self was concentrated in the moral 22*339. And worldview focus left little room for the biological and social components. In a new cultural environment connected with the transition from feudalism to the capitalist forms of the economy, the personality of a new type evolved. In the epoch of the Renaissance, freedom of choice became a matter for acute reflection. The autonomy of God was interpreted as autonomy for man himself. Man was now declared to be the master of his own destiny. Man's dignity lay in his involvement in all things terrestrial and celestial, from the lowest to the highest. Freedom of choice meant that man's position in the cosmos was not fixed, and that he had the freedom of creative self-determination. The individual had tasted the ecstasy of the unlimited possibilities of his essential forces and felt that he was master of the world. Reason now held the dominant position. Everything that could not stand the test of reason was subject to doubt and criticism. This determined a considerable rationalization of all the spheres of social life and caused science to flourish. A mediating link in the form of technology wedged itself in the relations among people. Universal rationalization meant the narrowing down of the emotional and spiritual side of the interpersonal world. Value orientations and the worldview also were changed. As capitalism asserted itself, the highest value was attached to such personal qualities as willpower, enterprise, abilities. All this, however, had its reverse side: egoism, individualism, ruthlessness, and so on. Further development of capitalism led to a total alienation of the individual. The personality of the individualistic type evolved, with a pluralist worldview and an orientation towards objects. Such an individual's spiritual values were supplanted by rationalist and pragmatic ones. The principle of utilitarianism permeated human relations. The psychology of individualism inevitably created an acute sense of loneliness and an alienation of man from man. THIRD alienation phenomenon. The phenomenon of alienation ought to be studied in closer detail. In the broadest sense, alienation is a social process in which the results of man's activity turn into an independent force hostile to him and dominating him. Historically, alienation was conditioned by the social division of labor and the emergence of private property with all the consequences of that development. The state as an apparatus of oppression of one class by another, social inequality and exploitation, the view of man's spiritual powers as something absolute and supernatural, religion and 340. Idealism, and, finally, a development of science and technology that ultimately turns hostile to man himself. On the socio-economic plane, the phenomenon of alienation is manifested as objectified labor prevailing over living labor, and the direct producer being prevented from controlling the conditions, means and products of labor. Not being the subject of property, the direct producer cannot perform a number of functions characteristic of the producer/owner. The effect of alienation is, in fact, a byproduct of the process of reification or objectification by man of his own essential forces and abilities, under the conditions of the division of labor and the social relations taking shape on this basis. The said process leads to the alienability of these relations, of which a fetish is then made. Social relations looked upon as fetishes are reflected in a specific manner in social psychology as well as in the individual's consciousness. There emerges a gap between the individual's expectations and the norms prescribed to him by the social structure, which leads to his perception of these norms as alien and hostile to himself, and to the feelings of isolation and loneliness. This assumes, rather than rules out, violations of the norms of social behavior. Alienation, which accompanied mankind's entire history, with the probable exception of Gentile society, was manifested in its sharpest forms under capitalism. In his comprehensive analysis of the essence and content of capitalist society, Marx identified a number of characteristic features of the phenomenon of alienation. He showed that the conditions of labor, both material and intellectual, are alienated from labor itself and opposed to the worker as capital, and that for this reason the worker, engaged in a one-sided labor process, feels impoverished and ravaged by this process. The results of labor are also alienated from the wage laborer. Marx further traced the way in which social institutions are alienated and turned into hierarchically constructed bureaucratic systems. As a result of all this, ideology is totally alienated from the working people's actual life, and a level of expectations is formed in members of the community which does not accord with its real possibilities. The activization of the human factor and harmonious development of personality. The role of the human factor in history is constantly on the increase. The reasons for this apparently lie in the fact that as the sphere of man's activity expands, as the kinds and forms of this activity become more complicated, and the interdependence of 341 man, nature, and society assumes global proportions, progress can only be achieved through conscious control over the creative process on the social scale. Socio-historical practice is in effect the development of man's freedom, of his essential forces. As we know, freedom implies choice. Man is truly free when he realizes that choice independently, without pressure from outside forces or alien opinions being thrust on him, through cognition of the laws of the real world, including history. But man is only free to the extent to which the conditions of social being permit him to be free. And what does man gain from freedom? Above all, a right to labor, a just distribution of material and non-material wealth, participation in social affairs, application of his abilities as a realization of his basic needs, and the right to leisure. Freedom of the individual is expressed not only in his rights but also in the obligations and responsibility. The citizen's rights do not exist without obligations, just as there are no obligations without rights. Responsibility is the reverse side of the individual's free activity, the socio-moral regulatory principle of interconnection between individual and society. The greater the social role of the individual, the more responsible he must be. The basis of social and political freedom is economic emancipation of labor from the oppression of alienated capital. But that is not all. A reasonable organization of the economy is necessary, a system that would envisage a natural rather than enforced need for revealing the individual's essential forces, i.e. a real rather than imaginary realization of his freedom. Chapter 15. The Spiritual and Intellectual Sphere of Society's Life. 1. Social Consciousness, Essence and Levels. Social consciousness and its transforming power. Speaking generally, the meaning of this concept is clear from the materialist solution of the basic question of philosophy. However, as far as the relation between social being and social consciousness is concerned, mere primariness and secondariness on the general philosophical plane are not enough. That is just not sufficient. Indeed, social consciousness did not emerge some time after social being but simultaneously with it. Without the human mind, society would have been unable either to emerge or to develop. Since society is a subjective objective reality, social being and social consciousness are, as it were, loaded with one another. Without the energy of consciousness, social being is static and dead. Even the process of material production, the basis of social being, which in one of its elements exists independently of consciousness, determining the latter, has a merely relative freedom from the power of consciousness. There is no idealism about this assertion whatsoever, as we merely say that consciousness is realized in two hypostases in the reflective and actively creative abilities. The essence of consciousness consists precisely in the fact that it may reflect social being only on condition of its simultaneous creative transformation. The function of anticipatory reflection characteristic of consciousness is most clearly realized in relation to social being, which is essentially linked with orientation towards the future. This has been repeatedly borne out in history by the fact that ideas, in particular socio-political ideas, outstripped the contemporary state of society and even transformed it, as is illustrated by the ideology of progressive classes and especially by the fact of the socialist revolution. Society is a material ideal reality. The ensemble of generalized notions, theories, emotions, mores, and traditions of all that forms the content of social consciousness, the intellectual end. 343. Spiritual reality is part of social being, since it is given the consciousness of the separate individual. But, while stressing the unity of social being and social consciousness, let us bear in mind their characteristic differences, their separateness, and relative independence. Historical interconnections between them were realized in such a way that, while at the early stages of the development of mankind social consciousness was shaped by direct influences of social being, later this action became mediated through the state, through political and legal relations, and so on. The reverse influence of social consciousness on social being becomes, on the contrary, more direct. The very possibility of this lies in the ability of consciousness to reflect being correctly. Thus consciousness as reflection and as active creativity is a unity of two inseparable aspects of a single process, It evaluates being, revealing its secret meaning. It predicts being and transforms it through people's practical activity. This expresses the historically established function of social consciousness, which makes it an objectively necessary and actually existing element of any social structure. The fact that social consciousness includes different levels, everyday consciousness, theoretical consciousness, social psychology, ideology, etc., with social being reflected at each of these levels in different ways, presents a real difficulty in understanding the phenomenon of social consciousness. Social and individual consciousness. What is the relationship, in this light, between individual and social consciousness? Some believe that the real sphere of social consciousness, and its only carrier, is the concrete individual. Others think, on the contrary, that social consciousness is something superpersonal, so that a conception of it need not take the individual into account at all to sort it all out. Let us go back a bit, and let us repeat. Social consciousness is a socially conditioned phenomenon not only in terms of the mechanism of its inception and realization but also in the nature of its being and historic mission. It is an attribute of society and is comparable, as a special type of reality, with society's being. The space in which social consciousness exists must be designated like this: it is the man-activity communication history-language culture system. This system is in a state of constant dynamics of functioning and development, continually introducing countless individuals coming into this world to the cultural treasures of mankind. Outside world history, the individual's brain would not have 344 been able to think in a human way. When people learn to consciously perceive the world in the framework of social life, they are learning at the same time to express in the process of communication their ideas, recording them in language which takes individual consciousness into the arena of social being. The individual is both finite and limited. His consciousness lives and dies with him. In the system of society, though, his consciousness becomes immortal, in a way. Social consciousness, which is ultimately generated by the brain of the individual as an element of social being, is now making a powerful impact on the individual during his entire lifetime. At this point it is very important to note that consciousness, both social and individual, cannot be derived just from the process of reflection of the natural world. The subject-object relation does not generate consciousness. For this process to take place, the subject must be included in the intricate network of social practice. As we come into this world, each of us inherits a multifaceted culture which has to be absorbed so that we might acquire a truly human essence and be able to think. We start a dialogue with social consciousness, and this opposing consciousness is a reality, just as much as, say, the state or law, a reality, of course, that has specifics of its own. We can rebel against it, but our rebellion may prove to be not only meaningless but also tragic, unless we take into account the forms and methods of the historically established intellectual spiritual system. In order to transform this system, it is necessary first to master it. This does not mean, of course, that social consciousness is viewed as a sort of impersonal kingdom of abstract ideas free from man and oppressing him with their global historical weight. Social consciousness is superpersonal, but that does not mean that it is extrapersonal. It is inherently of the same nature as man. Everything in it has been created and crystallized precisely by man and not by some extra-historical force. Social consciousness is not, however, a quantitative sum of individual minds. It is a qualitatively novel hypostasis of these minds, an ideal objective reality organized within itself in a special manner, a reality whose demands and will the individual must take into account in the same way as he takes into account natural phenomena. However, social consciousness does not exist for individuals as an external mechanical force. Each of us equally confronts this consciousness, but each absorbs this force, reacts to it, and acts on it in his own way, depending on the personality-related, individual specifics. Each individual consciousness also has its own sources of the 345 development, so that every individual is unique despite the unity of the human culture embracing all individuals. The carriers of social consciousness are not only individuals but also social groups and society as a whole. If the individual alone were the carrier of social consciousness, all differences between individual and social consciousness would actually disappear, The problem cannot be solved by separating social consciousness as something averaged and typical from individual consciousness as the nuances and liberties determined by the individual's specifics. Can we in this case form a conception of social and individual consciousness as two distinct entities? What will be left in individual consciousness if we take away the entire content of social consciousness? Nothing but the freaks of biopsychology. On the other hand, what will the so-called social consciousness look like? A mere collection of simplified statistical views in their depersonalized and lifeless form. Failure to distinguish between individual and social consciousness is fraught with such dangerous diseases as dogmatism and voluntarism. Indeed, dogmatism deifies a system of ideas accepted at one time, regarding it as given once and for all, as the ultimate and immutable truth. A dogmatic person gives up his personal view in favor of the generally accepted one. As for the voluntarist, he will on the contrary, ignore social consciousness in favor of the individual one. His reasoning runs along these lines: if my actions are motivated by the best of intentions, these intentions coincide with the objective imperatives of history. The possibility of a subjective error is disregarded, and all his initiatives are no more than dreamy utopias. Voluntarism holds back historical progress just as much as dogmatism, nurturing countless illusions in social consciousness. Social consciousness has an objective nature and imminent W.S. of development, and it can either lag behind or anticipate being in the framework of an evolutionary process that is natural to a given society, acting either as a powerful stimulant or as a mechanism of retardation. The powerful transforming force of social consciousness can affect being as a whole, revealing the meaning of the ongoing evolution and predicting its future. It differs in this respect from subjective individual consciousness, which is finite and limited to a single individual. The power of the social whole over the individual is expressed in the obligatory acceptance by the individual of historically established forms of cultural assimilation of reality, of those means and ways with which spiritual and intellectual values are produced, of the semantic content which humanity has accumulated. 346. Laid over the ages and without which the formation of the individual is impossible. Just as any other phenomenon, social consciousness is amenable to study, although this study has to be carried out from within social consciousness itself and cannot therefore be absolute, for it is impossible to lift oneself without a point of rest outside oneself. Social consciousness is generally divided into different levels on the vertical plane and forms on the horizontal one. The everyday practical and the theoretical level of social consciousness. The division into the everyday practical and the theoretical level is based, as is clear from the terms themselves, on the antithesis of an integral understanding of life that is practical and unsystematized, although not entirely spontaneous, on the one hand, and ideas that have been subjected to creative elaboration and rational systematization, in the special sciences, in art, philosophy, socio-political, ethical and other doctrines, on the other. This division is usual in all the forms of social consciousness, although the relations between the two levels are by no means the same everywhere. Everyday does not mean philistine or inferior. This concept reflects an objectively existing and necessary level of social consciousness filled with a vast and vital content. It undoubtedly has its drawbacks, but at the same time it has definite advantages as well. As distinct from the systematic, rational, and clearly intelligible quality of the theoretical level, everyday consciousness has a fullness and integrity of life perception that is uncharacteristic of the theoretical forms of consciousness. That is one of the main indications of its viability. A person may have no knowledge of any theoretical system, no familiarity with any philosophical constructs, and yet feel no serious psychological discomfort if that person's everyday consciousness is internally harmonious and knows no conflicts. But even if one is a highly qualified specialist in a particular field, one cannot do without an integral worldview, even if it is of the everyday kind. If not, such an individual will inevitably feel discomfort. Everyday consciousness is closer to the immediate realities of life than its theoretical forms, and it therefore more fully reflects the specifics of a situation with all its concrete details and semantic nuances. The experiences of everyday consciousness are the treasure trove from which the special sciences, philosophy, and art draw their content. Everyday consciousness is thus the primary form of society's understanding of the social and the natural, a form that is 347. Objectively conditioned by the very nature of man. Its qualities are historically variable. If, for instance, everyday consciousness of the Middle Ages was virtually free from scientific notions. Society's present-day practical consciousness is no longer a naive religious mythological reflection of the world. On the contrary, it is permeated with scientific knowledge trademark, yet at the same time it generalizes this knowledge in a kind of unity with its own means irreducible to scientific ones. Social psychology and ideology. The relationship between the everyday and theoretical levels of consciousness is transformed in a specific manner in the relation between social psychology and ideology. Social psychology is a partial analog of the everyday level of consciousness. It embraces various scientific and non-scientific views and assessments, aesthetic tastes and ideas, mores and traditions, inclinations and interests, images of fantasy and the logic of common sense. Ideology is a partial analog of the theoretical level of consciousness. It systematically evaluates social reality from the positions of a definite class or party. Ideology accumulates the historical experiences of definite groups or classes, formulates their socio-political tasks and goals, and builds a system of authoritative ideals. A significant feature of ideology as a specific form of consciousness is that it reflects reality in a mediated form, and not integrally and directly as social psychology does. Ideology develops its own categorical tools which, being fairly abstract, are more remote from reality. This holds the danger of ideology becoming self-contained and inclined towards scholastic theorizing. Because of this, social psychology and ideology can reflect identical realities in different ways. The very fact of their antithesis leads not only to ideology lagging behind everyday consciousness but to destabilization and undermining of social psychology itself. When the structure of social consciousness is undermined by disharmony reaching the point of an acute conflict, social consciousness gradually loses its stability and unity. A great role in the resolution of this contradiction is played by the study of public opinion, which is interpreted as the statistically averaged evaluative attitude of various social strata to current events. Such are the most general features of the principal levels of social consciousness on which all of its forms function. The forms in question are as follows: philosophy, politics, law, morality, aesthetics, religion, and science. All forms of social consciousness with the exception of philosophy can be divided, somewhat arbitrarily, into 348. 2 cycles. The first cycle includes politics, law, and ethics. Underlying all of them there are various modifications of the primary relations between subjects, relationships among people, in ethics, the relationship between individual and society in law, and relationships between social groups, including states, in politics. The second cycle includes aesthetics, religion, or atheism, and science. The focus here is the basic relation between subject and object, i.e. the various forms of the reflection in human consciousness of man's complex relations with the world. 2. Political consciousness. TG concept of political consciousness. Political consciousness emerged in antiquity in response to the real need for interpreting new phenomena, above all, the state and state power, produced by the split of society into antagonistic classes. Political consciousness reflects the understanding of the relationship established between people's immediate practical activity, on the one hand, and socially regulated conditions under which this activity takes place, on the other. As the social division of labor leads to the formation of classes, and thus to sharp differences in the conditions of their existence, the need arises for supporting the established class structure through state power expressing the interests of the ruling class. Political consciousness is a reflection of the economic, social and production interconnections between classes in their overall relation to state power. This conditioning by the immediate economic and class interests constitutes the specificity of political consciousness, within which the political interests proper evolve. The political consciousness of society cannot naturally be homogeneous, covering as it does the sphere of relationships of all classes and straighted to the state and the government, the sphere of the interrelations between all classes. 1. A political evaluation of reality depends on the position the subject of that evaluation, an individual, group or class, occupies in the given social structure. In an antagonistic class society, political interests come constantly in conflict in the struggle for state power. The structure of state power is the central problem of political thought. The political struggle for determining the structure, tasks, and content of activity of the state assumed extremely varied historical forms from open discussion. of social problems in parliamentary debate and economic demands leading to partial reforms, to violent state upheavals or social revolutions. The evolution of political doctrines ultimately reflects progressive development of socio-economic history. Political interests are objective, and they therefore concern every individual, whether openly expressed or concealed. In effect, the life of every society, with the exception of the primitive communal one, is permeated with political interests in which acute social contradictions are focused. It is precisely political interests that are mostly at the center of all socially active associations and, even more so, of social conflicts. In this struggle, anything science, art, religion, philosophy can become an object of political consciousness, and anything may be drawn into the sphere of ideological discussions. This does not mean that every cultural phenomenon is either a reflection or a victim of political interests. Genuine creative work is selfless regardless of the political situation. At the same time, the creators of the new always think along politically progressive lines. If dependence of culture on direct political goals leads to the loss of culture's independence and specificity, this slows down its development and, moreover, makes for a violent rejection of spiritual and intellectual wealth already accumulated by society. As long as classes exist, and so does the problem of state power, all the other aspirations of the human mind will inevitably, consciously, or forcibly, be involved in the whirlwind of political contradictions. Levels of political consciousness. Apart from the decisive, class criterion of evaluation of political consciousness applied in social philosophy, it generally subdivides this consciousness into two levels: the everyday practical level and the ideological theoretical one, in accordance with the division, described earlier, of social consciousness as a whole into social psychology and ideology. Everyday practical political consciousness emerges spontaneously, growing out of people's practical activity, their social background and immediate environment. Without theoretical reflection, this consciousness combines the rational and the emotional, fresh experiences of everyday life and traditions, the mood of the moment and the stable stereotype. It is often unstable, fluctuating with the emotions and the changing immediate experiences, but it is also largely static, as the acting stereotypes make thought lose its flexibility. In view of the community of the economic position, the members of one class develop similar forms of everyday practical polity. 350. Cal consciousness. There is no generalizing intellectual work here, nor broad historical perspective, nor theoretical formulas or philosophical categories. At the same time, it is precisely everyday consciousness that, owing to its direct dependence on objective economic reality, contains an embryo of a theoretical political ideology of the given class. Critically analyzing the content of everyday consciousness, theoretical ideology works out a clear-cut, historically and sociologically substantiated political program. Ideology is not a passive study of the existing attitudes but a strategic and tactical system aimed at active reverse influence on social consciousness. To join in real political struggle, the interests of a class must assume the form of a coherent ideological theory, a system of views not only on contemporary reality but also on future social development, and this is already the prerogative of ideological thought. Ideology is shaped by a special and independent group of people, the ideological estate, or the ideological element of a class. Each class produces its own ideologues whose duty it is to present the political interests of the class in theoretical form. Here, the personality of the ideologue himself also affects to some extent the ideology that is being shaped. It is enough to recall the tribunes of the French Revolution to perceive the difference between the emotional and intellectual fervor of basically similar political demands. If the form of the expression of ideas is infelicitous, a class may reject the ideologue and temporarily follow another speaker even if his goals are the opposite of its own. The complexity of the relationship between ideology and everyday consciousness is the source of numerous political collisions, beginning with excessive anarchist tendencies in the masses and ending with extremely rigid ideological forms of totalitarianism. This relative freedom of ideology from everyday consciousness is sometimes widely used as a means of deliberate manipulation of public opinion, with alien ideas being implanted in the minds under the guise of vital class interests. The great possibilities of the impact of political ideology on social consciousness are also explained by the fact that it is not only a system of ideas but also a definite social institution, that is to say, it has administrative state authority. Every ideology has its organization, its type of propaganda, and specific forms of ideologically influencing the masses. Under the conditions of broad democratic openness, the uncontrolled influence of the dominant ideology is checked. 351. A great role in the theoretical substantiation of politics is played by philosophy. Historically, politics has often dominated philosophy, making it an apologist of the existing social relations. But objective development of history makes it necessary to realize the dream, cherished since the times of Plato, of a state controlled by philosopher-politicians. Politics requires objective scientific recommendations of philosophy, otherwise erroneous or openly voluntary tendencies develop in it. Truly scientific philosophical analysis brings into the open objective causes of social events, and helps to work out ways for regulating political interests in order to harmonize them gradually and in a planned manner. 3. Legal consciousness. The concept of legal consciousness. Legal consciousness is the form of social consciousness which expresses the knowledge and evaluation of the normative regulations accepted in a given society as juridical laws of the socio-economic activities of various subjects of law, the individual, the enterprise, the work collective, the organization, the official. Legal consciousness occupies, as it were, an intermediate position between political and moral consciousness. As distinct from political consciousness, it deals above all with individual personality categories. It does not treat the state as the subject of political power but as an external regulating force demanding unconditional subordination, yet at the same time being judged in one way or another. As distinct from moral norms, the concepts of what is proper and just are conceived in legal consciousness as elevated to the level of state law whose violation entails legal sanctions. While political consciousness is formed by objective socio-economic interests, legal consciousness relies more on rational and moral judgments. Thus, at the everyday practical level of legal consciousness, the existing laws are evaluated in terms of their correspondence to moral requirements, whereas theoretical legal consciousness regards the existing laws in terms of their poetical meaning and agreement with the requirements of reasonable social order. There are historical causes for the inner affinity between legal consciousness and rational moral categories. In classless primitive communal society, with its mythological worldview, laws were regarded as a moral tradition. In Hegel words, they had the form of divine laws sanctioned by the gods. With the division of society into classes, and with the formation of the state, moral and legal consciousness were differentiated. The idea of law proper made its first 352 appearance here as a force defending the individual from the state and different from the obligatory moral tradition. The idea of law was that individual laws ceased to be perceived as incontestable divine injunctions, passing into the domain of human reason's competence. However, already in antiquity the idea of reasonable law was firmly linked with that of just law, so that the legal and moral forms of social consciousness continued to develop along parallel lines. Mutually affecting each other, they were not identified, since the reasonable desire, inherent in legal consciousness, to merge together law and justice could not be realized. In class society, the laws in force express, as a rule, the will of the dominant class, so that the ideal of social justice underlying legal consciousness has continually been in a state of evolution concurrent with the development of the socio-economic structure. Thus, in the medieval worldview, the social inequality of the estates was sanctioned by divine right carrying in itself transcendent justice, while the nascent bourgeois worldview linked justice with natural law, in accordance with which each individual, regardless of his membership in any of the estates, had to have the same rights as anybody else. This ideal of social justice reflected the objective demands of developing capitalist production, which made it necessary to release the personal initiative bound by the fetters of feudal estates. This marked the birth of formal law, which asserted juridical equality of all members of society. That is the historically progressive significance of bourgeois legislation. Bourgeois equality, however, is an equality of a special kind. It is merely nominal, as equal standards are applied to objectively unequal individuals, which paradoxically consolidates the original inequality. Under legal equality, unequal individuals are measurable by an equal standard only insofar as they are made subject to an equal criterion, are taken from a certain side only, everything else being ignored. Point 1. So from what angle, common to all, does juridical law consider all individuals? Juridical law determines the measure of the individual's social freedom. It acts as the boundary of that freedom which receives official state protection owing to legislative recognition. The measure of the individual's freedom determined by the state is conditioned by the mode of production accepted in society, and has socio-class nature. At the same time, law regulates the normative obligatory elements of social activity, which is the reverse side of the measure of social freedom. Understandably, legislation itself considers these relations from the point of view of the state, proceeding from the needs of the functioning of the social whole, while social consciousness in its legal everyday practical form sees the same situation from the individual's standpoint, and judges it in accordance with the moral ideal of social justice. Theoretical consciousness attempts to unite both ideas of the state and of the individual in a single harmonious whole. Any juridical law is therefore historical, appearing at first as a theoretical ideal and then being consolidated as law in keeping with the socio-historical causes that engendered it. Society's legal consciousness is therefore also historical. It functions as knowledge of and judgment passed on developing legislation. For moral consciousness. T.g. Concepts of moral consciousness and ethics. Moral consciousness is the principal axiological form of social consciousness reflecting generally accepted normative statutes and evaluations of human activity. As distinct from political consciousness, which reflects the principles of interrelations among social groups, and from legal consciousness, in which the individual plays a much greater part yet is considered in his relation to society as a suprapersonal generalized social force, moral consciousness reflects the relations between individuals and those positions from which a person evaluates his own self. If, for instance, the norms of legal consciousness are formulated and implemented by state bodies, the norms of moral consciousness both evolve and function in people's immediate practice, in the process of communication, being a reflection of individual and historical experience. They are consolidated through public recognition of their universal value for a given collective or social group, although they do not have legal force. But not all aspects of man's activity and behavior are directed by legal and moral norms. There is also an extremely ramified network of collective regulation which does not pertain to morality as such: customs, rituals, various unwritten statutes in force within groups, passing styles of mass behavior, and so on. The norms of moral consciousness evolve as a historically definite result of people's united will, forming a system of well-tested rules and judgments, social requirements, and social opinion, i.e. a system of social norms which regulate interpersonal 354. Communication and behavior of people to ensure the unity of personal and collective interests. The sources of moral consciousness go back to customs which incorporated acts that prove their value, in the experience of several generations, for the maintenance and development of society and man, being in agreement with their needs and interests. The specifics of moral consciousness, its structure, and historically changing forms are studied by the special philosophical discipline of ethics. Society's moral consciousness is manifested in various social interdictions called upon to prevent acts impermissible in terms of social interests. But morality is also reflected in the category of the obligatory of that which the individual must do when moved by a sense of duty. The special effective force of moral norms lies precisely in the fact that they are not fixed in law. Such moral categories as conscience or the sense of dignity and honor reflect the individual's possibility to determine and direct independently, that is, freely, his behavior without constant control on the part of society and attendant sanctions. Being a manifestation of man's social essence, morality is a fundamental feature which determines the image of man as such. It is, consequently, man's generic trait without which society's being is impossible. Moral consciousness is in this sense a necessary factor of socio-historical progress. Morality serves as a means of mankind's elevation. It is probably the most important of the forces that mold man. Just as in other forms of social consciousness, modern science generally distinguishes between the two levels in moral consciousness, everyday practical and theoretical. The everyday practical level reflects the real morals and manners of society, the widespread norms and judgments supported by the socio-economic structure of society. The theoretical level formulates the ideal anticipated by society, the sphere of abstract obligation which, for obvious historical reasons, has never coincided with actual reality. The ideal theoretical level of moral consciousness is termed ethics. Ethical consciousness was separated from the immediate moral one at the same time when political and legal thought evolved with the emergence of the state. Systems of ethical imperatives as ensembles of concrete irrefutable truths always opposed to the real morals and manners are historically variable. Most often ethics reflected in transformed shape the hidden interests of the dominant class. The very fact of the emergence of ethics must be regarded as a significant turn in social consciousness. As distinct from the everyday level of moral consciousness, ethics is a system of views, close to philosophy, which does not simply reflect the existing conditions and actual norms of behavior or appeal to traditions and customs but critically evaluates the existing state of things and finds in it the first shoots of the anticipated ideal, promoting its realization in further social practice. Morality and freedom of will as an ethical category. The fact that moral norms are not fixed in law explains the origin of such a fundamental ethical category as freedom of will, which reflects the possibility of man's conscious choice of the line of his behavior and responsibility for it. Of course, not all our actions are determined by moral choice only. Man is also affected by legal interdictions and objective conditions of social being. Therefore, the sphere of moral choice is not absolute. Human actions are only moral in the full sense of the word when they are not performed as a result of external coercion or out of purely egoistic motives but out of an inner impulse to do good freely and selflessly, and in accordance with the goals of the collective and of society. But freedom of will is not unlimited, otherwise it would degenerate into anarchy for which there are no social norms, including moral norms. What does freedom of will mean, then? Freedom does not consist, wrote Friedrich Engels, in any dreamt of independence from natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. This holds good in relation both to the laws of external nature and to those which govern the bodily and mental existence of men themselves. Freedom therefore consists in a control over ourselves and over external nature, a control founded on knowledge of natural necessity. 1. As the basis of the individual's moral consciousness, this control is manifested in three aspects, as a measure of his real freedom depending on the attained historical level of the knowledge of the laws of nature and society, and on the nature of the existing social relations, as the dependence of personal freedom on the degree of spiritual development, civic maturity, and axiological orientations, finally, as a practical capacity for freely choosing a definite line of conduct, that is to say, as a capacity for expression of will. True and complete freedom can thus be realized only on condition that necessity is cognized and internalized as the content of personality. Cognized necessity is the basic regulative principle for the individual, it is the moral imperative or duty. The criteria of morality are such ethical categories as the good, humanity, justice, honesty, for moral consciousness, as we have already pointed out, reflects the laws of social development in axiological form, and the ideas of the good and of humanity belong among the most fundamental values. A person devoid of the inner moral core, a person entirely at the mercy of external circumstances passes through life like a frail boat on turbulent seas. The structure of moral consciousness and the categories of ethics. What makes up the structure of moral consciousness? Its principal elements are, in the first place, the system of values and value orientations, ethical feelings, moral judgments, and ideals. Here also belongs the historically established system of categories of ethics. The significance of the value orientations of moral consciousness lies in the fact that they ensure the content and functional unity of its entire structure, of which the general tendency they express. Both history and present-day spiritual life provide instances of varied systems of values which have different general orientations depending on the elements dominant in them. Of this nature are, for instance, religious systems of values, with their orientation towards faith in transcendent absolutes, humanism, pragmatism, scientism, or existentialism. An essential element of moral consciousness is ethical emotions. The formation of the individual's moral convictions and principles is only possible if they are emotionally experienced. Without this, moral concepts and ethical categories, rationally acquired knowledge of the good and evil perceived only at the level of information processing, cannot become a basis for motives of behavior. Ethical emotions either stimulate or inhibit the realization of various acts. They are a sensitive barometer indicating the acceptability or otherwise, in the eyes of the individual, of the moral basis for a certain design and the mode of its realization. Only in an organic unity with ethical emotions can moral norms and principles determine the motives and the entire line of conduct in relation to public duty. The categories of ethics form a logical framework or intellectual apparatus which throws light on the moral cross-section of given social reality and its possible prospects. Both the content of these categories and their structure do not therefore remain invariable, given once and for all, depending on historical conditions, now one, now another category, filled each time with new content and some 357 times even with individual psychosemantic meaning, is shifted into the focus of this structure, arranging the entire system round itself and thus creating a definite type of the moral consciousness of the epoch. The most universal moral values which permeate the whole of world history, all peoples and types of culture, albeit modified at different historical periods, are the concepts of the good and evil, and the related notions of meaning of life, happiness, justice, and conscience. They are rooted in the very nature of man and society. Throughout history, man has always striven towards preservation of the species, towards maintaining the health of the younger generation and his own, towards spiritual perfection, development of his abilities, and enjoyment of the beautiful in a word, towards everything that figured as the good and that objectively promoted society's progress. Everything that interfered with it was judged to be evil. Man did not realize at once that he himself was the creator of both the good and evil, ascribing them to the action of supernatural forces of creation and destruction which were reflected in religious mythological consciousness as ideas of God and the devil, or Satan. With the emergence of the theory of ethics in the well-developed social consciousness, the good, which gained the status of a category, was consciously linked with the ideas of humanism, universal equality, and social justice. But what about evil? Is it always unambiguous and absolute? Reasoning in this way means falling into metaphysics. It means a failure to see the real dialectics of the good and evil and their transmutations. According to Hegel, evil can act not only as a destructive but also as a constructive force of history, for any new step forward along the path of progress is inevitably a rejection of the old that has objectively outlived its usefulness, and in this sense evil becomes the good. And Engels wrote once that evil is a form in which the motive force of historical development is manifested. The formation of other categories of moral consciousness, such as the category of justice, which embodied the idea of reward for goodness and retribution for evil, was closely linked with the categories of the good and evil. Man's aspiration for complete self-fulfillment is realized only through labor, especially through creative labor, and also through the struggle for attaining personal and public well-being. All things that are inseparable from the meaning of an individual's life are necessarily evaluated by him in terms of happiness, and happiness is only genuine when his actions win social recognition and have social value. When engaged in creative work, a person realizes that he gives away in the process a particle of his 358 own self, which becomes a drop in the sea of general culture as something more profound and lasting than personal being. Happiness is thus moral satisfaction gained from the awareness of the correctness, greatness, and nobility of the main line of one's life. Labor and struggle for the good and against evil ennoble a person, make his or her life socially significant, meaningful, and happy. As Goethe wrote, "Freedom alone he earns as well as life, who day by day must conquer them anew." Historical types of moral consciousness and ethics. The history of the development of moral consciousness knows several basic kinds of such consciousness correlated with the principal socio-economic formations, since each social form of property ownership produces its own theories of ethics. In primitive communal society, moral consciousness still ran along the channel of age-old traditions and customs, maintained by the power of public opinion without theoretical reflection whatever. It would be more correct to say that only the premises for moral consciousness proper were taking shape here. With the emergence of slave-owning society, a two-level moral consciousness evolved based on a common fund of moral tradition yet sharply polarized into the ethics of the master and the ethics of the slave. Feudal moral consciousness reflected in minute detail the essence of the corresponding social structure. It incorporated those axiological orientations and regulative norms and principles of behavior with which the individual could best realize social communication and get his bearings in the complex links and connections among the social statuses. All the complexities and contradictions of the corporative social order based on status, estate, and the principle of hierarchical subordination, were reflected in the ethical consciousness of those times in the formula "a place for everyone, and everyone in his place," the places in question determined by origin. This stand morally justified social inequality, which was also supported by religion with its own interpretation of the moral antinomy between the good and evil. A fundamental feature of the moral consciousness of the feudal epoch was the fact that it was expressed and functioned above all in the form of religious worldview. It was thus not just subordinated to the hierarchical structure of earthly existence but also soared up into the heights of the cosmic order in the universe. Being a universal form of spiritual life, religion. 359. ES consciousness also embodied universal principles of moral consciousness connected with a relevant conception of the good and evil, which, according to the Bible, fight each other over supremacy in this world. Therefore there are no ethically neutral forces in the medieval model of the world. They are all correlated with the cosmic antithesis between the good and evil and involved in the world history of salvation. The dominant or focal point of the system of feudal moral consciousness was the concept of honor as a value which, on the one hand, embodied the morally good, and on the other, determined the most important rule of the hierarchy of personal dependences. The concept of honor served as an ethical criterion for the individual's realization of his position in the social pyramid, a mode of asserting his status and moral dignity associated above all with nobility of origin. In feudal ethics, the principle of honor was a kind of moral imperative which often required that man should act contrary to other virtues, magnanimity, kindness, humanity, and even common sense, compelling him to discharge his estate-related obligations thoughtlessly. Thus feudal mores compelled men to fight duels, contrary to all wisdom, where a conflict could be resolved by other means. People's behavior in these circumstances was determined by moral etiquette. The principle of honor prevailed over all the other orientations of moral consciousness: courage, generosity, hospitality. For the working people, the dominant principle of honor had quite a different content, which was determined by the way of life of these classes. For them, the highest moral values were industry, conscientious service, the dignity of a fine worker, and respectability. The religious imperative of sticking to one's place in life assumed, together with the principle of honor, such a virtue as loyalty, which compelled the inferiors to submissively serve the superiors. This virtue was nurtured by the religious ideas of the immortality of the soul and attainment of the kingdom of God, which, according to Christian ethics, demanded from man inner perfection through love and loyalty to one's neighbor. The bourgeois epoch was characterized by a different conception of man and his predestination, and consequently, by a different ethical ideal. Lenin pointed out that in the epoch of the formation of capitalism, bourgeois freedom, and the complex of ideological and moral ideas connected with it signified an enormous progress. What were the manifestations of that progress? In the first place, the emancipation of the individual from the feudal estate fetters, his psychological liberation and realization of himself as a self-sufficient. 360. Value. The objective basis of the altered state of the individual were changes in the production, economic, and social spheres of life. The development of industrial production demanded, first, a rapid development of science and technology, second, a rejection of the division of society into estates, third, expansion of the overall field of activity. These demands taken as a whole led to new requirements imposed by society on man. All this molded such qualities as enterprise, initiative, creativity, as well as ruthlessness and capacity for militant competition with other individuals. In order to develop these qualities, the individual had to be free if only formally, i.e. legally. Energy, a calculating mind, and persistence in achieving personal aims were given high moral marks, shaping the ideal of an active, self-assertive individual, and at the same time a system of axiological orientations of a moral consciousness dominated by utilitarian individualistic ethics. Bourgeois consciousness proved to be adapted to the market relations among men of property, the principle of bargaining being transferred to the moral relations among people. The main vector of moral judgments and axiological orientations of the bourgeois system is a moral equivalent of commodity exchange, the give and take principle, which is at the same time seen as the highest expression of justice. This market orientation in moral consciousness leads to the consequence that ethical qualities manifested in interpersonal relations do not have value in themselves but only as equivalents of exchange or sale in the social personality market. It is a kind of moral arithmetic, calculating in a dry, business-like manner the useful effect of all the decisions taken. Characteristic of bourgeois consciousness is also a general axiological orientation towards wealth, which is seen as the highest value and the meaning of life. The bourgeoisie lives for gain alone. It knows no bliss save that of rapid gain, no pain save that of losing gold. Point 1. We find a striking and apt description of the moral consciousness of the new bourgeois type in Charles Montesquieu. Men are less esteemed for frivolous talents and attainments than for essential qualities, and of this kind there are but two, riches and personal merit. 2. Loss of wealth is equated with loss of personal dignity, not only in the eyes of the surrounding individuals but often in the person's own eyes. Personal success in attaining wealth is valued as a boon in itself, as the good, while failure, as evil. Personal moral merits thus interpreted include in the structure of moral consciousness a personal responsibility for success. Underlying this original interpretation of responsibility is the formally perceived principle of equality. In view of this, the role of the individual's personal qualities in competition is lifted to an absolute, while social responsibility for the individual's real position in society, his oppression, humiliation, and suffering is discarded, all the blame being shifted onto the individual himself. The objective basis of the concept of responsibility is thus removed, and its real moral meaning is emasculated. The concepts of honesty and duty, in a specific interpretation, are the focal concepts in the structure of bourgeois moral consciousness. The essence of honesty is that it determines the conditions of the normal flow of enterprising activity, of maintaining a business reputation. This put the finishing touches to the concept of duty as the controlling mechanism of moral consciousness. The category of duty concentrates the system of obligations which society imposes on the individual, and also the controlling psychological mechanism of self-consciousness ensuring compliance with various norms and interdictions which follow from the inner moral experience of the individual himself. The paradox of bourgeois moral consciousness is that, although it made man the focus of all its dispositions, it treated man merely as a means rather than the end. In the 20th century, the bourgeois system of values has been partly modified. The reaction to the 19th century view of man as a material means sharply raised the value of a separate human existence, in existentialism and various ideas of personalism. But the alienation of man from social being inherent in capitalism, his moral loneliness in the technocratic world of plenty, is expressed in the fact that none of the personalistic trends in the West can escape the prevailing tragic tenor of world perception. Thus bourgeois moral consciousness is characterized by a dualistic gap between the actual state of morality, the everyday practical level, and the system of ethics, the theoretical level, formulating the principles of abstract moral obligation which come into an acute conflict with society's real morals and manners. This contradiction is insoluble without a socio-historical analysis of the social relations prevailing under capitalism which conceal mystified forms of oppression under the guise of apparent legal justice in exchange between labor and capital. An objective critique of 362. These relations requires more than just abstract moral arguments resorted to by liberally minded intellectuals. The latter see the imperfections of the system not in the mode of production but in the individuals participating in it, and blame not society but man with his innate egoistic instinct. Marxist positions on this issue are fundamentally different. Class oppression through the mechanism of surplus value is an immanent law of capitalist production, and neither the fact nor the extent of exploitation of labor depend on the good or ill will of an individual capitalist. To exclude capitalist forms of oppression, it is necessary to overcome its objective economic causes rather than educate a magnanimous exploiter. Marxism accuses society and defends the individual, without absolving him from moral responsibility, of course, but merely defining the circumstances outside his reach. We have considered here the first group of the forms of social consciousness, of which the main content are the social relationships among individuals in all their historically complex manifestations, i.e. not only interpersonal relationships but also those between personality and society, between different social groups and, in a wider context, between states. We have come close to the second group of these forms in which the principal relation is between subject and object rather than between subject and subject. The boundary between these two groups is not rigid, being largely conventional. 5. Aesthetic consciousness. Outline nature and functions of aesthetic consciousness. Aesthetic consciousness occupies a special position in the second group of forms of social consciousness. It constitutes the spiritual foundation that ensures the harmonious unity of and deep interconnection between various manifestations of the spiritual life of man and of society as a whole. It is necessary to clearly distinguish between the two largely coinciding but not identical concepts: aesthetic consciousness in general and art as the highest but partial manifestation of that consciousness. Aesthetic consciousness is found in each human act, whether it be scientific thought or sensuous contemplation, production activity, or the sphere of everyday life. A person makes aesthetic judgments on every act of his self-expression, every objective phenomenon confronting him in a word, everything that is brought into the sphere of his experience. As for art, it is a professional sphere of AC. 363. Activity, in which aesthetic consciousness is no longer an attendant element but the primary goal. Two opposing conceptions of the nature of aesthetic consciousness were formulated in the history of culture. The first, or ontological one, goes back to the classical view of the world. It interprets aesthetic thinking as a reflection of the particular principles of being itself. The second, or epistemological conception, which took shape in aesthetics separated off as a special science, interprets aesthetic thinking as an attribute of human consciousness manifested in art alone. Any attempts to put beauty back into the objective world, into other kinds of human activity, are regarded here as vulgarization of beauty, as its socialization or politicization, as negation of the self-sufficient and closed nature of art. From the positions of the dialectical materialist worldview, both these conceptions are extremes elevated to absolutes. At the same time both contain grains of truth. On the one hand, aesthetic qualities are so basically human, or, to put it in more philosophical idiom, their epistemological content is so great, that they cannot be regarded as first principles of the world existing independently of man. For something to be aesthetically expressive, it must not only be such but it must also be perceived as such, so that the existence of human beings and of society is a necessary condition of transforming an aesthetic value from the possible into the actual. Hegel stressed that nature does not exist in the categories of beauty. On the other hand, this dependence of aesthetic qualities on man does not mean that they can only be manifested in aesthetic activity proper, that is in art, for we find aesthetic expressiveness in nature, in other human beings, and in all products of human activity. Although aesthetic categories do not describe the nature of the world considered outside its relation to man, they are nevertheless objective, as they reflect the objective nature of man himself, which takes shape in his diverse relationships with the world. In this sense, aesthetic categories are just as objective as the categories of cognition. This dual dialectical nature of aesthetic consciousness, which equally depends on the subject and the object of aesthetic contemplation, is in need of a special interpretation. What demonstrates that aesthetic sensation depends on the object of contemplation? The fact that aesthetic sensation, being sensuous in its nature, is impossible without an external stimulus, whether it be a landscape, a human face or a work of art, which always has a definite material form. The expressiveness of outward form is a necessary source of aesthetic enjoyment. And what proves the dependence of aesthetic? 364. Sensation on the subject of contemplation. The fact that in making judgments on the expressiveness of an object's outward form, the subject will inevitably have to make a spiritual effort to bring out the ideal/semantic significance of the contemplated object. To be expressive in form and thus aesthetically significant, the object needs more than just to be perceived. Perception alone makes the subject a decisive condition of the aesthetic act. The object must also have semantic content, and expressiveness has meaning only in relation to that content. The object's inner life must in a sense become humanized, i.e. it must pass through the crucible of the exacting reflex ion of the human spirit. It must be adequately perceived and accepted in it. Only where the two conditions, the object's outward form and its humanized spiritual meaning, are present, can the aesthetic event occur. It is not only the object, however, that is humanized in the aesthetic act, it is also the human being that is objectified. Bringing out the object's inner meaning, which is a condition of an aesthetic experience, man thereby imparts to nature, as it were, a particle of his spirit. Aesthetically, man contemplates himself in the world he has created. In its most concrete and graphic form, this objectification of the human essence is manifested in the process of labor and in the aesthetic enjoyment of its results. As man became involved in the creation and transformation of the world of objects, he transferred his essence onto the objects he created. The measures of correspondence between the effort expended and its result observed by him gave rise to the need for aesthetic evaluation. The formation of the capacity for aesthetic perception, i.e. its primary genesis, was paralleled by the improvement of the forms of man's object-related and social activity. It was due to labor that a musical ear, an eye for beauty of form, in short, senses capable of human gratification, one emerged and further developed at the dawn of human history. The statement of links between the genesis of the forms of labor activity, communication between people, and aesthetic consciousness belongs among the fundamental propositions of Marxist aesthetic. At the same time, these links must not be raised to an absolute. It would be a great error to transfer the idea of genealogical kinship between these phenomena onto the entire sphere of aesthetic sensations. Having emerged in the process of labor, AES, aesthetic consciousness later ruptured its links with its parent domain and became isolated from practical purposive activity. To well-developed social consciousness, the aesthetic differs from the pragmatic precisely in that it assumes a selfless enjoyment without any rigid connection with the category of usefulness. An aesthetic experience does not have value because it leads to some goal which is necessarily practical, it has value in itself. That does not mean, of course, that the beautiful and the useful are in principle incompatible within a single object. Classical works of architecture are an irrefutable proof of the possibility and fruitfulness of such a synthesis. There simply is no imperative demand that beauty must exist only in the obviously useful. If that were so, neither Raphael's canvases nor Wagner's music nor high poetry could be regarded as works of art. Art as such would have disappeared, and our environment would consist entirely of well-designed cars and convenient computers with bright keyboards, while man would have turned into a pragmatical hedonist for whom nothing but the economically useful and sensuously pleasant existed. THI aesthetic is thus the immediately given sensuous expressiveness of the object's inner life, embodying the process of objectification of the human essence and humanization of the natural world, an expressiveness that is perceived and emotionally experienced by man as a vital value in itself. Although the aesthetic is sensuously objective being, it is not, however, a purely material givenness or naturalist objectness only. All material characteristics of the aesthetic function as carriers of meaning, and it is therefore not only material but also ideal. In the dialectical view, the aesthetic is the unitary and indivisible integrity of all those aspects which were often opposed to one another in the history of culture. The aesthetic combines essence and phenomenon, the subjective and the objective, the active and the contemplative, the intellectual and the emotional and the volitional, the conscious and the unconscious, that is to say, all of man's spiritual forces in their harmonious integrity. Thus interpreted, the aesthetic is related to any phenomenon of reality and any kind of activity, and it also has a bearing on the entire wealth of the human spirit. In this sense, aesthetic consciousness is universal. It is different from the artistic quality which is found in art as a special embodiment of the aesthetic. So, what is art as the highest kind of aesthetic activity that we find in creative work and its perception? 366. Art, its essence and social functions. The aesthetic relation to reality inevitably became an object of independent cultivation. Art is a special kind of human activity in which the aesthetic, embodied in the artistic, is content and mode and goal. Art came into being and developed its principal features in antiquity. Before Plato, this term was used to denote a great many things: the skills of building a house, of navigation, of curing diseases, of running a state, and also poetry, philosophy, and rhetoric. The process of isolation of aesthetic activity proper, that is, of art as we now understand it, began in the crafts, in which it resulted, e.g., in the creation of ornaments, and was then transferred to the intellectual and spiritual sphere, where the aesthetic was also at first inseparable from the utilitarian, ethical, and cognitive. For the reader today, Homer's poems are primarily works of art, while for antiquity they had such great encyclopedic significance that they were regarded as a philosophical generalization, as an ethical standard, as a presentation of a religious system, and as a work of art. The fact that the novel, so widespread in the modern times, was not highly developed in antiquity, was due to the low profile of art as such in classical culture. Literature as art proper was mostly represented by poetic works, while prose, despite its aesthetic form, was as a rule philosophical or historical in its goals. As distinct from philosophy, science, religion, and ethics, art as such begins where the goal of aesthetic activity is no longer cognition or transformation of reality, nor presentation of a system of ethical norms or religious convictions, but artistic activity itself creating a second, imaginary world parallel to the world of objects. In this second world everything is aesthetic creation. What does man need this second world for, if it is apparently a replica of the first? The point is that art, unlike all the other types of activity, is an expression of man's inner essence in its integrity, which disappears in the special sciences and in any other concrete activity in which man realizes only one aspect of himself, and not himself as a whole. In art, man freely creates his own world in the same way as nature creates its own world, that is to say, as a master. If in practical activity and in science man is opposed to the world as the subject to the object and thus has his freedom restricted, in art he transforms his subjective content into a generally significant and integral objective being. Aesthetic perception of a work of art, just as its creation, engulfs man entirely, for it includes the highest cognitive values, ethical tension, and emotional perception. This inner unity of all the spiritual and intellectual forces in the creation and perception of 367 works of art is ensured by the syncretic power of aesthetic consciousness. In reading works of science or political journalism, we mentally prepare ourselves for a sort of fragmentary thinking about the world, forgetting everything that we will not need in the perception of the given text. In preparing to read an artistic work, on the other hand, we mobilize all our spiritual forces, intellect, intuition, emotions, and ethical concepts. There is not a single element in our inner spiritual life that might not be elicited and heightened by art. Art is called upon to ensure an integral, full-blooded, and free perception and recreation of the world, which is only possible through combining cognitive, ethical, aesthetic, and all the other elements of the human spirit. The synthetic nature of art largely explains the fact, which caused so much wonderment among philosophers, that there is nothing to compete with art, among the entire diversity of intellectual and spiritual activity, in terms of social impact on man. This fact was thoroughly realized already in antiquity. Sometimes art and its mysterious power even seemed frightening to people. Thus the view was expressed that any state aspiring for order must forbid music, as well as all the other arts, for it softens the mores and makes strict subordination impossible. In the first centuries of its ascendance, early Christianity banned theater and painting as running counter to the harsh asceticism imposed by its ethical dogmas. Even in the more developed society of the modern times, when there was no longer any question of banning the arts, the state continued to impose harsh censorship on progressive literature, demanding that it obediently sing the praises of official ideology. In the 19th and 20th centuries, the problem of the relationship between art and ideology was pushed into the foreground. Ideological systems, which absorb the political, moral, and other orientations of a given society, often tend to suppress the freedom of art and to politicize it. Naturally, the semantic aspect of artistic works is in the process simplistically identified with a certain logically ordered system of political ideas, which results in neglect for the specificity of artistic thinking as such, and in utilitarian approaches to aesthetic feeling. As a result of this ideological dictate, the so-called mass culture flourishes, in which the aesthetic standards are set so low that actually the borderline between such averaged-out art, which is, in fact, pseudo-art, and ideology disappears. Aesthetic consciousness and its highest form, art, is a necessary element of social consciousness, ensuring its integrity, mobility, a questing spirit, and psychological stability. 368. However, art ensures not only the health of society but also the age-long continuity of culture and its increasingly universal character. By producing universally valid ideas in image form, world art at its best expresses the meaning of all historical development. Oedipus and Antigone, Hamlet and Don Quixote, Don Juan and Candide, Pushkin's Boris Godunov and Dostoevsky's Prince Mishkin, Bulgakov's Master, and Margarita. These are more than artistic images, they are symbols of mankind's culturally significant values. Art absorbs the achievements of mankind, transforming and changing them in its own way. Without using the traditional cultural symbols that live on for centuries, it is impossible to join the line of the continuity of cultures. It is impossible to feel history as a unified process which has a definite past and only by virtue of that, a definite present and, most importantly, a future. Specifics of art. Art serves as a means of mankind's self-expression. It follows from this that its subject matter is both the relationship between man and the world, and man in his integrity, in all the dimensions psychological, social, moral, and even that relating to his everyday life. Art touches on all the deepest layers, still unexplored by science, of this amazing phenomenon, the mystery of mysteries of nature. Art speaks to us in a language of its own, which has to be studied before it becomes comprehensible. Art reflects reality just as science or philosophy do, but it does so in special forms that are not amenable to dry analysis in terms of rational vivisection. All attempts to test harmony by algebra, Pushkin's phrase, resulted in algebra being harmonized while harmony eluded all algebra. In the most general sense, the specificity of artistic devices can be defined as follows. In science, thought is realized in terms of concepts, which generalize singular events until they become incorporeal categories, whereas artistic generalization proceeds in terms of images of events which retain their graphic immediacy. Thinking in singular categories based, however, on symbolic artistic generalization, lends extraordinary force to art, equating it with life. According to Hegel, the image brings before our eyes concrete reality instead of its abstract essence. Point 1. However, the sensuous reality of the artistic image is valuable not in itself but precisely because it personifies an artistic idea. It is clear from our above definition of the aesthetic that it is precisely this quality, the unity of sensuous objectness and idea, meaning that is essential in the aesthetic. As we look at Raphael's Madonna, the aesthetic enjoyment comes not from the appearance of the subject but from the expressive power in conveying the idea of motherhood. The sensuous image of the Madonna is the height of expressiveness, and the image assumes the dimensions of a symbol, i.e. of a unity of image and idea impossible to divide into separate concepts. Artistic symbols are capable of going beyond the confines of art proper and of merging with the general cultural values with which the spiritual and intellectual culture of the epoch as a whole operates. Where these symbols prevail in culture over logical concepts, and begin to determine the general axiological background, the symbol develops into a myth, and society feels that the ideal form of its own expression is mythology. Of this nature was the mythological worldview of ancient Greece. However, images, symbols and myths do not function in mythological societies only, they figure in all societies, including those of today. Along with scientific concepts and pragmatic knowledge, our consciousness also includes various images, symbols, and myths reared by the cultural aesthetic environment. By no means all of these images play a positive role. Art, which has such a significant impact on social consciousness and takes such a great part in the creation of the symbols and images of social mythology, can advance social evolution, but it also may retard it. This is true, of course, only of low-grade toadying mass culture, not of true works of art. To go back to the specificity of the language of art, to the concept of the artistic image, we must touch on yet another point here, which often makes it difficult to understand this phenomenon. The question we would like to ask is this: are there only images, say, in prose or poetry and nothing else? Aren't there any logical concepts there, or everyday, non-metaphorical uses of words? Indeed, the concept of image is absolutely clear as far as sculpture or painting are concerned, but image in verbal art needs some explication. The point is that the concept of the image nature of verbal art is complicated because of the material of that art, that is, natural language. Here, the very concept of image undergoes a certain change. The essence of this change is as follows: in the perception of scientific, everyday, or journalistic speech or writing, which contains various images and symbols here and there, we are always primarily concerned with the direct, logical, conceptual, and referential meaning of words, without trying to make out something bigger behind Hes. 370. Words and merely attempting to understand them precisely and unambiguously. In the perception of the artistic text, our position must be quite different. Here, we have to discover a certain additional meaning, for the sake of which the author uses words in their direct sense. This clearly shows the error of trying to discover the meaning of a work of art in its plot, in the storyline or the words coming from the mouth of various characters. The attitude to art as a formal account of events points to a failure to master its specific language, which can actually damage its development. Let us also point out yet another specific feature of art. In all the other kinds of spiritual intellectual activity, e.g. in science, fantasy is in conflict with the aims of this activity, while in art it is one of the most effective aesthetic devices. There's one thing that has to be done here by all means. Fantasy as an artistic device must be distinguished from false generalization. Fantasy depicts a natural but not necessarily really occurring connection between singular events which artistically typify in a singular image a great many actually existing phenomena. Apart from properly realistic devices recreating in imaginary singular events the recognized connections between phenomena, art also has other means at its disposal, which do not just change the outward individual manifestations of characters and situations but radically transform the very type of connection between events. In other words, art transforms both the lexicon of life and its syntax. Thus, if real life unfolds before us as a sequential kaleidoscope of events and persons accompanied by our mental comment, events in fiction can be presented now on behalf of the various characters, now on behalf of the author, and now from a certain impersonal, epically neutral position. In science, this is impossible. The viewpoint is assumed there to be immutable and unique. It is conceived as an impersonal description of the object in terms of a logical unfolding of the text. Despite the possibility of constantly changing the angles, art as probably no other sphere demands that the author take up a definite position. Without it, art is devoid of the inner spring, and does not move the reader. Poetry, Fyodor Dostoevsky wrote, needs passion, it needs your idea and, by all means, the pointing finger raised in fervor. Indifference and a real recreation of reality is worth nothing, and, most importantly, it means nothing. This statement clearly expresses a distinctive feature of art which is not to be found in other forms of social consciousness, using a special type of generalization. 24*371. Namely the artistic one, and thus reflecting the generally significant aspects of man's spiritual world, art at the same time implements this generalizing activity in subjective personal form. It cannot be otherwise, since it expresses the general semantic elements in terms of the directly perceived, expressive singular ones, and the choice of the singular is always personal. There is a very apt saying, science is we, while art is I. In science, the more general and absolute the conclusion, the less chance of identifying the author judging by the form of the conclusion, for the language of science is impersonal. In art, it's the other way round. The more significant a work, the more clearly the personal imprint of its creator emerges. If Darwin and Mendeleev had not discovered their laws, the latter would still have been discovered by other scientists. But no one could have replaced Shakespeare or Dostoevsky. Art would not have ceased to exist, of course, but we would have been deprived of the discoveries and generalizations associated with these names. It is clear from the above that the formal aspects of art also belong among its distinctive manifestations. Thus, as distinct from the non-artistic use of language, in which the main semantic load is on the direct meanings of the words used, the semantic wealth of a literary text grows immeasurably not only due to the fundamental orientation towards the image but also due to the highly varied formal devices. The latter, apart from everything else, have independent aesthetic value, that is to say, they lend the work the elusive tonality which is precisely the source of aesthetic pleasure. Only in recent times, for example, has science come close to the solution of the mystery of rhythm, which has always been used for aesthetic purposes. The perfection of the formal devices of art is often transferred to other spheres of human activity. Many scientists have held the view that a true theory cannot be anything but beautiful. When a scientist grasps a fragment of reality, it is always embodied in perfect form. The rhythmical, harmonious, and other formal laws used in art have often facilitated scientific discoveries. It was no accident that mathematics emerged at first as a theory of musical laws. Art thus has a great heuristic power. Art cannot be imitated, and this is largely explained by the fact that art is an artistic form of the cognition of the world. Imitations of art are mostly inept attempts to squeeze in an idea, which may well be correct and ethically impeccable, into an artistically impotent form. Art in this case takes revenge on the author. Instead of aesthetic empathy, the reader feels nothing but irritation at the profanation of noble ideas. 372. Art and philosophy. The relationship between art and philosophy has changed over the ages. In the Renaissance, it did not at all seem provocative to the public that Leonardo da Vinci called painting the true philosophy, since painting, to use his words, independently embraced the first truth. Poetry and architecture were also believed to play a similar role. In that epoch, art comprised all of the fundamental ideas about the world, and it therefore went hand in hand with philosophy. The isolation of aesthetics, on the one hand, and the emancipation of philosophy from theology, on the other, resulted in the need for a clearer differentiation between them, just as between art and science. In the 19th century, the problem of the hierarchical structure of the edifice of the humanities became all-important. Thus Schelling and the Romantics in general placed art, especially music, above science and philosophy, while Hegel, on the contrary, saw philosophy as the highest form of the self-cognition of the absolute idea, although he attached great importance to the aesthetic element. But the crisis of rationalism changed the meaning which Western philosophy associated with the relationship between art and philosophy. The desire to clearly differentiate these forms, and to establish a hierarchical subordination between them was replaced by a return, as it were, of the historical tendency towards combining or even identifying them with each other. However, this rapprochement between art and philosophy had a basis that was quite different from the previous historical epochs. It was no longer poetry, painting, or music that was seen as the natural sphere of this affinity but prose, and it was no longer art that was likened to philosophy, which assumes, after all, philosophy's greater importance at some deep level. It was philosophy that was now compared with prose, which implies basic superiority of art, a continuation of the Romantics line. Arthur Schopenhauer and Friedrich Nietzsche, followed by Heinrich Rickert and Henri Bergson, combined philosophy and art as integral contemplative insights into a life equally remote from practice and employing not so much the logic of concepts as irrational intuition. That combination produced a new genre of literature, the intellectual novel, as represented by Thomas Mann and others. Naturally, this rapprochement was only realized in those philosophical trends which postulated the impotence of logical conceptual means of cognition, and which therefore inevitably had to rely on the supraconceptual, artistic modes of truth perception. Of this type was, e.g., the existentialist trend, as represented by the 373 work of Albert Camus, Gabriel Marcel, and Jean-Paul Sartre. Their philosophical works were artistic through and through, and the artistic ones were permeated with philosophy. There is undoubtedly a profound affinity between art and philosophy, but there is no inner identity here. They are inseparable but they are not fused with each other. At the present stage in cultural development, philosophy and art, neither of which has a concrete object of cognition, are opposed to science, which does have such an object, yet these forms of intellectual activity, art and philosophy, are also opposed to each other in terms of their cognitive instruments, final goals, and language. Philosophy is in this respect closer to science. It gravitates towards a logical conceptual apparatus, towards systematicness, towards testing its conclusions against the light of rationally reproducible forms of reasoning. As for art, it is fundamentally oriented towards imaginal symbolic forms of cognition and expression, which do not assume rational reproducibility. The meaning of an image or symbol can only be revealed or commented on in terms of another image or symbol. It is just as impossible to dissolve the meaning of an image in concepts as it is impossible to deprive it of a personal individual coloring through generalizing abstraction. Only a relative rationalization of the meaning of an image or symbol is possible, but the cognitive paradigm will immediately be changed in the process. Subjected to rationalization, this meaning will at once pass from the sphere of art into that of science or philosophy. Art and philosophy are interdependent but different forms of social consciousness which, despite the affinity, though not identity, of their domains and equal concern with most general issues of the spirit and being, differ in the method of cognition and expression. Philosophy can in fact be dissolved in concepts and presented in an impersonal form, e.g., for pedagogical reasons, whereas art is not amenable to this kind of pedagogical dissolution and depersonalization. Different modes of human consciousness are apparently embodied here, its different states and forms of functioning. This diversity of spiritual states is one of the most valuable properties of human consciousness. The unification of the senses, their reduction to a single denominator, waters them down and makes the subject that does the unification poorer in spirit. This does not mean, of course, that literary prose must not be philosophical or that philosophy should operate with dry rational schemata only. Any rapprochement between opposites produces a new, third quality without cancelling the original pair of opposites. 374. Thus intellectual romanticism associated with the names of Thomas Mann and Jean-Paul Sartre contributed to the wealth of European culture but did not cancel out non-novelistic philosophy or non-philosophical prose. Culture lives in extremely diversified forms and varieties, and it is only enriched by their recurrent crossing. The higher needs of the spirit are met by art and philosophy in different ways, and therein lies their value. The more many-sided and free society's spiritual and intellectual life, the more naturally and organically it develops. 60. Religious consciousness. Religion. Religious consciousness. Atheism. Religion is not an accidental branch of cultural evolution but a naturally evolved and historically, socially, and psychologically conditioned form of the realization by people of the surrounding reality and of themselves. It is a complex aggregate concept incorporating a certain mythology, a system of dogmas, cultic and ritual actions, socialized religious institutions, forms of relationships between believers and religious organizations, and many other issues. In each religion, all these issues have a very specific semantic content, a history of emergence and further development different from all the others, and a specific coloring set against various ethnic, national, class and individual backgrounds. The study of these semantic and organizational features in the emergence and functioning of religions and their historical varieties forms the subject matter of a special science, which also deals with specific philosophical problems of theology. At the same time, this problem range has a different, general philosophical aspect, connected with the study of social consciousness. There is not a single people without religion. The emergence and development of religious views as such is connected with certain socio-psychological properties of the masses. That is why religious consciousness is seen as one of the forms of social consciousness. The fact is thus underlined that the existence of religious views corresponds to people's objective spiritual needs. Until they are fully satisfied by other forms of social consciousness, which would be ideal in terms of social order, religion will remain a source of ethical values for certain strata of society, a source of psychological consolation and support, and a guarantee of justice that will triumph in the future. But the objectiveness of the needs themselves does not yet signify the truth of the religious means of satisfying them. 375. Religion was the central form of social consciousness for over 2,000 years, up to the epoch of the Enlightenment, when first philosophy and later science and ethics began to compete with it, offering their own solutions of the principal questions of being. Thus atheism arose as a doctrine refuting religious views, which continue to make a profound impact on culture even in these days. Atheism is not an independent form of social consciousness but a socially sanctioned counterpart of religious consciousness, as it were. Without this opposition to religion, atheism would have no meaning at all, for it functions as a means of scientific refutation of certain propositions of religion. But a mere rational, scientific analysis of religious postulates cannot provide a final solution of the problem of religious consciousness. It must be accompanied by the formation of a system of values that would meet the corresponding psychological needs of man. Religious consciousness, the causes of its emergence and stability. The essence of religious consciousness is an illusory doubling of the world, i.e. the view that beyond with a real natural and social being there exists a second, or the next world in which, according to the world religions, all contradictions of earthly being that trouble the human spirit are ideally resolved. The other world of religion is, in the words of Marx, the secular basis which lifts off from itself and establishes itself as an independent realm in the clouds. 1. There is no logical proof of the existence of this world, therefore a specially cultivated moral and emotional act of faith becomes an attribute of religious consciousness. Faith is a property of human consciousness which is manifested in many other forms of consciousness as well, e.g., faith in ideals in any type of worldview. The specifics of religious faith is determined by its role as a fundamental spiritual act termed religious experience. In this act, a person actually feels his involvement with the divine, being psychologically linked with it as an absolute moral guarantor. The central object of religious faith is the idea of God, the principal self-valuable idea from which the rest of the content of religion is derived. It is difficult to find another idea in the history of mankind that would compare, in terms of sheer duration of its impact, with the idea of God, with the complex of sensations, emotions and motivations which are connected with it and which constitute the basis of the integral religious perception of life. For the bulk of believers, the idea of God has always been not so much a philosophical or, generally speaking, a rational principle explaining, say, the origin of the world from the divine first push, a view to which the deists were inclined, as an idea connected above all with the moral sphere, with the problem of the meaning of life. Religion, wrote Leo Tolstoy, is nothing but an answer to the question of the meaning of life. According to Dostoevsky, to seek God means to try to solve for oneself the problems of the good and evil. According to religious beliefs, if a person has realized in himself an act of faith, i.e. if he has accepted the idea of God, he has thereby endowed his own life with meaning, overcoming its spontaneous character and the fact that it disappears without a trace. He has found a basis for the idea of the good and justice. For religious consciousness, God is, despite all the imperfections of earthly life, a guarantor of inevitable triumph of the powers of light in the eternal antinomy between the good and evil, justice and injustice, all permissiveness and morality. He who has faith in God lives in fear of God, while absence of faith, on this approach, equals loss of all the high, moral principles, leading thus to confusion and nihilism. Lenin particularly stressed Ludwig Feuerbach's idea that Christianity made a God out of morality, that it created a moral God. Even if there were no God, certain ideologists insist, it had to be invented in order to reinforce the people's striving for morality. The history of culture does indeed furnish numerous examples of believers, inspired by the idea of God, performing high moral feats. Suffice it to recall here Archpriest Joachim or Joan of Arc. In its generalized sense, religious consciousness is thus intended to meet the need of man for a system of absolute and unquestionable moral values which have to be adhered to. It seeks to attach meaning to the individual human existence and to guarantee the inevitable triumph of justice. At the same time, religion satisfies these needs in an illusory manner and in fact absolves man from conscious responsibility for the surrounding reality, promoting, in principle, a passive contemplative attitude to life. This question must be approached in a historical context. One must realize both the fact that the high ideals of Christianity were never implemented in practice, on the contrary, they often resulted in unethical acts, like the Crusades and the Inquisition, and the fact that, despite their non-fulfillment and fundamental unrealizability, despite their abstract character and impotence in the face of the 377 real motive forces of the social mechanism, religious moral values retain their attractiveness precisely because they are openly axiological and have an anti-pragmatic, intimate, and profoundly psychological basis. Religion, said Marx, is the heart of a heartless world. Having emerged as a consequence of a definite stage in social development, when the whirlwind of alienated social forces, overwhelming the individual, aroused in him an unquenchable need for a moral absolute, religion can only disappear when its social causes are overcome, when the individual's social life is demystified entirely, to the very end, and when the alienated social forces become consciously realized and morally sanctioned forms of human relations. To overcome religious consciousness, it is not enough to mobilize the efforts of scientists in the cause of enlightenment. Still less effective are the dry rational slogans of atheism. Moral or aesthetic education is not enough either. Above all, the material and economic causes must disappear which divide and oppose people to one another, producing insoluble moral conflicts. Religion and philosophy. The relationships between religion and philosophy are historically changeable and varied. If the materialist line in philosophy consistently opposes itself to the religious worldview, various directions in idealism have often joined forces with theology, producing highly refined forms of religion. The division of philosophy and religion into isolated forms of social consciousness only occurred at the watershed between the Middle Ages and the modern times. This division assumed not only the existence of philosophical and religious works proper, such works had been written already in antiquity, but also recognition of this isolation at the level of official ideology. Philosophy, just as the modern European science that emerged in that period, did not begin an ideological competition with religion at once. Religion continued to occupy the focal position in the structure of social consciousness. Philosophy and religion divided, as it were, the spheres of influence between them, with religion retaining supreme authority. The idea of two truths was officially accepted. One truth came from God. Here belonged everything that was connected with the eternal questions of being and spirit, and the other, from man himself, Here belonged everything that resulted from the cognitive activity of human reason, i.e. philosophy, and science. This marked the beginning of theism, the view that, having created matter and established moral absolutes, God does not interfere in world events anymore, and man thus has to study nature scientifically and reason. 378. Philosophically on the concrete embodiments of the absolute in historical reality independently of God. Gradually, philosophy acquired such a powerful potential that it laid claims to the leading position which religion occupied. This was particularly true of materialist philosophy and Marxism in particular. According to Marxism, religion is a residual form of social consciousness, which will continue to exist until the development of society's socio-economic structures produces, in other forms of social consciousness and in the first place in philosophy itself, a system of values which will meet the objective needs of the spirit underlying the stability of religious views. The attitude to religion in the idealist trends of philosophy took a different form. Most of these trends do not insist on a separation of religion from philosophy at all. On the contrary, they strive for a new synthesis. There are two main groups of causes for the desire for such a synthesis in contemporary philosophies. One is related to epistemology, the other to axiology. The epistemological causes are connected with the difficulties of philosophical interpretation of the fundamental achievements of the natural sciences. We know already that various natural scientific hypotheses concerning the structure of the world constantly reverted to the idealist interpretation of the first cause of the world, as happened in the energism or physical idealism of the late 19th century, or in the modern cosmogonic hypotheses. A non-contradictory materialist picture of the world can only be based on the principle of the self-motion of matter. Any other solution inevitably leads to the idea of first push, either spiritual or energy-related, and from this there is but one step to religion. But, however serious the epistemological difficulties might be, the main cause of the synthesis of modern idealism and religion in the West is, of course, the axiological sphere. The crises of rationalism in the late 19th and mid-20th centuries, the dry tone of the pragmatist trends in philosophy, the narrow-mindedness of scientism-oriented thought, the tragic conflicts of our epoch with its two world wars, the futuro shock caused by the danger of a nuclear catastrophe, the unpredictable manifestations of mass psychology, which has lost its system of solid spiritual values, the rebirth of nihilism, all this inevitably affected the philosophical quest of the Western intellectuals. A rejection of religion without compensation in the form of new values makes the individual accustomed to live in a Christian atmosphere feel lonely in the universe, deprived of his 379 moral foundations, and unfairly treated by the scientific or vulgar materialist, pragmatist worldview. Idealist philosophy tries to fill this emotional gap, restoring the psychological equilibrium characteristic of religion. The beginning of the century was marked by the emergence of various philosophical trends which placed the main emphasis on the individual's inner self-awareness. Of this type is the philosophy of life, Henri Bergson, existentialism, Martin Heidegger, Karl Jaspers, and the system of views of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, philosopher, scientist and theologian who endeavored to evolve a notion of man as the goal of nature's evolutionary development. Various personalistic platforms, as, say, those of Leon Chestov or Paul Ricoeur, evince a similar tendency for a synthesis with religion. Significantly, axiology began to develop vigorously in the 20th century, in the works of Max Scheler and Max Weber. This discipline is especially concerned with substantiating the need for spiritual absolutes and norms in philosophical knowledge. Dialectical materialist philosophy also includes an axiology, with that basic difference that, instead of reviving religious values, it creates a system of fundamentally new ideals both of the personality-related and social nature. This system is designed not as abstract but as historically concrete and adequately reflecting the present-day social-spiritual situation, and also as capable of absorbing the perennial values of the cultural tradition, including aesthetic and ethical values, and of giving them a fresh worldview interpretation. 7. The scientific perception of the universe and the world of science. The concept of science. Science is the historically established form of human activity of cognition and transformation of objective reality, and of intellectual production yielding purposively selected and systematized facts, logical hypotheses, generalized theories, fundamental laws, and research methods. This is at one and the same time a system of knowledge, its intellectual production, and practical activity on the basis of that knowledge. Significant for any type of scientific cognition is the answer to two questions: what is studied, and how is it studied? The answer to the first question covers the subject matter of science, while the answer to the second question deals with the method of research. 380. The qualitative diversity of reality and of social practice determines the multidimensional character of human thought in different areas of scientific knowledge. Contemporary science is an extremely ramified ensemble of separate scientific branches. The subject matter of scientific study is not only the world outside man and various forms and kinds of the motion of matter, but also their reflection in consciousness, that is to say, man himself. The subject matter of science falls into the domains of the natural and technical sciences, studying the laws of nature and the modes of its mastering and transformation, and the domain of the social sciences concerned with various social phenomena and the laws of their development, as well as with man as a social being. Among the social sciences, the ensemble of philosophical disciplines concerned with the most general laws of nature, society, and thought occupies a special place. The subject matter of science influences its methods, the devices and ways of studying an object. Thus, one of the principal devices of research in the natural sciences is experiment, and in the social sciences it is statistics. The boundaries between sciences are largely arbitrary. Characteristic of scientific cognition today is not only the emergence of disciplines on the borderline between two sciences, such as biophysics, but also mutual enrichment of scientific methodologies. Induction, deduction, analysis, synthesis, the systems approach, the probabilistic approach, and a great deal else, are all logical devices valid in all the sciences. In every science, the distinction is drawn between the empirical level, that is, the accumulated factual material, the results of observations and experiments, and the theoretical level, generalization of empirical data in terms of corresponding theories, laws, and principles, factually based scientific assumptions, and hypotheses requiring further verification by experience. The theoretical levels of the separate sciences may produce a common theoretical, philosophical explanation of the principles and laws discovered by these sciences, and jointly develop the worldview and methodological aspects of scientific cognition as a whole. An essential component of scientific cognition is philosophical interpretation of the data of a science, which forms its worldview and methodological basis. The very selection of facts, especially in the social sciences, assumes the researcher's theoretical and philosophical schooling. The present stage in the development of scientific knowledge requires not only a theoretical interpretation of facts but also an analysis of the mode of obtaining them, and reflection on the general ways of searching for the new. 381. High social functions of science. Science is a complex and many-sided phenomenon. It cannot either emerge or develop outside society, but society at a sufficiently advanced stage of its development is inconceivable without science, either. The needs of material production affect its development and direction of research, but science in its turn makes an impact on social development. As scientific discoveries are put to use, technology increasingly revolutionizes the productive forces. The great scientific discoveries, and the technological inventions closely connected with them, have made an enormous impact on the fate of mankind. The role of science at different periods in history has varied. In antiquity, science existed as the result of the division between mental and physical labor that occurred in the slave-owning socio-economic formation. It began to function as an independent form of social consciousness in the epoch of Hellenism, in which integral culture was differentiated into separate kinds and forms of intellectual activity. The emergence of properly scientific forms of knowledge separated both from philosophy and religion is usually associated with Aristotle, who laid the foundations of the classification of different areas of knowledge. In that epoch, however, scientific knowledge had but a weak influence on production. The latter was mostly a sphere in which slaves toiled using manually operated tools on the basis of empirical knowledge and skills inherited from the preceding generations. In the feudal world, when cognition of reality was seen by religious ideology as something sinful, science could not develop normally. This was particularly true of the position of natural science. Hence the relatively insignificant role of science in feudal society, whose natural economy continued to use manual implements only, and primarily relied on the individual skills and experience of craftsmen. However, the Middle Ages also witnessed certain developments in scientific knowledge, though often in latent form, e.g., chemical thinking developed in the form of alchemy. The role of science in production increased along with its expansion and socialization. Practical problems which could be solved by science alone arose only under capitalism, which began to evolve in the bosom of feudal society. Herod, production reached a scale that necessitated application of mechanics, mathematics, and other sciences. The bourgeoisie, wrote Engels, for the development of its industrial production, required a science which ascertained the physical properties of natural objects and the modes of action of the forces of nature. Now up to then science had but been the humble 382. Handmaid of the Church, had not been allowed to overstep the limits set by faith. Science rebelled against the Church, the bourgeoisie could not do without science, and, therefore, had to join in the rebellion. 1. Science became the spiritual content of the productive forces, its achievements being implemented in technological innovations. The entire subsequent course of history was a steady process of scientization of production, of transformation of science into a direct productive force. This process takes on various forms, the major emphasis being laid on creating a theoretical basis for constructing more and more perfect instruments and machines. Along with an unprecedented progress in the natural sciences, the humanities also received a new impetus. A gradual emancipation from theological doctrines stimulated greater interest in the cognition of both the material world and the laws of spiritual life. The first systematic attempts were made at psychological research. The development of art led to the founding of the special science of aesthetics. Living languages began to be studied, too, not just the Latin language canonized by the Church. Further development of science was conditioned by the growing needs of capitalist production and expansion of the world market. In the process, society's intellectual functions were separated from the subject of labor and concentrated in the work of the dominant class as well as of the rapidly evolving social group of intellectuals. Besides, scientific work was separated from organization of production and became a sphere of purely scientific activity. Specialization among scientists themselves increased. That process had a progressive significance, as it created the requisite conditions for obtaining deeper knowledge. At the same time it had a negative aspect as well. Narrow specialization restricted the scientist's horizon, which, apart from decreasing the productiveness of scientific work itself, had a destabilizing effect on culture. It is precisely at this time that the gap appeared, and began to grow, between the natural sciences and the humanities, between science in general and moral aesthetic consciousness. From the inception of capitalism to the present day, regardless of changes in social structure, the interdependence of scientific and material production has constantly strengthened and improved. Today, this process is manifested in increasing automation of production, even including partial replacement of the work of the human brain by cybernetic devices, the computers. Increasing the sphere of objectified labor, science permits the achievement of greater results in material production at less expenditure of living labor. Science is also transformed into a direct productive force through improvement of the methods of production, e.g., through replacement of mechanical methods of processing various materials by electrical and chemical ones, as well as through reducing the time needed for producing the items. Creation of society's wealth becomes less dependent on working time and the amount of labor expended and more on the general state of science and the degree of development of technology, or on application of science in production. Production power is also increased through improvements in the management of the economy, these aspects being studied by the appropriate sciences. Cybernetics, which was initially a purely natural science, developed into a new social discipline, the science of management. The fruitfulness of the combination of science and production depends on the character of the social system. The social purpose of science consists in making the life and work of man easier, in increasing the reasonable power of society over nature, improving social relations, and developing a more harmonious human personality. Through its discoveries and inventions, modern science has done a great deal to ease man's life and work. Science, philosophy, and worldview. The development of science, its unprecedented penetration into all the pores of the social organism necessitated a philosophical interpretation of a great many problems, not only properly scientific but also worldview problems. This restless power of science, so disturbing to the human mind, began to tell the moment it started to revolutionize society. First, scientific thought destroyed the religious picture of the world, which had existed for thousands of years, and in which man was offered universal and immutable knowledge of the principles underlying the way of life and the order in the universe. It is one of the paradoxes of scientific thought that, destroying the naively holistic view of the world offered by religion or by any of the directions in religious philosophy, doubting every postulate previously taken on trust, science does not formulate instead a world outlook that would be just as integral and axiologically convincing. All its concrete truths cover a fairly narrow range of phenomena. Science has taught every 384 day consciousness to doubt everything, and it immediately produced a worldview vacuum which could be filled now by philosophy alone. Philosophy immediately joined battle with science in the worldview sphere. This battle changed its form in numerous ways throughout history, and it cannot be said to be over even today. Essentially, the ongoing conflict between science and philosophy is a struggle for the right to ultimate truth. It must be stated at once that the battlefield of this struggle was not so much the studies of the scientists and philosophers themselves as social psychology, the worldview sphere. Inasmuch as philosophical propositions cannot be confirmed in the same sense as scientific propositions are, they cannot lay claim to being true in the eyes of certain segments of population. The transference onto science of those expectations of guidance in life which were earlier satisfied by the religious world outlook became the basis of the ideology of scientism, which gained wide currency in the 19th and 20th centuries, positing science as the only shepherd. The ideology of scientism was engendered during the Enlightenment and later developed in positivism in the philosophical trend which, while nominally remaining a philosophy, essentially ceded its positions as philosophy to science as the new demiurge and the only agent responsible for all the vital questions. Characteristic of positivist philosophy is the desire to reject all doctrines using arguments that cannot be verified scientifically, that is, experimentally or empirically. Included here were not only the political ideologies actually using naked rhetoric but also philosophical systems touching on political questions, such as Marxism. The question of the correlation of philosophy and science is very complex. Various interpretations and solutions and nuances of solutions have been offered. Any formulation of this correlation in too rigid terms is fraught with serious worldview consequences. A fine worldview analysis is necessary here. Both extremes, the rigid control of philosophy over science and the positivist rejection of the possibility of achieving the truth by philosophy, are dangerous. Where philosophy gains the political authority to dictate the concrete paths of scientific development, delays in the advance of new trends, highly dangerous to science, often occur. In the USSR, this kind of extremes resulted in the past in the treatment of cybernetics and genetics disciplines which later proved their worth so dramatically as false sciences. In the West, similar causes resulted in a considerable retardation of the development of scientific sociology. 25 to 383-385. Just as harmful is the unchecked praise for the achievements of the natural sciences as opposed to the social disciplines and the humanities. Despite the fact that Marxism-Leninism is inherently a profoundly humanistic doctrine, the ideology of scientism, basically bourgeois, has deeply penetrated into the socialist consciousness. Boundless faith in the natural sciences and in their apologists has had its impact on the state of the environment, chemical pollution of the SWAT, 5th and air, the water reservoirs, and so on, and resulted in the dominance of extensive methods of production, in the primary orientation towards commodity production to the detriment of the social environment, in the sharp deterioration of the ethical and aesthetic standards of culture, and in the increasing influence of technocratic psychology which largely fostered the tendency towards consumerism. Why does all this happen? Why does the ideology of scientism lead to a deterioration of ethical culture? The point is that scientism as a worldview orientation is based on cold reasoning, and where there is a pragmatic goal, the cold mind will strive for it despite all possible ethical complications. The individual feels lost and helpless in the scientism-oriented world. Science has taught him to doubt spiritual values, it has surrounded him with material comforts, and it has taught him to look for a rationally attainable goal in everything. From the positions of scientism, man himself is no more than natural material whose spiritual nuances, rationally studied, leave no residue that could not be dissolved in the acid of scientism. The individual taking up this stance towards himself and others inevitably becomes a cold and calculating pragmatist. If he does not accept this logic, he falls into the opposite extreme, rejecting civilization with its false benefits and turning to religious values. The ideology of scientism in its extreme version is thus a contemporary form of anti-humanism. The logic of the development of history has led us to the realization of the cultural historical fact that neither scientific knowledge nor morality nor art taken separately, not to mention politics or law, can ensure an organic integrity of social consciousness and thus of mankind's progress. Science and the aesthetic and ethical forms of social consciousness determine the level of development of both material and non-material life of every society. Their effective role is determined by their harmony. This harmony must achieve a level at which the primacy of one of them cannot lead to the destruction of social processes or the inner spiritual and intellectual world of man himself. As we have seen, the ethical is closely inter. 386. Woven with the aesthetic, science strives to grasp the mysteries of art, and the latter employs scientific achievements. An all-round and profound harmonization of the forms of social consciousness is the ideal of the future, which can only be attained through the people's creative activity. 8. The philosophy of culture. The concept of culture. There is no universal definition of culture. Various functional descriptions of the cultural sphere, formulated to suit the goals of research, are possible, but there is no integral definition of culture that would express its essence and be generally recognized, although the semantic extent of this concept is believed to be intuitively clear. The concept of culture, Kulturatiling, is basically connected with something that is done well, not only what is done but also how and what for. Doing is a mode of mastering the world. Culture is a kind of magic crystal that focuses all being. It is the creative principle of the life of the individual and of society as a whole. It is not just an ability taken to the point of art but a morally sanctioned goal. An ensemble of material and non-material values and of methods of creating them, and the ability to use them for the advancement of mankind and to transmit them from generation to generation, constitute culture. The starting point and the source of the development of culture is human labor, the forms of its realization, and its results. Material culture includes, above all, the means of production and the objects of labor drawn into the circle of social being. It is an indication of man's practical mastery over nature. Non-material culture incorporates science and the extent to which science is applied in production and everyday life, the state of education, enlightenment, health services, art, the moral norms of the behavior of the members of society, and the level of people's needs and interests. Culture is the embodiment of mankind's reason, which functions as a semantic augmentation of the natural world. The non-material phenomena incorporated in it are not confined to some definite historical period but have an eternal nature. Plato's thought today is just as real as it was more than 2,000 years ago. Even if they originate as individually subjective and historically concrete, in the course of time these phenomena assume the status of socially objective and even, as it were, supratemporal spiritual factors, forming an 25*387. Uninterrupted universal cultural tradition outside the individual's control. What is the essence of present-day philosophical reflection on the fate of culture? Our discussion of these problems will be limited to those aspects which will permit us, first, to correlate culture with other phenomena of life, and second, to outline the controversy concerning the prospects of mankind's cultural evolution, its direction, drawbacks, and crossroads, its hopes and fulfillment. THIRD's world of values. Man is faced with a whole ocean of cultural values created by world history, as well as with the incalculable riches of nature which he constantly makes use of and enjoys as far as his talents, education, and upbringing permit him to do so. The functional distribution of the concepts of culture and value coincides. Where a value relation arises, a cultural process, positive or negative, inevitably emerges. 2. How can the concept of value be philosophically defined? Value is a fact of culture, and it is social in its very essence. Further, it is a functional and a necessarily objective-subjective phenomenon. Things and events as such, outside their relation to man and the life of society, do not exist in terms of value categories. This applies not only to humanized nature, i.e. to the entire area of civilization, but even to celestial bodies. The concept of value is correlative with such concepts as significance, usefulness, and harmfulness. Significance characterizes the degree of intensity or tenseness of a given axiological relation. Some things move us more than others, and some leave completely indifferent. Usefulness may be purely utilitarian. Material and non-material values, clothes, dwellings, tools, skills, abilities, etc., can all have usefulness. Harmfulness is a negative axiological relation. We speak of truth as a cognitive value which is highly useful to human beings yet can also do them harm. Truth is not always rewarded. People have been burnt at the stake or sentenced to hard labor for speaking the truth. The all-pervasive system of symbols constitutes a vast stratum of cultural values and, generally, an essential form of their expression. Symbols are absolute value phenomena coded in a given culture. Aesthetic values occupy a special place in this system. The concept which unifies all cultural values is the humanistic idea of morality, without which all kinds of values would lose all meaning except for a crudely consumerist one. The moral imperative lends axiological sensations a stimulus for active expression and 388 supplies them with spiritual energy without which culture itself would not exist. Culture and nature. The problem in the relationship between the natural and the cultural is that no clear-cut boundary can be drawn between them. Culture is man's essential property. Arid man has not only a cultural but also a natural dimension. The cultural and the natural merge in a single whole in man, and the relations between them are so complex that they are not fully understood even now. What is stronger in man, the cultural or the natural element? Are and cultural influences positive or negative? At different periods in history, different answers to these questions were offered. This dilemma did not exist in mythological thinking, in which natural and cultural elements were not yet opposed to each other. In antiquity, which inherited the harmony between the corporeal and the cultural established in the mythological world perception, the cultural element in man, despite the growing realization of its importance, continued to be secondary in relation to the natural element. The material cosmos confronting man was perceived as absolute perfection, as distinct from the frequently imperfect human physical nature that did not always meet ideal requirements. For this reason, culture for the Greek was a means of bringing his own physical state, which included intellectual potential as well, to a level of perfection which the world of nature had from its very origin. In the Middle Ages, on the contrary, the cultural element began to be seen not as a means of ennobling the corporeal but as a goal in itself. The natural and corporeal was placed here so far below the cultural that it actually became a symbol of evil impeding the cultural evolution of the human spirit, the doctrine of original sin. The rehabilitation of the natural element in the human individual began in the epoch of the Renaissance, but, because of the nearly 1,000-year-long domination of the idea of spirituality residing outside nature, nature, restored to its rights, was actively opposed to culture which was seen as the source of all the social and psychological ailments of society's life. This apology of naturalism in its turn provoked a reaction from the proponents of the idea of purely cultural progress. The conflict between the two trends led to a situation in which the cultural and the natural were thought of as completely divorced from each other. One of them was regarded as artificial and false and the other as man's only natural state and therefore as true. 389. This conflict was most clearly expressed in the polemics between the French philosophers of the 18th century and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. In the view of the former, all the evil of the world and all human vices flowed from man's natural essence which had to be cultivated through education and upbringing. Without these, man's nature was nothing but egoism pure and simple. It was therefore quite natural that these philosophers' thought was directed above all towards socio-political improvement of society which would automatically lead to the triumph of cultural elements in man over the basically vicious natural ones. In the Rousseau tradition, on the contrary, man's nature possessed a great and perfect potential, and it was only false culture with its poorly thought-out educational programs based on the formulas of the Enlightenment, and all kinds of social conventions and false ideals supported by the state that could, and did, distort this potential. Rousseau called for a return back to nature, to natural, harmonious human existence. These are the extreme positions, briefly outlined. This issue is so complex and essential that it still provokes heated debate. Contemporary adherents of the Enlightenment ideas are often disappointed by abstract political formulas for improving social life, suspecting human nature, which stands in the way of the realization of political reformers' plans, of basic inclination towards evil and rejection of all cultural remedies. This disappointment, known as cultural pessimism, struck the souls of liberal intellectuals in bourgeois society, who were amazed to find that various reforms did not lead to expected purity of morals and manners. Moreover, some theoreticians, confronted with the difficulties of actual implementation of socialism, also began to see insurmountable biological imperfections in human nature. No wonder that an alternative idea immediately emerged here. Couldn't we blame, it was asked, the cultural program itself, and the political reforms which were not worked out and thought out thoroughly enough? In any case, if in the late 18th century the potential of reason and of the cultural activity of the Enlightenment were seen as a panacea against all ills, ever since the late 19th and throughout the 20th century, the cultural formulas of the Enlightenment have been treated with doubt and even apprehension. The pessimistic attitude towards human nature could not dominate social consciousness for long, for the power of light had to triumph sooner or later in it. No viable society cultivates the idea of ineradicable defectiveness of human nature for long. The pessimist's critical stance is no longer directed against man but against Cul. 390. Tour, which is seen as the source of the tragical failures of history, such as the phenomenon of fascism, which literally overwhelmed everybody. Philosophers now scrutinize culture, wondering if it is not here that the causes of the gloomy metamorphoses of the 20th century are hidden. Extremely different variants of critical attitude towards cultural innovations have evolved. Thus some philosophers reject only the last 2 centuries in the development of European culture which have brought a complete triumph of soulless rationalism and a marriage between science and revolution * which, in their view, leads to destruction. The crisis of culture, they believe, can only be overcome by a return to the true culture of Christianity. Other philosophers go even further, blaming the present cultural crisis on the last 20 centuries, in other words, they believe that it is Christianity that is to blame for the gradual cultural degradation. From their point of view, a return is needed to the Indo-European roots of European culture, mudded up by power-seeking philosophers beginning with Socrates. However, Rousseauism, just as the Enlightenment attitudes, has undergone substantive changes in our times. If the followers of the bourgeois Enlightenment have been nonplussed by the dark political events of this century, the followers of orthodox Rousseauism have, on the contrary, been confounded by various optimistic facts of history, such as rapid development, under the impact of various ideologies, of countries that even 100 years ago were at the lowest stage of socio-economic progress. Under pressure from indubitable facts, the Rousseauists' complete lack of faith in the possibilities of cultural enlightenment work and political innovations gave way to acceptance of this possibility in principle, with the essential reservation that the socio-political program of man's cultural transfiguration proposed by society must not contradict certain fundamental qualities of his nature. The culture-man-nature triad is constantly present in philosophical works. It would be frivolous and naive to expect an unambiguous solution of the question, but the history of the development of this problem range permits the identification of certain obviously erroneous tendencies. When culture and human nature are absolutely opposed to each other, complacent, utopian, and essentially dangerous political tendencies often emerge. When culture and human nature are identified with each other, culture loses all independence and becomes a mere attribute of nature. Man is here simplistically perceived either as a purely cultural or purely natural phenomenon. He now controls the cultural process consciously and rationally, now. 391. Becomes its unconscious and passive object, the plaything of anonymous symbolic structures of a given type of culture. Culture and civilization. As distinct from the 18th and 19th centuries, when culture and civilization were mostly regarded as synonymous, characteristic of 20th century philosophy of culture is gradual separation of these two concepts, of which the former continues to symbolize all the positive elements in this previously indivisible area while the latter is mostly used with neutral or downright negative overtones. Civilization as material culture and mastery over the forces of nature undoubtedly carries a powerful charge of technological progress and promotes material affluence. The beneficial effect of the spreading of technological inventions is too obvious to need proof. At the same time, technology and material affluence do not in themselves signify cultural and spiritual efflorescence. They cannot be regarded as absolutely moral or absolutely immoral. They are, in fact, neutral. The cultural value of technological achievements depends on the axiological context in which they are used, and this context may include, say, irrigation of formerly barren areas, but also development of advanced weapons of mass destruction. For this reason, the concept of civilization is mostly associated with the development of technology which is inherently neutral in relation to culture and may be used for all sorts of purposes, while the concept of culture is on the contrary seen as intimately linked with that of spiritual intellectual progress. Civilization is a world of material objects outside man transformed by man, while culture is man's inner property, an estimate of his spiritual development, of his oppression or freedom, complete dependence on the surrounding social world or spiritual autonomy. The attitude of some Western philosophers to civilization is flatly negative. The view of civilization as the agony of culture was formulated by Oswald Spengler, and it has only grown stronger since his time. The negative qualities usually ascribed to civilization are a tendency towards standardization of thinking, an inclination to treat generally accepted truths as absolutely correct, and a tendency to play down the independence and originality of individual thinking, which are seen as socially dangerous. From this standpoint, culture molds the perfect personality, while civilization, the ideal law-abiding member of society, content with the benefits offered him. Civilization is more and more often regarded as a synonym of urbanization, lack of living space, the tyranny of machines, and a source of the dehumanizer. 392. Of the world. Indeed, man may have penetrated deeply into the mysteries of being, but his own spiritual and intellectual world still largely remains a mystery. By themselves, civilization and science cannot ensure spiritual progress. What is needed here is culture as an aggregate spiritual intellectual structure comprising the entire spectrum of intellectual, moral, and aesthetic achievements of mankind, which are not passive attributes of material being but an active and independent stratum in the objective historical process. Characteristic of some trends in Western philosophy is a revival of the Rousseauistic tradition in a more acute form than at any time before. Thus Claude Lévi-Strauss believes that the development of civilization, far from improving human life, makes it more difficult as it brings countless negative consequences. We have attained civilization, he writes, only at the price of turning man into a machine. Man today is unhappy in principle, only the primitive man was happy as his external self, his social life, was closely linked with his inner self, his psychical, inner spiritual life. The layer of civilization was still thin, which in this context is regarded as a positive fact. The ties between man and nature which gave birth to man, and of which he was part, could still be discerned. The invention of writing, increased complexity of social structures, the forging of symbolic fetters of culture tying down free manifestations of the human self, led to man's alienation not only from nature and society but also from himself. Mankind must learn how to go back to the natural forms of psychical contact with the world, otherwise it may die. Not only from uncontrolled technological inventions, that is merely physical death, but also from psychological tension, from cultural schizophrenia, and that is spiritual death. The harmony of classical world perception, which did not know morbid self-reflection, cannot be restored in the broken bell of contemporary culture which only produces jarring sounds. Bourgeois philosophers differ in their views on what the causes of the crisis of culture are. The psychological stresses in it are blamed not only on depersonalized technology and anti-human science but also, e.g., on Christianity and art, which have allegedly made man prisoner of symbolic structures through which he can no longer discern his true nature. It is believed that the diverse cultural traditions imposed on man by society with the help of language and other science systems deprive him of a natural attitude to life, disorient his will, distort the sensations and create an artificial system of values in which the individual has to perceive not only external events but also his inner psychical experiences. Thus the cultural at 393. Atmosphere of the Middle Ages forced man to treat himself as a naturally defective creature incapable of being directly connected with the supreme absolutes of religion, the path to which led invariably through the Church. Naturally, the individual could not develop his creative potential in such a situation. He regarded the demands of his spirit and his flesh as sinful errors, subordinating his will to church authority. According to the Rousseauistic conceptions, this had a pronounced negative impact on the human soul, narrowing down and deadening its natural resources and depriving it of any chance to perceive life deeply and directly. Western philosophers find the same kind of negative consequences of cultural conventions in every historical epoch, and contemporary society, in their view, enslaves man more than any other, as the present high level of purely material civilization increases many-fold the dictatorial power of average cultural stereotypes. We see that such cultural theories are based not only on a particular conception of culture and civilization but also on a particular conception of man himself. Man in this sense is merely a puppet in the sign-symbolic cages of culture. According to Marxism, man is largely unaware of his dependence on the cultural and other stereotypes established in society. But the degree of this dependence diminishes rather than increases in the course of history. The historical optimism of Marxism stems from its socio-philosophical doctrine, which postulates the establishment of proper social relations as the only possibility of man's breakthrough to his true self, and therefore strives for the attainment of this social state. In order to better understand the entire complexity of the phenomenon of culture and its interconnections with material civilization, let us turn to yet another dilemma: the problem of correlation between culture and consciousness. Culture and consciousness. Can all cultural phenomena be reduced to the rational level of human consciousness? With all due respect for the achievements of reason, the answer to this question can only be negative. Culture is a manifestation of man's properties in all their fullness. Can our emotional experiences in connection with some work of art, or our moral reaction to some event, be fully conveyed in the rational form of a scientific statement? Is the culture of emotions subject to the dictates of reason? The reverse is true. Where reason usurps autocratic rights, culture degenerates into an ornamental pattern on the groundwork of life, instead of being its hidden essence. 394. This does not mean, of course, that the area of culture must be forbidden ground for rational research. This merely means that this area, as a real object, is not the content of the mind's conscious activity only. One must go deep into the hidden mechanisms of culture in order to realize, even in a very small degree, one's dependence on its objective force. Culture has often been subjectively perceived as a tool of progress entirely in our power, whereas objectively we have been hostage to its laws. It is no accident that the 20th century is characterized by a powerful development of culturology, the science of the forms and types of culture, of those mechanisms which underlie the interaction of culture, society, and personality. This century has seen the beginning of fundamental studies in the structure of the unconscious, of the layer in man's psyche which is concealed from direct reflection but incorporates archetypal components of culture. Culturology studies different historically variable mythological systems, which function in each given society, and reveals their underlying symbols and values, which also do not always have a clearly expressed form. The culture of a society is its aggregate collective property. In class societies, it includes those essential differences which, owing to differences in social being, arise in the self-consciousness of every class. At the same time there is a fund of cultural values which not only all the members of a given society may have in common but also other societies outwardly entirely different in their structure, if they had parallels in their historical cultural development. There is yet another aspect of the relation between culture and consciousness that has to be discussed here. If culture cannot be equated with consciousness, can we then equate the structure of culture and the structure of the human spirit as a whole, which includes, along with others, irrational, unconscious, intuitive phenomena? Many researchers are inclined to think that the structures of culture and of the human spirit coincide in principle. Of course, there must be a correspondence between the two, and of course, the structure of the spirit reproduces in one way or another the structure of material being that gave rise to it. But if we go in this direction, each subsequent step will take us further away from the specificity of culture as an independent trace of the body of evolution. The greatest value of cultural phenomena lies not so much in the community of their inner structure as in the unique content of these structures in each variety of culture. Here we have come to the central problem of the philosophy of culture: cultural typology. 395. The problem of the typology of cultures. It should be pointed out at once that science today does not have a complete classification of cultures, let alone their exhaustive typology. There are several different approaches to this problem, each of which has its own goals. Let us first of all note those classifications which reckon mostly with differences between major cultural entities, such as Western and Eastern cultures taken as a whole. Naturally, no attention is paid here to the specific features which are characteristic of the lesser cultural traditions within an integral cultural historical type. However, the particular value of these generalized classifications consists precisely in the fact that they indicate at least some of the fundamental features of each such entity, and identify components of culture as a common human phenomenon. How is the question of the correlation between Western and Eastern cultures solved now? If 19th-century culturology considered their systems of terms and symbols as basically closed, in the 20th century emphasis was laid on the culturological affinity of these traditions earlier perceived as disjoint. An indication of the tendency towards a synthesis between Western and Eastern cultures is the crossing of the two branches and the resultant new cultural varieties of this nature is, e.g., the culture of Japan today or the cultural pluralism of numerous Buddhist communities in Europe and America. The differences between European and Oriental cultures go back to remote antiquity. Of all the antithetic features distinguishing them that have been pointed out by culturologists, let us stress such basic elements as the attitude, first, to the human personality, second, to the possibilities of reason, and third, to socio-political activity. As distinct from Christian Europe, which deified the absolute personality of the Creator, and thus of man as the Creator's likeness, Oriental religions are mostly based on the idea of falsity of the individual forms of spiritual life. The East cultivated the idea of rejection of the personal self in favor of the impersonal absolute. There is also a difference in the attitude to the possibilities of reason. On the whole, Europe has moved towards rational and pragmatic knowledge, seeing it as the highest value, whereas the East places rational knowledge lower than introspective and intuitive one, and therefore has a greater range of devices for meditation and autosuggestion at its disposal. Finally, as distinct from the European emphasis on social action, the traditional Orient has preached the doctrine of refraining from action. In accordance with this doctrine, the existing state of affairs in earthly life, however bad it may be, is 396. Retribution for past sins apportioned by the Absolute, and man must not therefore strive for social transformation. Even this brief outline indicates not only the basic differences between the two cultural traditions but also the bridges or points at which they have been brought closer together in the 20th century. Thus on the issue of the attitude towards man, some trends in European philosophy critical of bourgeois individualism are inclined towards anti-personalism uncharacteristic of Christian culture, subordinating the idea of self-valuable personality to the idea of depersonalized society, on the Confucian model. On the other hand, interest for individual personal forms of being is gradually growing in the countries of Oriental culture. On the issue of the potential of rational knowledge, Europe today takes into account the achievements of Oriental meditative psychology, while the East, in its turn, ceases to ignore the natural sciences, without falling into the extremes of scientism, of course. On the issue of social activity, one cannot fail to notice the role played in the East by the idea of active involvement in life, as indicated by the scope of political struggle in these countries. It should also be noted, though, that the Oriental doctrine of refraining from action has partly penetrated European culture as well, especially those strata of the liberal intellectuals which have been disappointed by the failure of partial political reforms and have become engrossed in inner existential experiences of the individual human soul. Apart from this classification of cultures, there are smaller subdivisions, including the concept of subculture, which reflects the specifics of a certain stratum in a single society, e.g., the youth subculture. Of special interest here is the problem of national cultures. Their specificity is largely connected with the territorial, climatic, and ethnic situation of a given people, with its system of values that has been historically evolved and handed down from generation to generation. The preservation of the national originality of cultures is one of the most painful problems of the 20th century. The first decades of this century were dominated by the ideas of rapid consolidation of nations into a single cultural group, whereas the recent years are characterized by a rehabilitation of national self-consciousness confronting the tendency towards unification. However important the formation of global planetary thinking may be for the solution of such universal problems as the strengthening of peace and restoration of the ecological balance, this universal consciousness must not be built at the expense of cultural diversity. The 397. Greater and richer the range of cultural traditions, the richer the spiritual life of mankind as a whole. Of great significance for the classification of various cultural communities is the question of the value of these cultures in relation to one another and determination of the stage of their historical development. Various unitary models of cultural development play an entirely negative role here. Thus the adherents of the modernization theory, developed by Walt Rostow and others, reduce cultural national and ideological differences to differences in the stages of growth, which ultimately leads to the idea that the West plays a pilot role while the second and third worlds always lag behind. The Anglo-Saxon model is presented as the universal model of cultural development to be accepted by all the other countries. If the national cultural specifics of some society is incompatible with this model, this society is regarded as marking time at one of the earlier stages of the common path rather than following its own. All types of unitary cultural development are fraught with negative consequences for, despite the growing process of internationalization, the desire for national and cultural separateness, far from weakening, is increasing. In view of this, political thought cannot avoid being modified by the cultural specificity of the soil on which it is planted. This must not be seen as its defectiveness but, on the contrary, as a sign of its universality since, despite differences in cultural contexts, each specifically national version of its implementation retains its fundamental propositions. There is yet another concept in present-day culturology which reflects the specificity of the cultural processes in this century, the concept of mass culture, highly popular these days. It is usually used in a derogatory sense, meaning something like a weak solution of culture for the masses. But the concept of mass culture can also be given a positive interpretation. Socialism brought culture to millions of people who had previously led miserable lives in ignorance and illiteracy. The negative meaning of the expression mass culture comes from the fact that it is not the masses that are often given a chance to rise to the level of real culture but, on the contrary, culture itself caters to the primitive tastes of the backward strata of the population and thus, becoming simplistic and distorted descends to the level of primitivism which is shocking to the truly educated. Something stupid is offered to the intelligent masses under the guise of culture. This is highly insulting to the greatness of the historical mission of culture. 398. It should be noted in conclusion that in reality culture exists as a historically established system which has its material forms, its symbols, traditions, ideals, orientations, axiological reference points and, finally, a mode of thought and life, the central force and the living soul of culture. In this sense, the being of culture becomes supra-individual, although it exists at the same time as the individual's deeply personal experience. The subject of culture is mankind, nation, social group, and the individual. The material forms of the being of culture are the fruits of the people's creative activity, the masterpieces of men of genius and talent. Taken by themselves, though, the material and sign-symbolic forms of the being of culture are only relatively qnt, outside man and his creative activity, they are dead. There was a time when cultures were closed. In the course of their multidimensional development they become more and more open to all kinds of influences, they interact, and life works out flexible mechanisms of this interaction, which facilitates the general growth of culture. Right before our eyes, the process unfolds of the formation of civilization of the whole mankind, retaining at the same time the individuality of each culture. Despite the uniqueness of the finest fabric of each given culture, whose threads always go back to remote antiquity, different types of culture are in principle comparable, and a dialogue between them leading to mutual understanding is not only possible but actually realized both in remote past and nowadays. I believe that further progress of mankind will be achieved through growing rational mutual enrichment of cultures. This beneficent synthesis, aspiring towards humanistic ideals, the principles of social justice, the individual's harmonious development, new thinking, and a consistent scientific worldview, is apparently necessary. World culture will only reap benefits from it as it accelerates its ascendance along the path of progress, without depriving local cultures of the unique intensity of their own colors. Chapter 16. Historical Progress and the Global Problems of Our Times. 1. Progress as a historically necessary direction of society's development. High history of the idea of social progress. Any theoretically constructed schema of historical progress is simpler than real history, which always abounds in zigzags and profound contradictions. Mankind has traversed a long and thorny path from the primitive horde to the present epoch, from the stone chisel to nuclear energy, from the roaming gangs of savages to the present-day forms of state, from the childishly naive mythology to the exploration of the secrets of the universe by the power of intelligence and experiment. Countless dramas, great and small, heroic and ugly, noble and evil, have been enacted on the boards of history. The power of some groups burned itself out in the fire of social battles, and the power of others came into being instead. Royal thrones were overthrown and broken, crowns were torn off royal heads, and the heads themselves often rolled off the shoulders. Mankind moves forward in a constant struggle between opposing forces, between the old and the new. We cannot say that history is always right. It has sometimes happened that the progressive forces of society were defeated, while the reaction triumphed. But, although many rebellions and revolutions were drowned in blood and suppressed, the fate of world civilization was still decided by the victories of progressive forces. Such is the implacable logic of history. Today, mankind faces a turning point. Never before has the historical situation been so dramatic. The socio-philosophical thought today, both Marxist and non-Marxist, is concerned with the essence, character, and direction of history which will determine the future destiny of mankind. Problems of war and peace, of the environment and the demographic situation, of the threatening exhaustion of natural resources, conquest of space and of the world ocean, all these reflect with the utmost clarity the contradictions of our 400 epoch's social and spiritual development, causing great apprehensions and giving rise to numerous questions. What are the moral and cultural prospects under society's total industrialization? Will society be able to integrate within itself the general and the specific elements of the individual historical and national cultures? What is it doing today to create a basis for a better future? All these questions are variations on one global problem: is there a meaning and a goal in the people's historical activity? And if such a meaning and such a goal do exist, what are they? The idea of social progress is not an issue which suddenly emerged at the present stage in history. It has deep roots. At all times, reflection on the fate of mankind was concerned with such questions as, what does the future have in store for mankind? Will it bring happiness? Or do misfortunes, suffering and evil await it? Men were either pessimistic or optimistic in the way they perceived the world and assessed the future. And there were also those who accepted the idea of cyclicity, or eternal rotation, inevitably going through the same phases over and over again. It is at this point that certain instructive things come to light. Many thinkers insisted that the past is always better than the present. However paradoxical it may seem, mankind, though it developed steadily, was mostly distrustful of the possibility of a more reasonable and just order. For centuries, mankind was haunted by the idea that happiness is somewhere far in the past, and hopelessly lost. The nostalgic stories about the Golden Age were vague echoes of the primitive state when all people were poor but equal. This idea was artistically expressed by Hesiod in his poem Works and Days. According to Hesiod, mankind went through 5 principal stages, going at each stage, as it were, one step lower down the ladder of history. Beginning with the Golden Age and passing through the Silver one, as well as others, it reached the Iron Age. The original state of the human species, the Golden Age, was an era of unclouded happiness. All things were plentiful, and labor was not obligatory at all. Everyone lived carelessly, spending his time in feasts and prosperity. The Iron Age, which ultimately became the lot of mankind, was quite a different story. Men spend their days now in labor, cares, and sadness. Evil triumphs over good everywhere, violence holds the upper hand, and justice is flouted. But not only the primitive communal epoch was idealized, so was antiquity. As it receded into the past, it came to be regarded, in the epoch of the Renaissance, as the apex of historical progress, while the Romantics of the 19th century worshipped the Middle Ages with their chivalrous 7,26,383,401. Spirit, nobility, selfless motives, and great spirituality. But, if the Golden Age is placed now in one epoch, now in another, the question naturally arises whether it existed at all, or whether it is just a product of human fantasy. The historical pessimism which was on the whole characteristic of antiquity, although some thinkers, such as Protagoras, Democritus, Lucretius, did have faith in historical progress, was most strikingly embodied in the ideology and philosophy of Christianity. World history evoked in Christian thinkers a feeling of pity for the vanity and frailty of human being, for the paradise irretrievably lost. Their pessimism was linked with eschatological motifs, i.e. with the doctrine of the end of the world, of original sin and inevitable punishment. In terms of time, mankind's life was conceived as stretching from Adam and Eve to Judgment Day. But this pessimism was not tragically hopeless, it held the trembling light of hope for salvation in the other world. From the psychological point of view, it is difficult to say what prevailed in this world outlook, pessimism, or a kind of optimism. The optimistic idea of historical progress is connected with the epoch of the Renaissance, with real achievements in science, art, the crafts, and with a general revival of social life. The world had a feeling that it was heading for a rational and just future, and that it had the strength to attain that future. The social thinking of the rising bourgeoisie was imbued with historical optimism. Social progress was focused on the idea of the ascending development of human reason. This idea was most distinctly expressed by such philosophers of the 18th century as Anne Robert Turgot, Marie-Jean Condorcet, Johann Gottfried von Herder, and others, and in the 19th century it became the most popular and fascinating idea. Scientists delighted in progress, poets wrote verse about it, and politicians made it a pledge of a better future. Hegel occupies a special place in the treatment of the problem of historical progress in pre-Marxian philosophy. He saw history as a unified and law-governed process in which each epoch, being unique, presented at the same time a necessary step in the overall development of mankind. But what was Hegel's conception of the criterion of progressive development? Since he considered history as a unified world process, he necessarily had to face the question of a criterion, and it would have to be a single general criterion which would warrant the description of that process as unified. For Hegel, such a criterion was freedom. He stressed that the development of society was progressive to the extent to which it manifested progress. 402. In the awareness of freedom. But awareness of freedom is not yet real freedom, therefore progress based on an awareness of freedom only is not yet real progress. In the 20th century, theories of the cyclicity of the historical process were revived in the works of Oswald Spengler, Pitirim Sorokin, Arnold Toynbee, and others. Spengler rejected the possibility of any progress out of hand, while Toynbee was not so categorical in his judgments. He accepted the possibility of a certain progress in various aspects of the social whole which, in his view, was like the cartwheel whose monotonous rotatory movement became the translational movement of the cart. In view of the real advances in science, technology, management, and so on, progress as a whole would be hard to refute. It is therefore absolutely necessary to study the possible and optimal directions in mankind's future development. Various futurological theories are developed in the West purporting to explore these directions. Some of them invoke the unlimited possibilities of technological progress, predicting the advent of a technotronic era, as in the works of Zbigniew Brzezinski or Herbert Kahn. Others propound models for convergence of socialism and capitalism, also on a technological, economic and managerial basis, as in John Kenneth Galbraith and Raymond Aron. Still others calculate the future of mankind under the conditions of a possible global catastrophe that may be caused, first, by the increasing population of the planet and, second, by the progressive exhaustion of the natural resources, as predicted by the Club of Rome. All these theories reflect, in one way or another, the real position in the modern world of man who, in the words of Henri Bergson, is groaning half crushed by the weight of progress which he himself called to life. While paying tribute to all these theories for the contribution they make to elucidating the real state of the world and its future, we cannot help noticing that no attempt is made here to solve the deep social problems or to search for a humanistically oriented criterion of progress valid for all mankind. The Marxist conception of progress and the problem of its criteria. As Marx and Engels critically overcame one-sided idealist and metaphysical theories, they evolved a scientific dialectical materialist explanation of social progress based on the conception of development as irreversible and law-governed movement in nature and society. As opposed to all the other theories, Marxism gave up the idea of progress as a primitive rectilinear process or as movement. 403. Along a closed circuit. It was clearly realized in Marxism that, Along with progressive movement of society, there are also regressive destructive movements, too. It is undialectical, unscientific, and theoretically wrong to regard the course of world history as smooth and always in a forward direction, without occasional gigantic leaps back. 1. Society is a complex organized system whose parts develop at different rates and within different time periods, are ultimately subject to the laws of the systemic whole, and have a logic of their own. Marxism stressed the contradictory character of historical process, showing that its vital source and motive force lie precisely in this feature. History has constantly brought thinkers face to face with the problem of contradictions in social progress. Each and every epoch in history has been marked by cataclysms, upheavals, and revolutionary acts. At the same time, history is a necessary process of mankind's law-governed progressive movement from given forms of social organization to others that are more perfect. This irreversible process results in a steady rise in the qualitative state of society. To understand social development, Marxism did not turn to some otherworldly forces outside mankind but to man himself, to the immediate subject of his own life activity. Human activity emerged not as a one-sided abstraction of an individual considered in isolation but as an empirically perceived real factor of aggregate socio-historical practice falling into two kinds, production practice and social transforming one. On this basis, a truly scientific criterion of social progress was worked out. As we have already pointed out, the essence of progress has been variously interpreted by philosophers, and these interpretations largely depended on the criterion selected as its basis: awareness of freedom, the degree of development of human reason, and so on. Marxism did not reject these criteria in toto but subordinated them to the real, ever-present, empirically certain, and never-interrupted process of human life activity practice in all the inexhaustible wealth of its purely human manifestations. The nucleus of this practice is the development of productive forces as the highest criterion of social progress. However, it would be a mistake to interpret this criterion, as people often do, from a narrow technological economic standpoint, as the main element of productive forces is, after all, man himself. This explains the fact that the given criterion embodies the achievements of science, principles of management, society's socio-political state, level of education and standards of health services, as well as the mode of life including moral consciousness and worldview as a whole, which affect the efficacy of social production in a mediated way, through labor discipline and standards of work. That is why the development of the productive forces of mankind means, in the words of Marx, above all the development of the riches of human nature as a goal in itself. Now, although the nucleus of the criterion of social progress is productive forces, this concept alone is not enough, and it will inevitably give rise to erroneous, narrow technicist interpretations as long as productive forces remain an abstraction, an unspecified structure of various production relations. When the situation is changed, the mode of production will appear as a real criterion of social progress, or, better say, its real nucleus. The criterion of social progress discovered and elaborated in Marxism made it possible to present world history as a unified process of the existence and successive replacement of one socio-economic formation by another. Moreover, it was shown that the replacement is not chaotic or kaleidoscopic but accords with the principle that the new society is qualitatively superior to the previous one in terms of economic, social, political, and cultural parameters. Social progress unfolded as a contradictory process in which Marxism identified definite types depending on the main character of the mode of production and the existence or absence of antagonistic contradictions in it. As contradictions basic to a given mode of production are resolved, history progressively passes through the primitive communal, slave-owning, feudal, capitalist and communist formations. Characteristic of all the classes of antagonistic societies is the narrowing down of the field of real possibilities of progressive development. As a result, progress always involves some things developing at the expense of others. Marx expressed this tendency under capitalism in a deliberately paradoxical form: the newfangled sources of wealth, by some strange weird spell, are turned into sources of want. The victories of art seem bought by the loss of character. Even the pure light of science seems unable to shine but on the dark background of ignorance. 1. He brought out the ruthless essence of progress under capitalism by using the bull of an ugly pagan idol refusing to drink nectar from anything but the skulls of the dead. The emergence of a fundamentally different type of progress signifies the arrival of socialism, the beginning of a new era in which this type of progress is fully realized. What does that mean? It means in the first place an expansion of the field of real possibilities of social development through the creative historical activity of the masses. The content of that activity is the realization of the principle of social justice, which assumes a high level of social well-being and a completely free play of man's qualities and potential. Social revolution as a motive force of historical progress. A social revolution means a radical upheaval in all the spheres of society's life in which a transition is realized from one socio-economic formation to another and more progressive one. The revolution is a motive force of social progress. It is both destruction and creativity. It opens up a new period in history, which calls for new thoughts and emotions, for new singers and songs. The deepest cause of social revolutions is a conflict between productive forces and relations of production. The fact that social revolutions are not accidental, that they are law-governed phenomena brought about by the development of production as historical necessities, does not mean that they occur automatically. Objective and subjective premises are necessary for a revolution to take place. Irreconcilable contradictions in the mode of production manifest themselves in the fierce struggle between progressive and reactionary classes. Class struggle is the political basis of a revolution. The subjective form of the expression of this struggle is conflict of class interests, aspirations, and ideas. A social revolution is the highest form of the class struggle of the oppressed. The ensemble of objective conditions leading to society's economic and political crisis creates a revolutionary situation characterized by the following features. It is a situation, 1. When it is impossible for the ruling classes to maintain their rule without any change, when there is a crisis, in one form or another, among the upper classes. 7. A crisis in the policy of the ruling class, leading to a fissure through which the discontent and indignation of the oppressed classes burst forth. For a revolution to take place, it is usually insufficient for the lower classes not to want to live in the old way. It is also necessary that the upper classes should be unable to live in the old way. 2. When the suffering and want of the oppressed classes have grown more acute than usual. 3. When there is a considerable increase. 406. In the activity of the masses, who uncomplainingly allow themselves to be robbed in peacetime, but, in turbulent times, are drawn both by all the circumstances of the crisis and by the upper classes themselves into independent historical action. 1. It is not every revolutionary situation that leads to a revolution. Revolutions only flare up when subjective conditions are added to the objective ones. The subjective factor includes the will to fight, a skillful organization of this fight, the consciousness of the fighters, a clear understanding of the goals and tasks of the struggle, and the resolution of the fighting classes to wage the battle to the end. Given all the necessary objective premises, the subjective factor becomes decisive. The old government will not fall if it is not made to fall. The motive forces of the revolution are those social groups and classes which have a vested interest in the breakdown of the old order and in establishing the new one, and which carry out the revolution. During relatively peaceful periods, popular masses are, as it were, behind the scenes of politics or in a state of historical slumber, whereas revolutionary events push the people onto the proscenium of world history as they create the new order. The fundamental question of any revolution is the question of state power. When the fire of the revolution flares up, it engulfs first of all the principal defender of the old world, the state. Taking political power in their hands, the classes carrying out the revolution reorganize society's entire socio-political mechanism. The new organs of the revolution are born in its own fire. The seizure of power by the revolutionary forces becomes an act of political revolution. That is the revolution in a narrow sense. The type of social revolution is determined by the socio-political contradictions which it resolves, the social system it overthrows and the system it creates anew. These aspects cover the conception of revolution in the broad sense as society's transition from one qualitative state to another, e.g. from slave-owning to feudalism, and from feudalism to capitalism, i.e. as ascendance to the next historically determined stage of its development. A special type of revolution are those which involve a given individual sphere of social life, e.g. scientific, technological, or cultural revolutions. The highest type of revolution is the socialist revolution, which has the interests of the working people as its aim. As distinct from The previous social revolutions restricting themselves to changes in political power and to aligning it with the new economic relations already established, the socialist revolution is characterized above all by the creative element, the assertion of socialist relations of production. The socialist revolution, as no other type of upheaval, presupposes a long period of profound transformations of all the aspects of social being. It is by no means a one-time act of the overthrow of old political power and establishment of the new one. THI meaning of history and progress. To go back to the question posed above, what is the meaning of history? What is the direction of its movement? What is progress? The answer to this question is far from simple or obvious. The reason is that the very concept of progress considered only as an abstract category will inevitably, and paradoxically, contain an insoluble contradiction in any attempt to apply it to a concrete historical evaluation of specific events. What was regarded as absolutely progressive at one time proves to be devoid of progressive content at another. Moreover, what is indubitable progress in one area proves to be regress in another. Of considerable interest in this respect are certain facts noted by historians. The replacement of the bow and arrows by firearms, of flintlocks by automatic rifles, the transition from face-to-face combat with equal danger to both sides to murder from afar, when one side is in relative safety, are doubtless indications of technological advances, and not only advances in technology but also in all knowledge, in all the sciences connected with this area. Is this progress? The possibility of destroying great masses of people with nuclear weapons is also due to the development of science and technology of the highest order. But can this be called progress? The replacement of red-hot tongs by electric current as an instrument of torture was made possible by the discovery of electricity. Is this progress? 2. Strange as it may seem, unprecedented achievements of technology bring in their wake unprecedented destructive forces threatening mankind. Almost all positive elements emerging in history have their negative counterparts, and what is positive in one respect is negative in another. These contradictions reveal the dramatic quality of history. Is all the drama inevitable? What is its essence? It appears that the principal protagonist in this historical drama is man himself. Evil is inevitable, so to speak, for man sometimes gets results which he did not desire at all, which were not his goals. In objective terms, the 408 point here is that practice is always richer than, and superior to, the level of knowledge achieved, which makes it possible to use the results obtained in different ways under different circumstances. Evil always pursues the good like a shadow. History reveals to us that man is not just an active being but also, and this is highly important, a reasonable social being. The properly human element in man is determined precisely by these two features: man is reasonable and man is a social being. These two features must dominate all of man's historical activity, and only those elements of his activity should be regarded as progressive which accord with these features and bring them out more fully. The combination of these two features is humanism and property that is unique in nature. Human history itself has thus provided a criterion for defining what is truly progressive. This criterion, humanism, covers both the specific features of human nature and evaluation of these properties as the highest element of social life. All that accords with humanism is progressive. Moreover, it is not just a matter of accord, all that promotes and elevates humanism is progressive. Metaphorically, the elevation of humanity and true humanism can be presented in the image of a powerful tree with life-giving sap running along its trunk and branches and feeding the luxuriant foliage, personifying human wealth and dignity, the meaning and the ideal of history. Humanism is the real basis of the being of mankind, which makes possible real coexistence, cooperation, mutual understanding and mutual respect of various nations and cultures. Figuratively speaking, the reason of history reveals itself in the fact that the continuous process of life on Earth does not proceed in a single pre-established or predestined direction but in a diversity of the paths of development and forms of organization of societies in which distinctly individual historical types of culture are realized. Indeed, even a cursory look at the various areas of this planet will show the extreme diversity of geographical conditions, natural and manpower resources, economic structures, national, cultural and political traditions of different countries. Despite the enormous variety, human history is an integral whole developing in two opposite directions at once, as it were, towards unity and towards preserving the distinct qualities of different societies. This may be said to be a manifestation of the dialectics of social development, of unity through diversity, and it acts as a historical necessity. It also reveals the profoundly humanistic essence of social progress. 2. The dialectics of world development in the present epoch. T.g. distinctive features of the present historical situation. In the present epoch, mankind is merged into a single whole with common vital problems and a common historical fate. In the past, many politicians believe that historical progress is only connected with the Western world, whereas today all realistically minded statesmen realize the simple truth that the West has no future without the East and mankind as a whole. In other words, the world we live in is interdependent if contradictory. It is an integral world in which societies coexist that belong to different socio-economic formations with different socio-economic, political, and cultural characteristics, apart from the capitalist and socialist systems, the semi-feudal order, and in some places the primitive communal one, have survived in some areas. A special term has appeared in the literature reflecting the state of the present-day global realities. The term is world order. It designates the principles and laws of the structure and functioning of the world community. The world order inevitably results from an aggregate of historically natural processes of development of various societies and is characterized, on the one hand, by expansion and strengthening of interconnections, scientific and technological, economic, political, cultural, etc., and on the other, by the existence of global problems of the modern times. The dialectics of the epoch is such that increasing planetarization of social phenomena is now intimately linked with a strong tendency towards the preservation of independence and sovereignty, of the national interests of individual states. Bearing all this in mind, it must be realized that no country can lay claim to being the only one entitled to mold the principles of the present world order, still less of the future one. Only coordination of efforts of all the countries concerned can ensure a future harmony of interests, a truly balanced strategy of world progress. THIRD global problems of mankind and the future of social progress. Mankind is at a stage in its development when the solution of the eternal question, to be or not to be, depends on mankind itself. A level of knowledge and mastery of the forces of nature which enabled mankind to explode the first atomic bomb became fatally dangerous to its future, as it opened up the evil prospect of a suicidal nuclear disaster, and thus produced the superglobal problem of war and peace. Human history has been the scene not only of the good but also of evil. Evil was mostly concentrated in wars which the 410 destroyed everything created by people, but the bitterness caused by this evil was even more acute because it destroyed people themselves. Unfortunately, evil grows in complexity and under definite conditions becomes a Moloch consuming an increasing share of the products of industry and intellect, taking a growing toll in lives and happiness. But man must not remain defenseless in the face of war as an organism remains defenseless in the face of a malignant growth. In the modern world largely dominated by new laws which have emerged in the last decade or two, a new logic of progress is now in the making. A rejection of war as a continuation of politics is insistently prompted not only by the individual people's subjective aspiration for peaceful coexistence but also by objective causes. There can be no winner in a nuclear war. This makes the very idea of war absurd. A situation has arisen in which the confrontation between capitalism and socialism must only take the form of peaceful competition. Mankind has not the slightest chance of survival unless it realizes the reality of the danger threatening us all, and unless it takes measures to avert its own death. The only victory that is possible here is the victory of reason. Since time immemorial, mankind has placed its hopes on reason. Ancient Indian philosophy formulated a great many propositions indicative of a profound humanistic grasp of the meaning of life and human capacity for self-improvement on the basis of love for one's neighbor. One of Buddha's dictums is this: only that victory is a true victory in which all sides are victorious and no one is defeated. It is to mankind's credit that it realizes more and more clearly the danger that threatens it, and takes various steps, individual forms of protest and organized mass actions, intended to prevent the destruction of civilization. Apart from the nuclear threat, there are other global problems resulting from the critical state of the relationship between nature and society brought about by scientific and technological development. Of the greatest significance here is the ecological crisis manifested in universal pollution of the environment concurrent with progressive exhaustion of the planet's resources, of its mineral deposits and fresh water. Man has developed a sense of infinite power over nature, and now he has to realize, willy-nilly, his own and nature's finiteness. Nature is not inexhaustible, it has proved more vulnerable than has been believed. Today, calls are heard on all sides for preserving the fragile balance of the biosphere. Mankind is forced to look for a way out of a situation that is extremely unfavorable for normal existence. One of the rational methods of organizing properly the use of natural resources in the foreseeable future consists in changing production technology, which embodies the material interrelations between nature and man. To achieve these changes, it will be necessary to alter value orientations as well, shaping a new, ecological way of thinking and ecological ethics. Man's physical and moral health is yet another distressing global problem. Information stresses, the general constantly increasing tempo of life, especially in the giant conurbations, abuse of medical substances whose negative consequences are, as often as not, unpredictable, adversely affect man. All this is only a small fraction of all the factors causing the obvious undermining of the psychical health of a regrettably growing number of people. Effective solution of global problems which will require an interdisciplinary approach and the working out of an interstate and even planetary strategy will determine the future of social progress. It is clear already, though, that a strategy that would maximally combine the interests of each people with those of the whole mankind cannot be formulated without an understanding of the new features of social international development, without an appropriate adjustment of political and economic practices of various states, and without accepting unified moral norms and principles of interaction between society and nature. Mankind may and must find ways of becoming a constructively and consciously acting subject of undivided world history.